Enough with all the rain. Who said we needed it? Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Monday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And we all made it here this morning despite the storms all night long. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Troy Hughes on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. How bad was it coming in?
Terrible. Barely made it here. It just seemed like it got worse as I went east in Fort Worth. Just seemed like it got worse. More rain, more puddles. Cars stalled in the middle of the road.
Yeah, I didn't see or experience as many puddles, those big whoosh up on the windshield as I thought. Troy, how was 30 for you around 3:30 a.m.? I've been up since 3:30 because of all the thunder and the lightning, but I had to diverge a little bit off of 30 because of all the water. So if you have to use 30 both ways, they're saying it's terrible right now. It certainly was coming into town.
Yeah, I had to diverge and actually take a route to Odyssey Radio Tower I normally don't take and experience something I guess is frequent early on Sunday mornings. Got up at 30, exited Munger. And I went down Henderson Avenue where Knox Henderson, the bars are everything out. And I'm like, wow, they must have had a lot of rain here, a lot of stalled vehicles. No, people just drinking the night before and leaving their vehicles in the middle of the road. It's like there's literally no there's no evidence of massive rainfall here. People just leaving their vehicles. But yeah, the interstates and freeways aren't that good.
It's like all or nothing around here weather-wise. 45 straight days of no recordable precipitation, plants, trees dying. I'm like, can I see one sign of green on my magnolia tree that I think is fried? I'll have to cut out another tree, but I'm hoping to go home. And then I had to make sure the pool wasn't overflowing.
It ain't overflowing now. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It ain't dry now. Mine evaporates like crazy. I got to fill my pool like every day. It's insane.
Get your people to finish it.
I was about to say something.
That's not the way it should be.
I'll tell you right now, I mean, I'm not a pool guy, but there's no absolute way your water is evaporating. It's not happening.
Well, it could be evaporating, but you're supposed to have a system to where it refills and keep it at a certain level.
Yeah, that the autofill is not hasn't been hooked up.
Yeah, but
they're waiting on the part.
But
yeah, it's like I've literally no tree. It is completely exposed to sun from about 8 a.m. till 4. Completely exposed.
Yeah, and by the way, you nursery people, let me talk to you for a second.
Nursery.
I'm not talking about the baby nurseries. I'm talking about the tree. I'm talking. I didn't mention any names, but I'm just saying. I saw what you did this weekend, and that ain't cool. It ain't cool when I'm going out to buy fertilizer or weed and feed because I know the rains are coming, and then it's like, you know what? Let's just Sharpie out the original price and make it a little bit higher. Don't gouge me on your fertilizer, you twits.
All lawn, all pool supplies out the you-know-what. I think my guy has been hoarding like people with Lysol when COVID started. Just keeping a garage full of it. It's crazy in terms of the lack of supply.
You could buy like a year's supply of chlorine tabs on like Amazon. You get them for like $400 or $500.
Yeah, but then some kid's going to see a video on TikTok and, the chlorine tab challenge.
All right, let us know what to avoid, where you're driving. Be careful out there. It's the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. What Troy and I can tell you, 30, stay away, especially coming into the city. And RJ, of course, has you covered with Fort Worth. Top of the mind impressions from the Cowboys preseason game. Much more entertaining than the Denver game, as it's Turpin time. The T-shirts are already being printed up.
Yeah. Oh, it is definitely Turpin time. I don't know. The number one question that I have in my mind after that game: does Turpin make the Hall of Fame on the first ballot or after? That's the only one.
I love they're sitting there. I think it was who was calling the game? Was it
Yeomans?
Stanback?
Yeah, Isaiah Stanback.
Yeah, they were pretty good. Yeomans, Bill Jones, and Stanback. And he's like, it's not very often where your undrafted player gets the shoulder pads off in the second half.
Yeah.
As he was walking around there on that sideline like Dak Prescott, and one of the two reasons for it was called by Cowboys analyst Babe Laufenberg.
Brad, how'd you like to see a return here? I'd love it.
By Kavontae Turpin.
Kavontae Turpin is going to take the kick from Dustin Hopkins. I would love to see what Kavontae Turpin can do in the open field. And Hopkins approaches the ball. The kick's away left to right.
He's going to get a chance.
He is. Turpin from the 2. Up to the 10. Makes a right at the 15. Splits people at the 20. Here he goes. Turpin 40. Turpin 40. 30. 20. 10. He might have made the team. 98 yards. Kavontae Turpin. Kickoff return for a touchdown.
98 and 86. Costing the Cowboys offense to only run 29 offensive plays. In the first half, they had 29 points. At the same time, they were up 29-10, and they beat the Chargers 32-18. But look, man, I have viewed special teams and returns as basically dead in today's NFL. They want to get rid of it, because of safety and the collisions. And we've been waiting on a big-time returner around here for a while. Don't know if it's going to happen, definitely with Turpin, but that was fun to see the return game back.
Yeah, it is. It is fun to see that. And these are so
kickoffs are wiped out because of touchbacks.
Completely wiped out, and that's the thing. It's like you don't invest much in that position because you're not getting anything out of it for the most part. More often than not, it's going to be a touchback, and then more often than not, it's going to be a fair catch. And then the difference between like the top 5 return teams and the middle of the pack is like 8 yards. It's you're not putting a lot of money into it, but it's good to know that you every now and then you might be able to have a home run hitter, and those things are huge. And that has to be the most difficult position to judge in camp, in practice. The return man. That's almost one of those that you need a game situation. And I hate to say, oh my God, he's made the team. Well, he's made one play. Like there literally is no other way to kind of judge it. At least with kickers, you could judge it by they've got 11 kicks in practice each time. It's hard to judge the return guy.
Where do we stand at backup QB?
Pray.
Oh my gosh.
I thought by starting Cooper Rush, they told us that they want Will Grier to win.
How so?
Because they're trying to give. They've already made a decision on Will. They're trying to give Cooper Rush as much opportunity to win the job. Just like last year, right? We were all surprised when Cooper Rush won the job. We were stunned because he barely played. Like the other guy, it was Gilbert. I think it was Gilbert.
Yeah, Garrett Gilbert.
He played. He played a lot. And we were all stunned. Like, whoa! They gave it to Cooper Rush, but they see.
Yeah.
And then we were like, oh man, maybe this is McCarthy's thing. Like he gives the guy that he doesn't think is going to win the job. He gives him more opportunity to win the job. And then the other guy, Will Grier in this case, is basically getting nothing because he's gotten what? 1 quarter out of 8, whereas Cooper Rush gotten 4.
And we are still not playing our starting quarterback or basically the starters when a lot of other teams are throughout the league. RJ is going to ask if that's a concern with star up, star down at 6 a.m. here on Sean and RJ. The Cowboys win 32-18 over the Chargers. Little Ranger recap. They shut out the Minnesota Twins 7-0 yesterday. Nice day for Simeon. 2 hits, 3 runs batted in. His average for the season. I'm just going to look at Seager and Simeon the rest of the way. That's it. Simeon at 234 and Seager at 251 as they beat the Twins, who are 5 games over 500. So that's where we stand with your baseball team, as they have won 2 straight.
Whoa!
And 3 out of 4.
Oh, man.
11 games under. Feels worse.
Feels way worse.
Feels 18. Feels 19. All the changes, all the clean out around here, they're basically 10 games under 500.
Feels way, way worse. And look, 11 games under 500 is still not near, they're not close to being competitive.
No.
But they improved greatly over last year, like a lot. And that is great to see. Now, they spent $500 million to do it. Now, maybe another $500 million to get them to 500.
The absolute craziness of UFC Saturday night. Troy has you covered for that. We got some college football news, an update on Tom Brady playing against the Cowboys in the opener. Of course, star up, star down for the Charger game on Saturday. We're just getting started. Be careful out there. It is wet. It is messy. This is the Monday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Going to happen last week when it came to the broadcasting career of Aqib Talib following his involvement in the death that took place, the murder that took place out on the youth football fields of Lancaster, Texas, where Aqib's brother has turned himself into police. Troy said, no way Talib was going to be on the Amazon Thursday Night Football coverage. And Ian Rappaport reported last night, just spoke to Aqib. In light of the recent tragedy, he is going to step aside from his broadcasting duties at Amazon to spend time with his family.
Okay.
Family.
My family.
So whether the network said, hey, man, sit out of here. let this breathe a little bit. Give it a little bit of time. Or Aqib just said, no, I can't do this right now when my brother is in jail. Aqib Talib will not be on Thursday Night Football.
He may sit out more than a year. They may just, they may just never bring him back.
You got to see what the police say about his involvement.
Well, that, and, they may bring somebody else in who they find out to be very, very good.
Yeah, what's Marshawn doing? Besides sleeping in cars.
Sleeping in cars.
With tires knocked off of them.
You can find people who are sleeping in cars somewhere and get Marshawn to do it. But it all depends on what, who they bring in and how that person sounds and how that person is. And then also what the law says about what Aqib actually did.
Just starting a fight or being involved in a fight at a youth sports event like that, even though he didn't use a gun, he's not the one who we think pulled the trigger. That's pretty bad in itself. That's a really, really bad look.
There's been one incident at all. And I've been how many games my kids played?
Yeah,
500. There's been one incident involving the parents, our team parents, and then the other team's parents. So like a fight between the two teams, and that was a couple years ago. And it was literally at the end of the championship game. That's it. We've never had an incident other than that. And it was like, two moms like arguing, bickering back and forth. And then the dad stepped in and, they kind of went, I call it nipple to nipple. Where you get like chest to chest.
Oh.
You kind of, what are you going to say about it? Oh, yeah, what are you going to do about it? Oh, yeah, well, this is my salary. Oh, yeah, well, I drive this car. Like stuff like that. That's kind of the extent of the fights. Nothing like this. This was way tragic.
By the way, you had the broadcasting debut for Sean Payton over the weekend. I didn't get a chance to see it live, but I was going up and down Twitter, and the initial reviews, not too positive for Sean. That's why we played his clips on the Dan Patrick Show, where Dan was like, all right, let me give you a little broadcasting tryout. And he kind of seemed too slow, too long, too drawn out. And if last night is any indicator, Sean Payton will be back coaching on a sideline very, very soon. But he was on the Fox coverage for Ravens Cardinals yesterday. Look, I got to hear it myself.
Nobody looks good in those director chairs with nothing.
Shots fired, Mickey Spagnola.
Nobody wants to see your Mickey legs. And here's Sean Payton. I hate the high water suit with no socks. Like, I just don't, I can't get by. I can't. Like, you look like you're like a 22-year-old just fresh out of college trying to impress.
Younger than that if you're Mickey Spagnola. Someone get him a bumbo when he's doing these games.
Bumbo?
Yeah, you know what a bumbo is. You have a 2-year-old. That little foam seat that you put the baby in.
Like a booster seat.
Yeah, sort of like a booster. We call them bumbos. Why do y'all do that to him, CBS? Don't do that to Mickey.
How do you feel about the tennis shoes with the suits?
I whatever I'm told to wear. I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay, what if she said, the no sock look?
You
got a problem with the no socks with the suit? You got to have an opinion on the.
If you're gonna wear the tennis shoes, you got to have socks that don't show. Right? You can't have socks that show.
Can't go full David Letterman with the white socks.
No, you can't do that. But this is also the thing. If you're sitting down, you don't want to have like ankle showing like that. I don't know. It's not me.
The shocker that Troy was live tweeting and checking out from UFC 278.
A moral victory from Leon Edwards.
But that is not the cloth from which he is cut. I mean, that is a dejected.
Holy shnikes.
There's nothing better than, that call was awful because they were all stepping on each other, but there's nothing better than the explosion of UFC knockout or shocking result with the,
Yeah. If you want to talk about Sean Payton's broadcasting, and give him the one-on-one, that's one thing. UFC don't do that. No. They always step on each other, but that's the point because anything can happen. And my God, it happened Saturday night in Salt Lake City. Leon Edwards was getting crushed in this fight. He was up against one of the greatest of all time, Arlington's own Kamaru Usman, the welterweight champion. Leading up to the fight, so many vignettes, so many produced pieces about how Usman will probably be on the Mount Rushmore if I can say that, of UFC fighters. And Leon Edwards, like, yeah, this guy from Britain, people call him Rocky. He has a great career, but, he's not going to win. And sure enough, in the final round, out of nowhere, he knocks out Kamaru Usman. And there you go, Leon Edwards, the new welterweight champion.
So this was luck, though. This is like
It's a puncher's chance, man.
It's the puncher's chance.
It's a puncher's chance.
This is like Amanda Nunez's loss. Like, everyone knew that here at the AAC, she was going to avenge it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could call it a little bit of luck. I mean, the first time these two fought, I think it was 2015. It was a unanimous decision for Kamaru Usman in that fight. But once again, like, Leon Edwards is not... He's not Chris Weidman. He's not the guy who got the lucky punch on Anderson Silva and won. This guy is a legitimate fighter. But when you're going up against someone like Kamaru Usman, no one really gives him a chance to win. And sure enough, he did. It was shocking.
The finish came at 4 minutes and 4 seconds of the fifth.
Oh, that's amazing.
That made it the fourth latest finish in a UFC title fight. Usman is literally a minute away from the easy win. He had a 15-fight win streak coming in, one off Anderson Silva's UFC record, and the internet and Twitter just exploded. He was up 39-37 on all three judges' scorecards entering the fifth, but then you had the left kick that knocked him out in Salt Lake City. And, man, the reactions from Conor McGregor, Jake Paul, what do they have against Arlington's very own Troy, as they could not wait to continue to mock and meme Usman for getting knocked out and losing?
Well, it's because, whenever a great is defeated, then they're not that great anymore. It's like, yeah, I knew this was going to happen. No, you really didn't know it was going to happen. I'm not going to say what Leon Edwards did was a lucky kick, but at the same time.
Yeah, but the odds, right, there's going to be a trilogy.
Absolutely. And you know what? That's the thing. UFC loves trilogies. They love to have trilogies, but sometimes trilogies turn out to be, this is the trilogy one. Like before, it's Juliana Pena against, we were thinking maybe that's going to be a trilogy with Nunes, but now this is the absolute trilogy.
Usman had won 19 straight fights overall before Saturday. This was his first knockout loss, and Edwards was unbeaten in 11 straight fights.
Yep.
Over 7 years. He had not lost since the 2015 fight against the guy he took out over the weekend.
Yeah, 3 fights ago for Edwards, there was a no contest. There was an eye poke, and so it's a no contest for him, but he has not gotten an actual L. So that happened at UFC 278. Something else that happened that night, Sean, Paulo Costa against Luke Rockhold. It ends in a unanimous decision as a tie. It's a 30-27, 30-27, 30-27 tie, because at one point Paulo Costa actually kneed Luke Rockhold while he was on the ground. That's a 1-point deduction. So thus the fight ends in a tie. But the reason why I bring it up, Sean, there's no absolute way you would have been able to watch that fight. None.
Why?
Because at one point, right at the very end, the two guys are bleeding profusely. Especially Luke Rockhold, who's on top of Paulo Costa. His nose is just pouring blood. And what does he decide to do?
That was great.
He starts wiping.
Snorted it back
He
up.
starts wiping his bloody nose all over Paulo Costa's face because he can't move, and he's just smearing blood on his opponent.
Disgusting.
It was vicious.
You saw it?
Yeah, I saw the clip of it. And I was like, this is why I can't do this. I can't do it. I can't do it.
So brutal.
So brutal.
So good.
So I was watching U.S. Amateur Golf.
The Instagram feed and rant of one RJ Choppy, which we'll get to a little bit later on. But star up, star down. How about your special teams revelation in Turpin time, Tristan Hill? And should Dak be playing in some of this action? Star up, star down from Saturday night on the home of America's team with Sean and RJ next.
Keep the
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Turpin under it. Hadn't called for the fair catch yet. He wants to dance. Coming right, coming left. 20, right to the 25, 30. I'll be a son of a gun. Turpin to the 50. The punter to beat. To the 20. To the 10. Turpin has done it every way you can with a kicked ball.
I think they may have found a little something, Brad Shan. I think they may have found a little something. Wow.
The front office and Bones Fossil looking like geniuses after Saturday night, at least so far. It's Sean and RJ, and this is Star Up, Star Down. In case you're new to the show, being your home of the Cowboys, of course, we're going to give you as much coverage as anyone else in town. And usually at 6 o'clock, it's your review of the game on the truckwreck.com text line. Star Up, the players who impressed you. Star Down, hit us up with your thoughts at 877-881-1053. And we start with the MVP of the preseason so far for your Dallas Cowboys, the TCU Horned Frog. I can't tell you how many messages I got when we were in Oxnard. Sharif, how does Turpin look? I'm a TCU fan. He was absolutely explosive. How's he looking out there? Of course, he goes on to win the USFL MVP. The broadcast was talking about how Bones Fossil had been tracking him for about 4 years. They go and pick him up. Bones with the comparisons to Eric Metcalf and Dante Hall. And Saturday night, he put on a show with 98 and 86 yards in terms of the returns, kickoff and punt returns to the house.
I like Turpin.
I like Turpin, Jerry C.
I like Turpin. There's really no way to say anything other than this dude took advantage of the moment that he had.
The first one was just like a straight shot up the gut. That second one was fun. He was weaving. He was setting up blockers. They may have gotten away with a little bit of a block in the back. I thought the officials, we'll get to the penalties compared to week one against Denver. I thought the officials definitely let them play a lot more on Saturday night, but this is what you get out of preseason, just watching guys' individual talent. Like, is someone just faster than everyone else in the open field? What type of moves does someone have? And we saw it from Kavontae Turpin, who just made the wide receiver room a little bit more difficult because he's on this team now. Done.
Yeah, and isn't it like, where else would you have just a guy make a team just based off of 2 plays? Like, that seems like a really bad way to decide who makes a football team. That's just me.
But as you said to open the show,
you can't do anything about it.
You can't really evaluate it in practice.
No.
Because you're not going to have all out. They don't even want guys returning kicks in games because of safety issues. You're not going to do it in Oxnard.
No, there's no way to do it. There's no way to judge or evaluate like a return man in practice. It's not going to happen. So you've got to use just game situations, or you don't even worry about it. You just worry about the wide receiver room and then just put somebody back there. Basically, any body who can fair catch it and make sure that they've got good hands.
Troy tweeted this out when they made the Turpin signing. He led the USFL with a 15.3 yard average on punt returns. And there you go. He showed off the reason why they went out and signed him off the jump. Star up, star down. Here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being... Actually, you know what? It's time to give this guy some props. He has been beaten down around here forever, deservedly so. But I thought this game showed by far the most exciting ability from a guy who looks different, at least in this game, the second-round bust, Trysten Hill.
Easton stick back to throw. Under pressure, the ball is on the floor. Cowboys look like they've got it at the 15-yard line.
Guess who?
Trysten Hill.
Sack, strip, fumble, recovery.
He gets my second star. It's obviously Turpin. There's no way around that. But choppy, Trysten Hill looked quick. He looked active. He looked powerful. And that play right before the end of the first half where he got all 3. He got the sack, he forced the fumble, and he recovered it at the Chargers' 15-yard line, setting up the rushing touchdown. Cowboys score 14 points in 29 seconds. I believe he had 3 tackles total on the night. That was the most flash easily that we have seen from Tristan Hill, who we have been ready to kick out of town.
We have been ready to kick him out of town. He was the bust. He was a bust pick. Was that a Marinelli selection? Is that what that was? If I'm not mistaken, this was a guy that never really kind of amounted to anything. Did not meet the expectations of his draft pick and where he was. But it was good to see him out there. I got another star. I got a star for this one guy in the secondary, Marquise Bell, who made a really nice stop on a running play, and then he's been pretty darn good so far in camp. He did not have the pick like Mukwamo did, but
that's my third star. That is my third star right off the jump. The man that they drafted as a safety in the 6th round, showing up early and all over the place.
Coyle out, Deron Bland in for the Cowboys, 2nd and 9. Pressure coming on Stick, and he gets rid of it deep left, and it's intercepted by Mukwamo on the right sideline. And that's all because of the pressure.
Yeah. And that pressure came from Dante Fowler. So Bobby Belt had tweeted Dante Fowler is easily the quickest player off the ball on that defensive line. I don't know whether he's taking into account Micah Parsons in that D-line rotation, but Fowler causes the pressure, and Israel Mukwamo, interception on the first drive, had a nice play against the run early on, had a big hit on a pass breakup. It would have been a big chunk gain, but it was a cover 2 throw in the honey hole, as they call it, in the sideline over the corner, but he got over there in time. Big hit with a pass breakup. They took him in the 6th round of last year's draft as a development project. He also had a 3rd down run stop towards the outside. So Mukwamo gets my 3rd star of the evening in this Cowboys W. 877-881-1053. Fowler, besides the pressure on the interception, also overpowered the tight end, enforcing a 3-yard loss as well.
Their ability to create turnovers it continued, as a team this preseason. I don't know how star-uppy I would say that is. I mean, it is obviously it's a good thing, but you can't rely on that game to game. They have, though, for the first time in seemingly 25 years, been able to be semi-consistent with getting turnovers.
I really dislike judging the run game in preseason. It's just, I know that you're running behind Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith was getting a lot of shine early on in this one from the commentators and on social media, but it's pretty hard not to give props to this battle at 3rd running back. And maybe there isn't a battle after what happened on Saturday.
1st and goal, Greer in the gun. Hands it to Davis, pushing at left guard, pushing. Touchdown, Malik Davis.
Malik Davis and Rico Dowdle both running hard, both with first half touchdowns. Rico finished with 13 carries for 44 yards and a score. They combined for 81 rushing yards and 2 TDs on 21 carries. Rico had a nice blitz pickup in pass protection. Davis had one of the big blocks that freed Turpin on his kick return touchdown. So, again, the Cowboys running the ball with some effectiveness. Really their lone bright spot in the opener in that debacle against Denver.
Look, it's hard to judge the running game. It's hard to judge the passing game this past week. I mean, they threw 18 passes. Cooper Rush played the entire first half. He threw 6 passes. Now, 2 of that's because 2 of their offensive possessions were taken up by Turpin, and that's the one downside to having returns like this in a preseason game is that all the guys on offense now were limited in their ability to make a play or show or sign or whatever, So maybe that's why they had to keep Cooper Rush in longer than they wanted to. Maybe they wanted to give Will Griers more time, but they were like, dude, we can't put a guy in there and he's barely thrown a pass because he literally barely had thrown a pass at that point.
Tyler Smith was getting a lot of play and a lot of props. I feel like he's going to have a lot of penalties this year.
They had 3 times the amount of penalties as the Chargers did.
Yeah. 8?
8 to 3, so yeah, almost 3 times.
8 for 57. 17 in the opener. 8 on Saturday is still a lot.
That's improvement.
Progress. That's improvement.
Right.
That's progressing. The Chargers had 3 penalties for 20. Again, I thought they let the guys play, but Tyler Smith, man, He gets his hands outside the shoulder pads a lot. But I think the Cowboys were trying to get him going and test him by running behind him in a lot of the goal line situations. Bobby Belt gave him a star up. Here's what Bobby wrote, our Cowboys insider on 105throughthefan.com. And Bobby will join us this morning about an hour from now. Tyler drew a penalty for a false start in the second quarter, ended up on the ground on the first drive, but he was dominant at times. Particularly on display, first drive of the second quarter, Cowboys ran behind him on 6 of the drive's final 8 plays, and Rico capped that off with a touchdown. So Tyler Smith, at least from Bobby Bell, getting a star up. I wasn't as free with my star up to Tyler. What about y'all? 877-881-1053. Star up, star down. Some of my star downs. First drive. Basham.
Oh, God.
Offsides. 3rd and 5. A veteran. 3rd and 5. Automatic first down. On the first drive, coming off of what happened against the Broncos. Nashawn Wright. My gosh. Now, I love the point from one of the Tolos. He said, this is not his fault. He gave up a 41-yard completion. Couldn't find the ball. I've never seen a guy who's like 6'4", 6'5", not deflect these passes or have it hit off of him because he's so big. He also had a flag on 3rd and 17. And one of the Tolos said, this isn't his fault. This is the Cowboys' fault. They overdrafted him. And you remember during that draft.
Oh, yeah, he was like an undrafted. A lot of the
Dane Brugler.
Yep. He was like a 7th rounder or undrafted, and they wound up taking him. Look, they took a flyer because of size. Dan Quinn saw Richard Sherman.
Yep.
Or Cam Chancellor. He's like, all right, let's give it a shot. I get it. If you've already created the light bulb, you want to try to recreate something kind of cool. But this was obviously a reach, and they'll probably give him a lot of time because of his size. You can't teach that unless you can make somebody bigger, which I don't think you can.
So we're trying to figure out what to do at quarterback. Did we get any more answers to the kicking situation from the weekend?
Here's the 35-yarder by Hairolahu. Drives it up and through.
Hey!
And with 12:14 remaining to be played in tonight's preseason game, the score becomes Dallas 32 and Los Angeles 10.
I was screaming. Well, I wasn't screaming. I was internally screaming when they went for 2 in the second quarter. It was good to Jake Ferguson. Ferguson was one of my star-ups as well. But I was like, we need to see these guys actually make extra points for real. Don't go for 2. Forget going for 2. Kick as many extra points. That was just a 35-yarder, but that was no automatic in training camp. And then they had Brett Maher come out for the big bomb. Don't blame him for that. Yeah. That was just short from 61.
We really can't sit here and say, oh, he's 0 for 1. No, he wasn't. It was 61 yards. That you're not supposed to make that one. I actually hope they can't find a guy who can make extra points because the data shows that you should go for 2 on every play anyway. Every single thing, every single time down, every single scoring opportunity, the numbers say go for 2. So I expect them to go for 2 every time. So I'm cool with this, but I get what you're saying.
All right. What do the Tolos have to say? Star up, star down on the fan text. Turpin, Tristan Hill, and Mukwamu, my top 3 in order.
All right, so here we go. Each of those plays, Deshaun Wright was wearing the jersey of the receiver, and it was a matter of inches. That's great coverage, in my opinion. He's going to get those soon. Tristan Hill plays reckless. He'll be hurt by the 4th game.
He was kind of diving all over the place, but I was like, hey, that's good effort. He's trying, but I could see how all that body weight could get banged up.
Guys, by the way, that that Chargers punter was scooting, though. Couldn't believe he was moving like he was trying to catch Turpin. Did you send the punt return? I mean, he was keeping up with him stride for stride.
No, I didn't.
Dude.
I didn't notice it.
It was I was stunned. Like he was literally at the end keeping up with Turpin. Now, maybe Turpin wasn't going at full speed. I don't know. It looked like he was. Go Frog, star up. Turpin, star up. Obviously, Turpin, star down. The Jones boys ownership now and forever.
Hey, they're the ones who picked up Turpin. Why are you going out of your way to sideswipe Jerry and Steven?
Jerry didn't even know his first name. It's going to come down to the final game to determine if Greer is QB2 over Rush. Greer looked poised and in control, made good decisions.
He's definitely more fun. It's definitely more fun with Greer and DiNucci in there than Cooper Rush.
Oh, Cooper Rush is boring, man. He is
and that may
poor man's Brad Johnson.
And that may be what they want. You know?
Boring?
Yeah. Don't lose it. DiNucci will lose it for you. How about DiNucci with his Romo-type play? The ball got knocked away, picks it up, completes it for no gain, and they're like, "There's Tony Romo right there."
There's Romo. That's what he does. He's got that sort of flair for the dramatic in him, and he loves to try to make those big plays. He will not be safe.
The big NFL story from the weekend, the bombshell from Dana White. Dana White breaking NFL news. Did this team actually say no to the combo of Tom Brady and Gronk? An update on Brady playing against the Cowboys and Kyler Murray calling plays instead of Cliff Kingsbury with the headset on the sidelines around the rest of the NFL. Just getting started. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. We're ready to go with all the football you can handle on the Fan. But first, absolute bombshell as we go around the NFL, coming from NFL insider Dana White during the Gronkcast. Gronk, man, how'd you like to be a member of Gronk's family, all just getting paid because of that last name? So all 6 or 7 of the meatheads are sitting down to watch UFC 278 on Saturday night. They have Dana White on. They're going back and forth. Dana doesn't want to tell this story, okay? Gronk brings it up, and Dana's kind of giving a look and a reaction like, yo, man, this isn't something I was going to make public. You really want me to go there? And Gronk's like, yeah, why not?
Why not, man? Let's do it.
I'm retired. Let's do it. So Dana White drops this on ESPN.
I worked to put that deal together for Brady and Gronk to come to the Raiders. And it was almost a done deal. And at the last minute, Gruden blew the deal up and said that he didn't want him. And all hell broke loose, man. It was crazy. And Brady was already looking at houses, and it wasn't being said yet that Gronk was coming. So Las Vegas would have had Brady and Gronk the year that the Bucs won the Super Bowl, except Gruden blew the deal up. And there's so much story that goes along with this behind the scenes. And I was never going to tell that story till Gronk just said it. But yeah.
And Dana,
let me tell you what, Brady was not happy.
And you just told the story.
Gronk is like, I'm going to get some ratings. I'm going to get some feedback. I'm going to get some pub with this Gronkcast to make people tune in. This is going to be a hit. So let's go ahead and unveil the story that John Gruden shut down Tom Brady and Gronk the offseason, where Tommy eventually went to Tampa. Makes no sense.
Do we believe this?
I don't believe it.
Like, I believe that, there was maybe talk about doing it. But I don't. The part I don't believe is that Gruden said no.
You know why I don't believe it? John Gruden loves old people more than Zach Wilson does.
Oh, that's a
go
reference.
Go look at the ages of John Gruden. Loves the old legend. Let's bring in Jerry Rice. Let's get all these old quarterbacks.
He's like the inside the NBA of NFL coaches.
He's such a hater. He's such a freaking hater. But go look at some of the quarterback. Brad Johnson, Jeff Garcia, Brian Greasy.
I'm not posing for football cards now. Offense.
Rich Gannon won his MVP under Gruden when Gruden was the offensive coordinator there. Jeff George, I have to go check the age. Wade Wilson, Tim Rattay, Bruce Greg.
Tim Rattay.
Dude, these are some of the names. John Gruden in Tampa, in part, in my opinion, lost his job because he would always go out and get the old recycled quarterback.
He refused to take a step back and give a young kid a shot.
Yes. Now, maybe he changed that philosophy with the Raiders and Mike Mayock, but as you pointed out last night in the email, Gruden took nonstop shots at Carr. We were waiting for the divorce.
Nonstop. All he was doing was taking shots at Derek Carr. All he was doing. Maybe he thought Brady just had a year or two left or something. Maybe that's what it was. But still, the way that we thought that he wanted to get rid of Derek Carr, this made no sense for him to say, nah, no Brady, no Gronk, don't want either one of those two clowns here.
Yeah, and I don't believe Gronk. Dana White, to me, is more believable. But that's Dana saying I was trying to broker the deal and it was going to happen. But Chucky said no.
Chucky said no.
You got to remember how many people did not want Tom that offseason. I caught backlash from the Tolos in comparing Tom to Dak, saying that Tom was done in New England because of his receivers, that he still probably had a year or two left. I didn't know he was going to lead the league in touchdowns and win a freaking Super Bowl in his first year. But nobody wanted Tom Brady. And then finally it felt like he had to settle on Tampa. I guess now we have the answer for the 15th time. That barbershop clip with LeBron when Tom said, that team is going to keep that MFer over me. I think maybe now, I don't know. Is it Ryan Fitzpatrick or Derek Carr? Because the internet now believes it's Derek Carr.
The internet now believes it's Carr, but we saw this a couple weeks ago that they thought it was Ryan Fitzpatrick. There was confirmation that it was Ryan Fitzpatrick, that he wanted Miami. And then everything I had read is that, and this is another part of that I don't believe about the story. Brady wanted to stay east. He didn't want to go west. He wanted to stay for something to do with Giselle. They wanted to stay on the eastern side of the country. Cowherd said that. Cowherd had said that Brady did not want to go to the West Coast. And that's why it was always Miami. There was talk about, obviously, Tampa. Who knows? I mean, who knows, truthfully, where he would have gone and whether or not this is true or not. But I like to believe that maybe he did want Raiders, but Tampa came up with a better offer, or Tampa, sold him on coming up there and the roster that they had, and he maybe didn't want to deal with John Gruden.
All right, now we take it to Tom Brady against the Cowboys. Adam Schefter tweeting, Tom Brady is expected to return to the Buccaneers very shortly. Left the team earlier this month for personal reasons. Look, Tommy's coming back, and it's just a matter of whether he's going to get any reps in the final preseason game. But Tom Brady's going to play against your Cowboys. And speaking of quarterbacks, how about Kyler Murray calling offensive plays? I don't think we've ever seen this before. I thought this was genius. So yesterday, it's the Ravens against the Cardinals. And I sit there and I look at the headlines. Kyler Murray leads 2 offensive drives. And I'm like, oh, Kyler got some time. He's looking sharp, looking crisp. No, he had the headset on with the play sheet as Cliff Kingsbury let him call the offensive plays. And I think this is fantastic, and I can't believe we haven't seen this more often.
I've seen a lot of times where you got the quarterback with a headset on, but never with a play sheet. Maybe they have a play sheet going on, they're just following along.
Right. Or the head, with the microphone or the walkie-talkie.
Yeah. I think this is great. I mean, I'm sure it's happened before and we just didn't notice it, but I think this is fantastic. I mean, you want to teach a young player how to call a game. They don't just learn. They don't wake up and do it. It's something that's got to be taught. Something that's got to be learned. It's a skill. And this is maybe, maybe not with Kyler Murray and with Cliff, because Cliff seems like a guy who's not going to give that up. But, this is how you become a guy who calls your own plays as a quarterback. They're not just going to give it to you one day. You've got to go and show that you can actually do it. And maybe they have.
All right, around the rest of the NFL, the preseason action, they are doing backflips over Kenny Pickett in Pittsburgh.
Yes, they are.
They're thinking that they have stolen Kenny Pickett, and they're asking if he should be starting over Trubisky. 2 preseason games, RJ, 19 of 22 for 171 yards. And Kenny Pickett is winning over the Steel City, where, of course, he played his college football, and you had some strong Kenny Pickett takes coming out of the draft.
Look, we had talked about this. The quarterback. I've always felt the quarterback should always basically go number 1, and if not number 1, very, very high. We are seeing that right now with Kenny Pickett. Name me another guy that is having any remote impact that was drafted above him. I can think of one.
Who?
Aiden Hutchinson.
Aiden Hutchinson.
That's all I could think of. It's the only one. And that doesn't mean that Kenny Pickett's going to be this, like, he's not going to play like this in week 1 if he even plays. But, like, the idea, the reason that the quarterback should go so high is because when they hit, they are so much more valuable than anybody else. And the impact that they have can be seen so much more than anybody else. And your chances of missing with the guys ahead of them are so high that it doesn't make any sense to pick a guy, because there's no such thing as a sure thing. Literally no such thing as a sure thing in the NFL draft. That's why you got to take quarterbacks so high. And Kenny Pickett, just based on a couple of preseason games, 20 passes or so, 30 passes?
Yeah, 22.
Who knows if he's real or this is some preseason story. But, this is going to underscore further, if he does play well, that the draft has nothing to do, where you're drafted has nothing to do with talent, but it should have everything to do with the impact you will have if you hit.
Started off 6 of 7 for 76 yards and a touchdown against Jacksonville's first-team defense. So they're loving Kenny Pickett. Matt Corral, unfortunately for him, total opposite preseason. He's likely out for the year. He suffered a Liz Frank injury in his foot, and it's supposed to be season-ending. And speaking of balling out, Jordan Love is playing well in Green Bay.
Yeah, they are loving Jordan Love in Green Bay. And now you got to figure out, if you're the Packers, like, what do you do? Like, when do you finally pull the trigger on a trade for this guy? Aaron Rodgers, you just signed him. He ain't going anywhere. At what point do you pull the trigger and say, okay, his stock's back up. Let's go. Let's move on from him. Not because we don't want him anymore, but because, like, let this kid get a career out of it. You're not going to sign him to the extension. You're not going to give him the 5th-year option at $21 million or $22 million, whatever it is. You're not going to do that because you're not going to pay $70 million of your quarterback. Because with Rodgers' $50 million contract, you're not going to do that. So might as well get something for him. And
you trading for Jordan Love over a Jimmy Garoppolo right now?
I want the upside.
The upside.
I want the upside. Now, if I'm a team that, if I'm a bad team, I would trade for Jordan Love.
Yes.
If I'm a team that's like
Cleveland,
I'd probably go Jimmy. Like, give me a guy who I know is gonna.
Yeah.
He may not win me games, but I also know he's not gonna lose me games.
And it makes no sense for Jordan Love to go to a place like the Browns when they're missing Watson. But like Seattle, go get Jordan Love. Go get Jordan Love right now if you're the Seahawks.
Seattle, go get Jordan Love.
If you believe in the preseason. Again, it's just a preseason, and we've seen and heard nothing from him prior to that. But Jordan Love playing well. The Chicago Bears are Roquan Smith said negotiations are over. I'm going to bet on myself. So Roquan is going to play this season out. A lot more players are doing this. They're taking that gamble. Dak Prescott bet on himself and won, but Soldier Field there in Chicago vowing to have new Bermuda grass by week 1 after the big controversy where Justin Field, Bermuda.
They're going to go Bermuda? Are they remotely aware of where they are in the U.S.? Like what part? Bermuda ain't growing up in Chicago. It'll be brown by September. That's a bent grass area, man.
I knew you'd be able to
provide
they need? Analysis.
Some ryegrass, some tall fish.
Hey, look, winter rye would be fantastic.
Winter rye might be good.
Fantastic. It would thrive. Who's running things up there? Who's their greenskeeper? Who do they have? You don't do Bermuda in Chicago.
By the way, Daniel Jones last night, Kayvon Thibodeau left with a knee. He's saying it's going to be fine, but Daniel Jones started off 14 of 16, 116, and a pick. Davis Webb coming in 22 of 27 for 204 and 2 touchdowns as the Giants beat the Cincinnati Bengals, and then the Eagles got the 1-point win over the Browns. It was Gardner Minshew with the jean shorts, 14 of 17 for 142 for Filthy.
And by the way, to go back to the Chicago Bears story about the groundskeeper, whoever's taking care of the grass, their official grass guy is leaving the team right now.
Really?
Yep. His name is Roquan Smith.
Stop. That's a good one. I like it. Ooh.
Yeah, baby.
I like it, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Give it to me.
That's solid.
That was good.
Solid work.
Yeah.
That was good. All right. Truckwreck.com text line is open. We are live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube here on Sean and RJ. Did you see the golf invention that can have you dominating your friends? That's if Rory McIlroy doesn't pick it up and throw it into the water. Why was RJ going off on this sport over the weekend? And why was this baseball player going off while his manager was smacking podiums? It's the 6 a.m. Club continuing with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Well, let's get you over to
Over the Minnesota Twins yesterday here on your home of Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. Marcus Semien with a nice game, but it is the tempers flaring in the Bronx that has me entertained and laughing when it comes to Major League Baseball. The New York Yankees are in an absolute free fall. Now, they got the 4-2 win yesterday over the Blue Jays, but Aaron Judge gets plunked and Garrett Cole starts running out on the field.
Did he?
Was he not on the field? Was he not on the first baseline?
He was close, yes. He was close.
But
it's a baseball fight.
It's a fight in general.
Yeah, come on, hold me back, man.
Yeah.
Hold me back.
Yeah.
You better hold me back, guys.
Yeah.
I'm coming out here to be mean.
He gets plunked, and the Blue Jays pitcher afterwards goes, he didn't even cross a certain part of the field. If Garrett Cole wants to step over, step over.
He wants to step on the first base side. They have like a sponsor there. It's the Audi logo. He goes, if he wants to come out here, maybe he'll go past the Audi logo next time.
He called out the actual logo. But look, before that win, the Yankees lost for the 15th time in 19 games. They fell to 9-20 since entering the All-Star break with a 64-28 record. The lead was 15.5. It shrunk down to 7, and that caused Aaron Boone on Friday to slam a table in the postgame presser.
We've answered them until we're blue in the face. We got to go out and do it. I got to quit answering these questions about this gate and this perplexion. And we got to play better. Period. And the great thing is, it's right in front of us. It's right here, and we can fix it. It's right here. It's there, and we can run away with this thing. And we got the dudes in there to do it. We got to do it. You know, if we don't score, it's tough to win. And I'll answer these same questions. Am I perplexed? Yeah, I am. We got to do better.
So Garrett Cole is screaming, Aaron Boone is slamming, and the Yankees have been losing as they drop their 6th straight series for the first time since 1995. Wow.
Oh, I mean, that's a long time ago.
6 straight series.
Yeah, and when you see that clip, look at the water bottle. The water bottle just bounces up and goes right back down. Mm-hmm. Doesn't fall over, just goes up and down. And that's, those meatballs up there, they're probably going to love this rant. Oh, he showed emotion. Slammed the table down.
Meanwhile, it's the curse of JoJo.
Joey Gallo.
The curse of the Bam Gallo. It doesn't work. Joey Gallo hitting .267 with the Dodgers.
Oh, man.
8 hits, 3 home runs. The OPS is over 1,000. And the slugging percentage is .667 as Joey Gallo is haunting the Bronx right now.
He is playing tremendous, and I don't know how he has done this. Because even here, he wasn't a .260 hitter.
Mental. Go out to L.A.
Yeah, to LA.
Perfect for Joey. Space cadet.
He's out there. He's from Vegas, so he's closer to home.
No pressure. Coming off the bench.
How is there no pressure playing for the Dodgers?
He's a backup. He's an afterthought. Nobody.
Yeah. I mean, he barely played for the Yankees. They didn't have him there every day. How is there no pressure playing for the Dodgers?
You don't think he feels
I think
a difference from the fan base?
Yeah, the fan base doesn't care out there. Like there is no fan base. I mean, there's a fan base, but they don't get riled up. They don't get all angry. They don't go after you.
Why were you so riled up with your Instagram stories all weekend long after the BMW championship was played?
Well, I hate slow play in golf. Derek Holland's got a hat that says play bad fast. It's a great hat. Because I would rather play, you could find the worst person in the world, and I would choose to play golf with them if they played fast over a slow golfer who is somebody that I love. I want to play fast. I don't care about anything else. This was the U.S. Amateur, or amateur, as they would say in the golf world for some reason. Sam Bennett, Troy, is an Aggie. In a related story, he was the 3rd-seeded golfer coming in, and he won the whole thing. He's a great player. He's fantastic. and he is the slowest SOB I have ever seen. I physically was hating this kid for no reason. He had a nice shirt on. I liked the shirt the Saturday round. Didn't care for his sock game, a little bit too high. Didn't need to see that. But this guy was so slow. You know what a waggle is? You know when you waggle the club and you sit there and you kind of move it back and forth while you're addressing the ball, you're at the ball, and you kind of wag it. Well, he does the Sergio regrip. He regripped. He did it 10 times. Every shot, he did it 10 times. The amount of OCD running through this guy's veins killed me. I could not take it anymore. I had to make an Instagram video out of it, and then it turned into having to make another Instagram video out of it, and then that turned into having to make another one out of it because I was physically and visibly annoyed to the point where I had to speak up.
Well, you weren't. Maybe you were just as annoyed as Rory. This was the golf highlight of the weekend. McIlroy's on the green, and all of a sudden there's a ball there that is moving on its own. It's a remote-controlled golf ball.
Yeah.
And this loser kind of walking out past the fan area where he's not supposed to be, and he's just controlling this thing going back. It's going up and down. It's going back and forth. And finally, McIlroy picks this up, and he chunks it in the water.
Yeah.
And this guy gets escorted off, and he's like, make it about me.
Yeah. What'd I do, man? What did I do?
Crowd is booing him and going crazy, but how about that? How awesome of a gift would that be?
Yeah,
if you want to cheat your friends.
Oh my God!
If you want to not lose to basket again, you should get the remote control golf ball.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I gotta tell you the most surprising thing of that. Where did Rory learn to throw like that?
It was a good distance in the water.
It was a good solid throw, good form. And this is a dude from Ireland. They don't play baseball in Ireland. Okay, he throws it better than a 50 Cent. How?
Oh yeah. Way better. Did you see Jay Glazer's first pitch?
No.
Oh, my Lord.
All right.
Glazer going out there with Sean Payton. If this is, conflicts of interest and a future head coach, Sean Payton making his Fox broadcasting debut. Payton, how did Glazer get to throw out a first pitch with Sean Payton? Like the amount of relationships this guy has snuck himself into. Anyway, he was out there throwing, and Rory McIlroy threw it much, much better. Jordan Spieth was in the sand trap with what's his name of his caddy that he loves?
Michael Greller.
Michael Greller. He was in the sand with Greller, and here's the audio of these two going back and forth. Jordan is going to not listen to his caddy opinion, and he's going to end up wet because of it.
I just feel like that's a cool Tuesday, Wednesday shot. I mean,
I actually think it can do it. And I think that the downside is almost the same. Okay, this one's on me. All right.
Okay. All right. I trust you. All right, come on. Trust those instincts here.
It's a good number.
Yep.
Well, guys, if you've ever heard a caddy try and talk his player every which way possible out of hitting this shot, and you heard Jordan say it's on him.
Why does Greller even try?
Oh, this thing's floating. It's got to get up.
Oh,
right in the water, right in the drink.
I love that interaction. You get the back and forth, a disagreement, and Jordan ends up losing on that one.
Now I wonder when he says this one's on me. Does that mean like when Jordan drops a spot in the standings and he loses $400,000 and Michael Greller loses $40,000? Does Jordan pick up that extra $40K? Is that what he does? I don't know what he does.
Well, the rumors on social media were he intentionally missed it because he's hitting from the sand, thus showing he can't be on the Live Golf Tour because they're in Saudi Arabia.
Oh my God!
Stop it! I was like, that's a stretch.
That's a stretch. I can't believe somebody actually said that. Oh my God! But it's funny, they're like, why does he even try? Why does he even try to talk about? Because Jordan doesn't get talked out of things. Jordan is like he's got a shot in his mind and he's gonna go with it. And those two have got they've had a long relationship now. They're working on 8 years or so, maybe longer. And they've done a lot of good things together. Jordan's very, very high in the FedEx points.
Did you see the Glazer first pitch yet?
I did.
Oh, I still can't find it
because Jay Glazer's also in the headlines. Bobby texting me. The highlight of Oxnard was Sean taunting Glazer like a Yankee fan taunted Gallo. Yeah, that was a mistake. Hopefully he was blacked out and didn't remember it as I was talking trash to Jay Glazer. But On Thursday, Glazer went viral when he reported that Mike Tomlin had picked up a group of kids who were fighting on the street. And apparently Tomlin stopped his car, interrupted the fighting, and he's like, hey, I'm going to talk to you kids. And he invited them to Steelers camp. So then Glazer sends out the video of Najee Harris and others working with these kids. Well, the wife of former Steeler, remember Joey Porter?
Yep.
The linebacker, she claims Glazer made up the story, and she's threatening a lawsuit. She said these kids, they weren't fighting. They had a previous relationship with Tomlin because of good behavior at school. And that's why they were allowed to go out to practice. And she said, this isn't the feel-good story you wanted, so you turned little black boys into hoodlums who needed reformation? Reformation? Explain yourself. And she goes, you have 24 hours to remove the story or my attorney will be contacting you. So this is Joey Porter's wife calling out Jay Glazer for this.
Yeah. This
weird.
Is very weird. And there are people that are obviously killing Jay Glazer for this. Like, dude, why would you make the story up? That you didn't need to make it up. The story itself, if they just got there because of grades or academics, was a good enough story to begin with. And then there are others that are coming in saying, this guy is very, very close with Mike Tomlin. That's where he got the story from, And then if he didn't get the story from Tomlin, or if he did but he lost it in translation, how do you lose that in translation? Right? I get how you could lose some other type of story in translation. How does this get lost? How does it get from they had good grades to I broke up a fight in the middle of the street?
The first question I asked was, why would this woman be going after Mike Tomlin? And I just did a little quick Google.
To Joey Porter's wife?
Yeah.
Is she going after Tomlin?
Oh, sorry, Glazer. Why would she be going after Jay Glazer? And I went, and Joey Porter was the linebacker coach for 5 years before the Steelers got rid of him. So Mike Tomlin didn't renew it. So it's not that, because you figure she'd be calling out Tomlin. She'd be mad at the Steelers organization. But I don't know. Seems like a little bit of an overreaction from the wife, especially knowing Jay Glazer's history. He's a very philanthropic guy. He didn't put Mike Tomlin broke up a fight with black kids attend practice. But she's going in the history and saying these kids attended this school at this campus, and that's why they have a relationship. So very, very weird. But I guarantee you Mike Tomlin addresses it. But there's no doubt that Tomlin probably gave the story to Glazer. How else did he get the practice video?
That's where he
or the PR guy.
Yeah, they have a relationship of some kind. And that's where he is saying, or they are saying, speculate that that's where he got the story from.
Weird,
which makes sense. It makes sense that if he did, I don't view Jay Glazer as a guy who just makes up stories. That's not how that's not my thought. That's not the first thought I have. But apparently, Joey Porter's wife works in the community and social work and has a unique knowledge of this. So who knows? Maybe she's telling the truth.
Let's get back to the boys. We had Star up, Star down at 6 o'clock this morning. What jumped out from that exciting compared to week one? The Cowboys win over the Chargers. That's part of our headlines on America's Team. Your home of America's Team. It's Sean and RJ all over the Star next.
All day, every day. Studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Up to the 10, makes a right at the 15, splits people at the 20. Here he goes. Turpin 40, Turpin 40, 30, 20, 10. He might have made the team. 98 yards. Kavontae Turpin, kickoff return for a touchdown.
Turpin time. I think that's the headline. Maybe we should have brought back a little version of headlines. Anything else besides Turpin time? Is that the easy winner from Saturday night as the Cowboys beat the Chargers right here? Late night start, 9 p.m. kickoff on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The TCU Horned Frog with a 98-yard kickoff return. And the moves he showed on the 86-yard punt return, I thought were even better. Turpin makes the team, causes the Cowboys to be up 29-10 at halftime after running only 29 offensive plays. Not a lot of attempts from Cooper Rush. I thought Tristan Hill showed the most ability and flash in this game versus any other one in his career where he's been a bust for this team being drafted out of the second round. He had the hat trick right before halftime, the cat-like quickness with the sack, the forced fumble, and the recovery. It eventually led to another Cowboys touchdown. They did get penalized 8 times for 57 yards. I still don't feel like we have a clear-cut answer at backup quarterback with Will Greer getting time. DiNucci played as well after Cooper Rush got the start, but my 3 star-ups for this game in order, Turpin, Tristan Hill, and Israel Mukuamu, who had the interception on the first drive, had a big hit and a couple of nice plays against the run.
Yeah, I'll add Marquise Bell to the mix as well. He had I thought a pretty good game from his standpoint.
And I'll add Jake Ferguson breaking tackles in that 24-yard play. He also caught a 2-point conversion from the Cowboys tight end.
So, all in all, when you score that many points and you only attempt like 18 passes, that's pretty good. I mean, there was a time where they had the same amount of points as plays run. 29 points, 29 plays run. Pretty good. Pretty good efficiency there. Now, of course, you're going to get that when you get a couple of returns. But, this was a game where we saw one guy clearly show that he is going to make the team. That's it. They had one guy. They had a spot available, and he took it. He made the most of that advantage.
Someone that's getting a star down, and I'm wondering if it's a little bit unfair. We'll ask Bobby Belt about it at 7:20, our Cowboys insider. Jalen Tolbert is getting some rough treatment. People are saying the touchdown where he stepped out of bounds, that was an easy correction. That it was easy for him to get that second foot down. Jalen had a couple of other catches, but I guess I'd have to go back and look at the end zone play to see whether he really screwed up by not getting the second foot down. I didn't think that at the time. I thought the star down for Jalen Tolbert was a little bit unfair. How did y'all see it? Were you like, oh my gosh, what a screw up? He just gave away a touchdown, or he was just close to the back of the end zone?
I'm going to have to go. I'm going to have to go and look and see this thing again, because I don't remember it being like this egregious.
Yeah.
Didn't get his foot down.
It wasn't Orlovsky.
Oh, my God. No, it wasn't. I'm going to have to go look at this again. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. It didn't even register with me watching the game.
Yeah.
That I should go back and study this. Oh, my God. Was it a bad play on his part to not get his extra foot down?
Troy, what did you think of it? Did it jump out to you?
I mean, I saw.
Are you too busy watching UFC?
I didn't watch any Cowboys-Chargers game on Saturday night, so I tuned in just for the highlights on Sunday morning, and then I saw that on social media. I went back and saw it. Yeah, if you're going to play in the NFL, if you're going to play for the Cowboys, if you're playing for a team that we'll hear from Dak Prescott later this morning about what he sees this team doing this season, if you're going to be a player for that team, you've got to make that. That's just an easy correction that you have to make.
Jalen Tolbert, 2 catches, 25 yards. Ferguson, 2 for 29. Give me the receiver room.
Well, I mean, Fehoko, Tolbert, it's Lamb, Gallup. Shoot, man.
Noah.
Yeah, Noah Brown.
Turpin.
I mean, if you're going to count him as a receiver in the receiver room, which I think you would, but yeah, he's there for a return guy. I mean, was it 6 guys?
6.
That's your number. I mean, does that mean that, who else are they going to keep? I mean, seriously.
No, who else are they going to get? You need a veteran. You need to get a veteran in there. You have to.
I wonder how many Cowboy fans will not freak out, have stopped freaking out over the receivers because of Kavontae Turpin's returns. Just give him some screens, give him some jet sweeps.
Yeah, big Tavon Austin, man.
Yeah. Oh, good reference. I mean, that's probably your go-to reference when it comes to Cowboy, in the past, references. But at the same time, Turpin to me is not going to be your wideout. He's not the guy that you're going to have out there. You're just
so
not.
Small.
He's so tiny.
5'7".
But so is Tyreek Hill. That's
So
what
is
people will
Tyreek
say.
Hill. That's right. Elsewhere in the NFC East, man, Patrick Mahomes and that first-team Chiefs offense looked good, as a lot of people are laughing at Carson Wentz, putting up very Carson Wentz-type numbers and holding on to the football too long. But Patrick Mahomes going to another tight end, not named Travis Kelce, twice, as the Chiefs look like a smooth running machine even without Tyreek Hill. So that was Patrick Mahomes looking like a league MVP. The first drive capped off an 87-yard march, and Patrick opened the game with back-to-back touchdowns to Jody Fortson. The Eagles get a 1-point win over the Browns with Gardner Minshew starting, and good Lord, freaking Daniel Jones on all the first fake shows. Why? I know it's New York, but come on. Daniel Jones, the most pressure. Daniel Jones last night effective for the Giants. Kayvon Thibodeau left yesterday's game. Giants beat Cincinnati. Thibodeau left with a knee injury, but after the game he said he was quote-unquote good. So that's what happened in the rest of the division over the weekend.
You mentioned Mahomes having a good game. Like, did they change? Are the Chiefs on a different schedule? Is that a regular season game?
Josh Allen played. Patrick Mahomes played.
Patrick Mahomes threw 19 passes. He threw more passes than the Cowboys did.
As a team?
Yeah. He threw more passes than the Cowboys did as a team.
Now, Herbert didn't play, but Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, still no Rain Dakota.
Nope. No Aaron Rodgers. He hadn't played. Brady hadn't played. A lot of guys still haven't played. Herbert. But when the two dudes that are leading the way in the NFL for, like, we know who the best quarterback of the league is. It's Patrick Mahomes. Like, we know that. And then we also know that Josh Allen's on that short list of guys that are in the same conversation. When the two best are playing, I mean, doesn't that kind of trickle down to everybody else? Say, hey, guys, maybe you want to get out there. I don't know.
Makes you wonder.
Makes you wonder
a little bit. All right, the Rangers get the W yesterday over the Minnesota Twins right here on DFW Sports Station. And Troy wasn't watching the Cowboys live because he was tuned in to the shocker, the all-time shocker at UFC 278.
That's right, UFC 278 on Saturday night from Salt Lake City, and the headline event of the night, without question. It was the two-parter. We've already had the first part with Leon Edwards going up against one of the greatest of all time, Kamaru Usman, for the welterweight championship. Kamaru won that back in 2015 by unanimous decision. And then on Saturday night, the two are at it again. Going to the fifth round, Leon Edwards had no chance. He was doing nothing. In fact, Hall of Famer Daniel Cormier said on the broadcast, we're basically doing this obituary right now. We are basically talking about this guy. And he actually talks about how this was about to turn into a moral victory for him. And then it happened.
A moral victory from Leon Edwards.
But that is not the cloth from which he is cut. I mean, that is a degenerate.
Unbelievable. Out of nowhere, the kick right to the head of Kamaru Usman. He hits the canvas. Eyes are wide open. The lights are on, but no one's at home. And now you have a brand new champion in the UFC welterweight division, Leon Edwards.
Does this do anything to Usman's legacy?
Easily. By most people, like I know Conor McGregor was saying some stuff, and Jake Paul, everyone's going to say he's not that great. No, he is. He is absolutely that great. For his legacy, absolutely. People are going to talk about whether he is either on that tier of being the greatest of all time. But for fight fans like myself, you know the trilogy's coming. And hopefully we don't have to wait another 7 years for it to happen between Arlington's own Kamaru Usman and Leon Edwards.
By the way, I'm just seeing this on TV right now. If this Cowboys defensive line is as good as many think, they should be feasting in the opener. Adam Schefter says Tom Brady is scheduled to come back very, very soon, so he's not going to miss the game against us. But their offensive linemen will be.
The entire offensive line.
Wow.
Jensen's out. Stinney's out. Both injured.
So Tristan Wirfs is day-to-day with an oblique, one of the best tackles in the league. Stinney is a guard, out for the season with a torn ACL, MCL, and as you mentioned, Ryan Jensen gone. So 2/5 of their starting offensive line out for the year, and Wirfs is banged up at tackle with Brady missing a good portion of camp.
Yeah, he's missing a good portion of camp. Did you see the reason why Brady is missing?
I didn't know we had an official reason.
That's a good point. It's not official, but it is according to Reddit. Oh, man.
Oh, Reddit.
But it's masterful.
Yeah.
This guy did a breakdown of why Tom Brady is not at training camp. Because he's filming The Masked Singer. No, it sounds ridiculous, but there is a full 7-8 page breakdown about how they're filming The Masked Singer right now. According to Brady's contract with Fox, it was implemented that he film The Masked Singer in order to obligate that contract. And obviously, he's Tom Brady. Does he need to be at training camp? Does he need to hang around the 7th round pick from Polytech High? No, he does not. So there's a strong rumor that he is literally filming The Masked Singer right now.
Why are you looking at me all serious? Like it's actually true and legit.
No, this is it. This is true.
Tom Brady would have never allowed that to be forced upon him to miss camp for that stupid show that for some reason everybody watches.
Yeah, I was about to say.
He would have looked at the timing of it. Okay?
But he signed that deal before he came back.
He signed the deal before he came back. Did he?
Yes, he did.
What was the time frame on it?
No, he did, because in that Reddit thread, it said that he had signed whatever it was. I think it was 2 months, something like that. He signed the deal before he decided to unretire and come back to the Buccaneers. So as far as contract obligations.
So you're telling me that we are going to see Tom Brady pop that mask off, that creature head. He's going to pop it off and be on The Masked Singer.
Listen, we've already seen Rudy Giuliani out there singing out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah, same thing.
It is the same thing. Like, you don't expect to see certain people on that show. And, yeah, I think it's absolutely true. I believe Tom Brady is filming The Masked Singer.
That would be amazing.
That would be incredible.
I would love this. That would be incredible.
I mean, I believe that's why the Buccaneers staff, no one's like coming out like saying like, oh,
yeah.
Normally you would listen. Let's be honest.
Jay Glazer could have broke this. He's a Fox.
We live in a greasy world. If this was a family thing, if this was something very serious, someone would be out there saying it's a family matter. But they're not. They're not mentioning it.
Headlines on a Monday. What a start on a messy, nasty, rainy Monday morning. I'm getting texts from Bassick and Bobby Belt. That was an easy toe drag in the NFL. I'm glad it happened in the preseason so Tolbert can learn from it. Bobby, man, that right foot has to tap down. So we're getting other members of the station chiming in. When it came to that Jalen Tolbert non-touchdown in the back of the end zone. This is Headlines, highest rated segment of the show to recap the weekend and get you ready for your Monday in the Metroplex. Thank you guys and girls for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Let's check in with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. His star up, star downs. He's also bringing up Sam Williams, Malik Jefferson, and did Tyler Smith play fantastic? That's all next with our Cowboys Insider right here on The Fan. But, Tolo.
Metroplex right now, Tolos. In fact, flash flood watch is in effect for most of the Metroplex until 10 o'clock this morning. Segment brought to you by Frankel & Frankel at 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Easton stick back to throw. Under pressure, the ball is on the floor. Cowboys look like they've got it at the 15-yard line.
Guess who?
Tristan Hill.
Sack, strip, fumble, recovery.
Where did that performance come from? That was my second star up. Tristan Hill, Turpin, number one, Tristan Hill. And then you got the converted safety making plays at corner, Israel Mukuamu, in part of the Cowboys' 32-18 win over the Chargers here on Sean and RJ. This radio station is your home of America's team and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt every morning at 7:20 on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Bob. How are you?
Good morning. I'm proud of you for getting Mukuamu right. That's one Broadus still struggles with. He keeps throwing N's and W's in there that don't exist.
Yeah, I can't. Hyralahu, that was the one that I was worried about.
Nailed that one too.
Yeah, better than the Chargers announcers. They called him hula hoop. They call him a hula hoop.
Was that Josh Lewin on there?
Chargers.
Bobby, give us your star ups, star downs from 105throughthefan.com.
I think you nailed the first three for me, too. It was Turpin, it was Mukuamu, and Tristan Hill. I think that all of those guys really showed up, and specifically a guy like Hill who's still trying to prove consistency, and, we know he's got the flashes, we know he's got the talent, but the whole thing they want to see from him has been maturation off the field, and then on the field they want to see him playing more consistently and showing up on a more consistent basis, and you were getting that on Saturday night. And I know people always go, it's a preseason game, it's against backups, it's this and that. It's like, okay, that's not the point, though. That they want to see better work habits here, and that's what they were getting on Saturday night. And so I think that's a positive that you can build on. Mukuamu flashed a ton on that first drive. He made 2 run stops, then he had the interception, and then continued to play well into the second half. He had a couple run stops behind the line of scrimmage. He had, I think, 2 more pass breakups in the game, and so Mukuamu flashed in a big way. They're big fans of his, and they had him playing kind of all over the place. They had him playing that hybrid linebacker role, playing up close. They had him play, that deep center field type of free safety look, and they put him in the slot at times to play corner. So he's getting a lot of responsibility and responding well to that. Their safety group right now looks really, really strong with Mukuamu. Bell played really well. And then they've got Hooker, Curse, and Wilson already. So this is about as strong as the safety groups looked in a long time. But outside of those 3 that you had, touched on in your star up, I think Dante Fowler looked really good.
Yeah.
I think you can see that get off that he has. It's such a huge advantage that it just immediately puts tackles on their heels with how quick he is off the snap. And that was showing up a lot on Saturday night. I think the backup running backs look really, really good. Rico Dowdle, Malik Davis, both those guys are tough runners. They've got really good vision, really good contact balance. They kind of pinball off of defenders. And that's something that generally will translate.
Who's the number 3? Who's the number 3 back right now?
I believe it's Dowdle. Now, Broadus likes Malik Davis more at this point, but I think Dowdle is a guy that they've got big plans for into the future. If we get into next year and Ezekiel Elliott is gone or Tony Pollard is gone with his contract coming up, then I think that Dowdle could potentially be somebody that's in the mix to share carries. He's just got to stay healthy. But Davis and Dowdle, I think both were really impressive. That's going to be a tough battle for them to figure out, if they want to keep both of them or if they can only keep one. And then if they do keep one, which one they think can get through waivers without getting claimed. And so they've got some tough decisions, couple spots on the roster, and running back starting to look like one of them.
Let's go back to Tristan Hill. Just reset for us his skill set, and whether you're hearing or kind of heard yourself that the maturity switch did go on in Oxnard. Is he talking differently to the media? Is he giving different responses based upon what you've heard, what you've seen, and recap the skill set for us on Hill?
Well, in terms of talking to the media, he doesn't talk to us, so I don't know. I can't say about that. But no, I think that
was he known as that coming out of college, quiet, or he feels a little spurned?
Yeah, no, he's generally just kind of keeps to himself, doesn't, have a lot of interaction with the media. That was sort of his MO coming out of school. I remember when the Cowboys drafted him, I reached out to a couple guys that he trained with, and I was like, hey, what's he like, blah, blah. They're like, oh, he's great, we love him. He's probably not going to be too great to y'all, though. He could be a little moody with media, so just be aware of that. And so I kind of had that expectation already when he was coming in here. But the skill set, I mean, he is a powerful player. He's got, we talk about Dante Fowler's get off. He's got a really, he's really quick, very twitchy. And so you see the power and the initial quickness and the suddenness that he plays with, and it's really perfect traits for the 3 technique. That's why Rod Marinelli was such a big fan of his. It's just been a matter of staying healthy, learning how to be a professional. You can't have instances like the end of the Thanksgiving game last year where he's, smacking Raiders in the face. And, you can't have issues like when he's a rookie and he has to, kind of come around to the idea of, oh, there are game day inactives. I didn't realize you could be on a team and not actually be active. Like there were just little things where he wasn't prepared to be a pro that he's slowly kind of coming around on. Now, the last time we had somebody who had been a disappointment that really looked good in training camp was Taco Charlton in his 3rd year, and they had already decided they were too sour on him and moved on anyway. And so could he potentially still be out of here? Yeah, I mean, he could still be on the bubble potentially. There's 3 consecutive defensive staffs that thought he had maturity problems, but you are seeing more professional consistency and I think a more professional demeanor, and he's kind of starting to grow up a little bit. So I think they're encouraging signs there, but it's a very tough cut that they're going to have in the defensive line room. And so maybe they cut him, maybe he stays on the roster, maybe they say, hey, this is enough of a good run that he's put together that we can leverage this into a trade for a swing tackle or better receiver depth or whatever.
Bobby, get your tinfoil hat on. Or is it aluminum foil?
Already got it.
Was it aluminum foil or tinfoil? I call it both.
I think it's tin.
They say tinfoil.
Okay, I like aluminum foil too. It is my belief, my conspiracy theory, that the reason that Cooper Rush got more time than Will Grier is that they're already kind of decided that's Will Grier's job. They're giving Cooper Rush every opportunity to win it back. Am I onto something?
I don't know that they have decided. I mean, I don't think it's a terrible theory. I think that my inclination would be that Will Grier's the one who's really going to have to work for it. And I think the extent that you saw Cooper Rush on the field for as long as you did was just a function of they didn't touch the ball in the first quarter, really. And so I think that they want Will Grier to really take a stranglehold on that job. And I think it'll be more evenly split, kind of one half, second half coming into this game against the Seahawks to finally determine that. But no, I think that right now Grier has played better, but he's going to have to really dominate the performance in order to take it back. Now, my conspiracy theory, because Broadus and I were talking about this, is the reason you go for 2 in the second quarter when you're in the middle of a kicking competition, because I know a lot of people said, what are you doing with that?
Yes.
My thought is they ran a pass play there. I think they knew they were about to take out Rush, and they had only given him 6 pass plays. They were like, let's get him to 7. Let's work in as many as we can. And so I knew that I think they knew that Grier was coming onto the field, and so they were just trying to get an extra rep in for Rush, knowing they touched the ball so little. But I think they are trying to get them as evenly split as they can and make a determination here. But there's a lot of weight put on the fact that Cooper Rush has done it in an NFL regular season game. And so he's going to have to really outperform. Will Grier's really going to have to outperform him here in these preseason games and in practices, which I think he's done, but he's going to have to, probably take another step or 2 up in order to really take hold of that job.
Jenna Lane, thanks to Uncle Jay on Twitter, just sent me the tweet from Jenna Lane. Tom Brady is back in the building.
Oh, man, he was discovered.
And is expected to practice today. So there you go. The Bucs losing linemen, but they get their quarterback back after whatever reason he was missing for. Are we overreacting at all to Kavontae Turpin's special night?
No, I saw somebody on Twitter, a few people were trying to say, hey, look, it's just the preseason. It's like, yeah, but those traits, returnability is something that is going to flash in the preseason. Like, you can have that translate to the regular season. And they've been in desperate search of somebody to do this type of a job for them. They've, looked for the Lucky Whiteheads and the, the Ryan Switzers and, go back all the way, 16 years ago, like Tyson Thompson. Like, these are the type of guys that the organization's been looking for a very long time as a dynamic return man. And they were stuck this offseason when, out there at training camp, they were literally having anybody and everybody catch punts. They had Jake Ferguson catching punts at one point because they were just trying to see what anybody can do back there. And so I think that was the big reason why they brought him in. Where you're seeing them kind of work him in now is, hey, can he do some of these jet sweeps, these, reverses? Can he potentially stand up there in the slot and run a couple routes for us? Or could he just stand out there and be a decoy, like the same way Lucky Whitehead used to be a decoy on those the Linehan special, the little screen pass to Ezekiel Elliott, like the one he scored on against Pittsburgh his rookie year. And so I think that they're trying to find ways to use him as a weapon on offense as well. But that speed and that elusiveness and things like that definitely flashes in preseason games. And I think anytime somebody scores 2 return touchdowns in a game, whether it be preseason or, sandlot football, I think it stands out.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider on a Cowboys Monday after they get the W over the Chargers. Why was he available to be picked up so late after his USFL and, of course, the local college career? Why is Turpin was he sitting out there?
Well, I still think that a lot of people, there's a few reasons. There's, first off, just he's a slightly built guy that some teams are just not going to want to, he's not going to hit size thresholds.
Right.
And so that's
is he legit 5'7"? Is he 5'4"? Is he 5'7" for real?
Man, he's he's small. He might be like 5'6". He's Jakeem Grant small, and he's skinny. But he's a guy that, as I think a lot of people know, he was dismissed from TCU for, an incident involving battery. And so, I think that there were a lot of teams that just probably had him, off their draft board a couple of years ago and hadn't adjusted that and didn't care. And they just viewed him as too high of a character concern. When you couple character concern with the size limitations, I think a lot of people just probably wanted nothing to do with that. And so, it was an instance, I think, where the Cowboys were probably just one of the limited number of teams that would even consider bringing him on.
Let's talk about the rookies with your star ups, star downs with Jalen Tolbert and Tyler Smith and Sam Williams.
Yeah, I think that that's a good cross-section of good, bad, and then good and bad. So good, Tyler Smith was really, really good. I think specifically on the Rico Dowdle run where he got like 15 yards to the left sideline, you saw him beginning to get to a point where he was about to get flagged for holding, and he let go. And that's a big thing that they need him to learn, is to let go. But overall, that one touchdown drive that ended with Malik Davis scoring was really impressive, where they ran behind him, 6 out of 8 straight plays. They ran right behind left guard, and he was getting a lot of movement in the run game, and that's something they really need from him. He still needs to, I think, get better with his pad level, get better with his hand technique, make sure that he's not grabbing too far outside. But you saw the power, and you can see him starting to move guys in the running game. Sam Williams, I thought, flashed a few times, and you see the ability. You also see where his technique hasn't come along yet, and he's got to become better with his pass rush technique. He had one instance where he was too aggressive and over-pursued in run support and ran right by Joshua Kelly. Should have been a stop for no gain, and Kelly ran for 9 yards because of it. But then you also saw him flash and, drive tackles back into the pocket, get around the edge, made a lot of impressive plays. So there's some good and some bad there. Tolbert, to me, it's just you can't drop that, or you can't lose that ball on the first third down of the game. He's got to fight for that ball better. He's got to be better in traffic.
I couldn't tell if the ball was behind him or he was a little bit scared again.
He's timid. He's been timid so far, and that you can't have that, especially for a team that runs a lot of in-breaking routes into traffic. And so that's a deterrent right now. I did think that 19-yard dig route that he ran, he had a nice little subtle punch with his left hand to get some separation. And so, you saw a little bit of savvy in that route. But the toe tap in the back of the end zone, that's more than enough room. Like, a receiver's got to do that. They've got to have better awareness of the end zone, especially when you consider it happened to him twice in joint practices with the Chargers. He did the same thing, where he was supposed to tap down that second toe, and he didn't. So this was 3 times in 3 or 4 days that Jalen Tolbert couldn't get that. But I mean, that's why I've been in favor of just make it 2 feet in college too. Like get these guys trained up as best you can for the next level. But I mean, a lot of times college teams aren't interested in training up for the next level. They're just worried about, trying to win games on their level.
Real quick, just give us a name. Yeah. Who's leading at kicker?
Personally, I think it's Meyer.
Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, Diamond Factory Hotline. More tomorrow, brother. Sorry, we ran out of time. Dak, Diggs, Micah in the NFL Top 100. But first, Urban Meyer is back.
Oh, boy.
And Aqib Talib is not after this.
Let's get you over to A number 1.
Urban Meyer is back. The two big broadcasting debates that we've had over the past few weeks here on the show. Urban's going back longer than that. What was going to happen with Aqib Talib and Marshawn Lynch at Amazon with their Thursday night football coverage? Aqib Talib announcing that he is stepping away to spend time with his family after the Lancaster youth football murder that took place with his brother turning himself in. So Talib is off of the Amazon coverage for now. Sean Payton made his Fox debut last night, and Fox is bringing back Urban Meyer for their college football Saturdays. Wow.
I mean, he is a legend in the college football world.
The disgraced, stained legend.
Disgraced? Well, is he disgraced in the college world or just in the NFL?
I don't know. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Is he just a disgraced name?
I don't think he's a disgraced name in the college world. The NFL world, he definitely is. In the college world, we've always known the dirty little secret of Urban Meyer, that he's a dirtball. We've always known that. We've always looked past it. We don't care. Because in the college world, you have to be dirty. If you got rid of all the dirt bags in college athletics, you would have high school sports. I'm sorry, you wouldn't even have that because there's dirt bags there too.
Right.
And there's dirt bags in the youth sports world. Like you selective morals don't work. They don't work in sports. You can't say, "Oh, this guy." You know, it's like you're gonna point to this guy with his improprieties that he had with recruiting, but my guy didn't do any of that stuff. You know what we call them? Duke fans. All right, that's what we call them.
Hey, Glenn.
So, yeah, Urban Meyer's a dirtbag. We've always known that in the college sports world, and we've never cared because deep down, our coach is a dirtbag too.
Look, this is going to get me to tune in. Maybe that was what the question and answer was to decide this over at Fox. Will he bring eyes? Are people going to tune out if he's talking on Big Noon Saturday?
He'll bring his eyes. They're wandering.
Yeah, wandering. But I'm going to tune in because I'm going to be waiting for him to make a comment that comes across as hypocritical that we can make fun of on the show and that Twitter will have fun with. I'm just going to be sitting and waiting, ready to pounce for Urban to either address what happened in Jacksonville or say something that's a double standard or hypocritical. So mission accomplished, at least for me, but I like dirty and salacious.
I like dirty and salacious too. This does nothing for me. I don't watch the Big Noon kickoff. I watch either Game Day or the SEC Network one. So this doesn't do much for me, but I understand how this would do quite a bit for somebody who is open to watching anything.
And I would probably rehire him if I was a college AD.
Oh my God, of course,
he's a college football coaching legend, and I would think, I don't know how much, because there's no doubt about it, his name overall has been dragged.
It's mud. His name is mud.
It's mud.
When Brent Venables fails at Oklahoma, if Sark fails at Texas, Urban Meyer's going to be in the short list of 4 or 5 people that's going to be in line for that job.
Troy, what do you think?
I mean, I agree with RJ. It's not going to get me to tune in because I'm sorry, no offense to Rob Stone and Matt Leinart and Reggie Bush and who else is on that show?
Brady Quinn.
Well, I mean,
yeah, I know. It's a really good-looking cast.
I'm about to say,
it really is.
They tune in.
You guys telling me that the ESPN crew, talent-wise, is so much better than
no,
them?
it's just
Corso.
It's not that. It's traditions. What I do is I wake up on Saturday morning and turn on college game day.
And it's a much better environment, which is why this is good for Urban Meyer, because had he been in a college game day environment with the signage and the student population at whatever campus they're at, oh my God, the signs would be amazing for that one. But this, you call it a tune-in. I've always called it a tune-out. This is so Fox brought him back. Okay. Well,
yeah,
great.
It's like, the
definitely not a tune out.
It's
I
just
don't think
for me.
You're going to be waiting to retweet his first blooper or something to laugh at.
Oh, absolutely. What was the one that he went through where he named the 3 things that make a successful college program or that can diminish one? I was like, you just listed your resume of failures when it comes to morality.
Of course. No, this guy is morally bankrupt.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt about that. But the big noon kickoff usually is a Big Ten game, and I'm not interested in people wearing hoodies in August.
Sorry. Deal with it. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on the show. Quinn Ewers was announced as the starting quarterback in Austin.
This is going to be great, Troy. We are going to see a bunch of like elitists in Austin root for a kid that looks like he just picked a 6-pack of Natty Lights and Paul Malls.
Man, he's got that look, doesn't he?
Does he not? It's going to be an amazing thing to watch down in Austin. But Sark named Quinn Ewers the starter, as he should have. This was it, right? This is the guy that you tabbed.
Yeah,
he got a $1.5 million NIL deal to go to Ohio State, and then he leaves there, and now he's back. It was him and the Huddy Bear.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, you have to name Quinn Ewers as your starter in Austin, but man, Hudson Card, he was getting the push. He was getting the push from a lot of Longhorn backers. That's why over the weekend before it was announced, people were like, oh, my God, are they really going to go with the Card man before they pick Quinn Ewers? That would have been massive. That would have been massive had that happened. But no, now Ewers will be starting for the T-Sippers.
Maybe they're back. Maybe they're now. How long does he play? As soon as Arch Manning comes in, what happens to Arch? I know they've already got this plan in place, but how long does that plan actually stay with it?
All right, so there it is, a little college football kegger here on Sean and RJ. Am I missing anything?
Got one more thing for you.
Okay, go ahead.
UCLA may not be going to the Big Ten. The Board of Regents of the University of California system, there's 9 schools that are in the system, and the Board of Regents says they never told us. We have the power to stop it. So they are going through all the red tape, looking through all the fine print, and see if they can stop it. And there is belief within those Board of Regents that they will stop UCLA's move to the Big Ten, because they want to make sure that University of California at Berkeley is not left behind, because a lot of the people that are part of the Board of Regents probably went to Cal. So that's something to keep an eye on, because if they don't go, now what happens? Obviously, does USC still go, or are they kind of tied to the hip with UCLA? Don't know.
And this Big Ten deal, I mean, normally we don't like to talk about TV contracts, but what's the significance of it since it was so large, so big? That's what she said. Does it matter? Does it matter to us at all?
It does matter, because the TV contract with NBC, CBS, and Fox is going to completely change basically how we consume the sport. First off, they're talking about each member institution getting $80 to $100 million per year. Per year.
Wow.
And then they're going to break it up. So the Big Ten Network is going to air games, 50 games. Fox is going to carry games. CBS, NBC is going to carry games. And they're going to basically do this on a window. So, Fox is going to have your noon game. Then CBS is going to come in with a 2:30 game. And then NBC is going to come in with your night game, just like they would do with the NFL. So they're basically going to have the same kind of TV schedule that the NFL has. Fox gets the early one, CBS the mid-afternoon one, and then NBC the night game.
And then Big Ten Commissioner Kevin Warren, he will be on Real Sports with Brian Gumbel tomorrow night, but some of the leaks have already come out from that interview where he says, yeah, I could see us having 20 teams. 20 teams in a conference.
Wow.
That's massive.
Super conference.
Yep. Super conferences. They're the way of the future. They're coming.
All right, there it is. Little college football kegger here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to Tolo D sending me the update from Dallas, Texas TV. DFW Airport. Good thing you're not flying out today, Ralph. DFW Airport has reached 7+ inches of rain over the last 24 hours.
Ooh.
So we asked for rain. We got it.
We got it.
Yeah, you definitely got it. The old saying, turn around, don't drown. No, today is the day, Tolos, because I just saw a video from Fox 4 showing Highline at 35 near the AAC. I think it's a car because I can see just the top of its roof. I mean, it's really bad out there. So flash flood watch in effect for most of the Metroplex until 10 o'clock.
Dude, turn your sprinklers off.
Yeah.
I'm going to go home and turn them off. I don't need sprinklers on for like a week now.
Sorry to have a grandpa moment, but man, the people that have their sprinklers on, when it's raining.
That it's
no one you don't think
It
of
you don't
it.
think of it.
It's
It's
me.
they need their rain sensor broke, right? That's what it is, right? The rain
So yours
sensor
must
broke.
be broken. You got to turn it off.
I'm going to turn it off anyway. I have no idea if it's working or not, so I just turn it off when I know that I'm not going to want to water for a couple days.
Shippy had tweeted us, I pushed a car out of a bunch of water this morning, and it took over an hour and a half to get home. Really bad in Dallas. Cars are stranded everywhere. That was 2 hours ago.
He was coming in for the night. Jeez.
There's DJ in a ping pong tournament.
While I'm pushing this, listen to the leaves from Deadmau5.
All right, speaking of lists, we had another release of the NFL Top 100. We got, or are we going to get, a Dak, Diggs, or Micah sighting? Who the players voted on when it comes to the best on America's team next on The Fan. But let me get you
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Turpin under it. Hadn't called for the fair catch yet. He wants to dance. Coming right, coming left. 20, right to the 25, 30. I'll be a son of a gun. Turpin to the 50. The punter to beat. To the 20. To the 10. Turpin has done it every way you can with a kicked ball.
I think they may have found a little something, Brad Shan. I think they may have found a little something. Wow.
Brad and Babe with the call Saturday night on this station. If you love football, you love the Cowboys, this is the place for you. It's 105 through the Fan. This is Sean and RJ on a messy Monday morning. I was thinking since 9 p.m. is dedicated to the Jersey Shore with the fist pump, I think Turpin time we also use to honor Jersey Shore with Pauly D, one of his sayings.
T-shirt. Oh, yeah, that was a Turpin. Okay.
Wait, T-shirt time for that.
T-shirt time.
Turpin time. Or like turpentine, but Turpin time. I don't know. We'll workshop
I like it. Turpin time.
Right?
I like it.
Kavontae Turpin, the TCU Horned Frog, with 2 returns on Saturday night, easily the MVP in the Cowboys win over the Chargers. We'll get back to the other star ups, star downs at 8:40 this morning. But thanks to KG, Kevin Gray is my Sunday reminder with the text messages. The NFL Top 100 released another portion of their list. They had done 100 through 51 last Sunday. And now we're I was expecting, we're going to go 49 through 1. But no, it was a smaller number of players than that. Let's see what Cowboys are on this list, if any. Now, just to recap, NFL Top 100 voted on in the locker room by the players. CeeDee Lamb came in last week at number 95. Tyron Smith, number 92. And Zach Martin, number 68. So let's pick up from there. At number 50, Micah Hyde, Bills safety. 49, Devondre Campbell, Packer linebacker. 48, the former Cowboy, Robert Quinn. 47. Was it a mistake to get rid of Robert Quinn?
It appears so.
Broke the Bears' single-season sack record of 18 and a half. I wasn't going crazy about it when he left. I was like, hey, he's going to get paid too much. You got Randy Gregory.
Yeah, you got Randy Gregory. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Nailed
it. He was ranked 12th among all defenders in quarterback pressures, had the second highest sack percentage in the league, only behind TJ. Earned him his 3rd Pro Bowl selection and first since 2014. So this is his first time in the top 100. First time since 2015 in the top 100 for Robert Quinn. Fred Warner, number 47. Austin Eckler, 46. Let's skip through the list. Okay. We got another Bills safety at 45. And then at number 44, Dak Prescott.
Oh.
Number 44 on the list. Can you remember the other quarterbacks that were named under him? Kirk Cousins was 100. Oh, did you chart this? Kornheiser, did you write these down?
No, I did not. I'm writing these down now. Kirk was behind him.
Maybe Kyler.
Kyler was there.
There's been so many lists. I can't keep track. But here's what they wrote. Number 44, top 100. Dak was plagued by the injuries and yet still had an outstanding season. Recorded career highs in completions, completion percentage, and touchdown passes, last of which set the single-season franchise record. Even finished 7th in the league in passing with yardage. For someone who was fighting off multiple injuries throughout the entire season, those numbers are not only incredible, but worthy of a top 50 ranking. His comeback year ends what was a 4-year absence on this list. Wow, for 4 straight years. This is heading into year 7. Dak was not on the top 100. He's back at 44.
Yep. That's. I think it's a fair spot for him to be. I don't know how much higher you want him to go.
Okay.
Unless you're going to say that quarterback should be just 1 through 10 on the list, which I would not disagree with. But
all right, let's see who's above him.
Yeah.
See if you have any issues. You are going to have a major issue. 43, Derwin James. 42, Cam Hayward. 41, Tristan Wirfs. who is still banged up for Tampa. Again, the Buccaneer update, Brady is back practicing with them today. They're missing 2 offensive linemen for the year, and Wirfs is banged up. 60, Corey Lindsey. A lot of daggone Chargers on here, who we just spent the week with.
That team is going to be thrust down our throats, and they are going to disappoint again.
Did I go opposite way here?
You went Oppo Taco?
I went Oppo. I'm sorry, I went the wrong way on the list. At number 40, because Dak was 44?
44.
At number 40, Justin Herbert.
I can't lose my mind.
Okay.
He's a good player.
And by the way, I'm going through the quarterbacks that were previous to Dak in the NFL Top 100 as we were going through it. I think you mentioned Kyler Murray was in there, Kirk Cousins. Russell Wilson was number 61, and Derek Carr was also on there at number 65.
Okay. So these are guys in the Dak argument. Kyler, Russ, Carr. And Dak has them beat by about 15 or 20 spots right now.
Look, I think three of those, I think Carr and Russ, you could easily make a case, could be higher than they are. Same with Kyler. If you were to tell me that Carr, Russ, and Kyler were ranked ahead of Dak, I wouldn't have thought it was nuts. And I don't think it's nuts that he's ranked ahead of them. I think all those guys are kind of in that, they're in that same grouping.
39, Chris Jones, who wrecked us last year off Kansas City.
The punter. Wow.
not the punter. 38, Joe Mixon. 37, DeAndre. Number 36, Lamar. Bobby Belt rolling over in his grave with Lamar Jackson wearing the sunglasses on the sidelines yesterday against the Arizona Cardinals. Still not having his contract. As the report was, they're willing to give him more than what Kyler got. But because of Watson's deal, Lamar wants it all guaranteed, and the Ravens don't want to do it. That is the reported holdup.
I understand Lamar's take.
Yeah.
I mean, the precedent now has been set. This is going to be an issue for NFL teams now that somebody. I mean, the Browns didn't have to do that.
That's why the league is furious with them.
Yeah, they didn't have to go that far.
Ticked off. And Lamar's going to end up winning. Jay Glazer reported this. So let's see. To get Jackson to a $46 million per year, 5-year new money deal, he needed to sign the contract of 6 for $254. Jay Glazer says it's an uphill battle to get a deal done, given that Lamar represents himself. By the way, found out over the weekend, Roquan Smith also representing himself.
Yeah.
He ended his negotiating with the Bears. He's going to play the year out and bet on himself.
Jerry has a saying. Not Jerry's saying, but he uses it. Don't let your money get mad. And that's the problem with representing yourself. When you represent yourself, these things get contentious.
And Jerry has violated his own principle.
Of course he has.
He did it with Randy Gregory.
Of course he has. He's letting his money get. These two are letting their money get mad here.
Lamar at 36. Any major problem with him above Dak? I don't.
No, Lamar's upside has obviously been an MVP. I don't have a problem with it. I would have put Dak ahead of him, but I don't have a problem with it.
35, Keenan Allen. 34, Kevin Byard. Dion. 33, Nick Chubb. 32, Mark Andrews, who every year I curse myself when I don't get him in fantasy. 31, Dalvin Cook. We continue NFL Top 100 as voted on by the players here on Sean and RJ. This was the latest list that came out yesterday. Number 30, Joey Bosa. Number 29, Bobby Wagner.
Simmer.
Cowboy offseason topic.
Simmer.
Why? Why you hate Bobby Wagner so much?
I don't hate Bobby Wagner. I'm just sick of the Bobby Wagner's so good. So good that he had one of the worst defenses that he was in charge of last year.
The whole defense on one player.
No, it goes to show you how useless individual defensive players are. It's about the collective unit.
Like Jalen Ramsey was in Jacksonville. You're not calling him a bum when their defenses were bad.
But he's a corner. He can impact a game.
28, Quentin Nelson. Way above Zach Martin. Number 27, Matthew Stafford, the future Hall of Famer. according to many.
Yeah, many would say that. By the way, to go back on Bobby Wagner, defensive first team All-Pro selection since 2016. Aaron Donald has the most with 6. Bobby Wagner's second with 5.
All-Pro?
All-Pro. First team.
Dang, Chop. 26, Stephon Diggs. 25, Nick Bosa. 24, Jamar Chase, who has been left off some people's top 5 wide receiver lists in this offseason. You got anything else on that?
Nope. Well, basically, no, that one.
I thought you were about to say something.
No, I was just writing down Jamar.
I actually thought he would be higher. I think because of that juggernaut of a season last year.
24 is
That's
pretty
high.
daggone high.
True.
Is he better than, like he was ahead of DeAndre Hopkins?
Right.
Is he better than DeAndre Hopkins?
All right, you ready? Yo.
Oh, no. So it's 23 now?
Fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Ryan, zoom in. Zoom in on the Chopster.
Hang on. Trying to think who they're going to put here. I'm trying to think who they could possibly put here.
Who could set you off? Who could generate this type of reaction that I'm building up?
I'm assuming it's a quarterback.
Just give me a name.
Because you had said someone's going to set you up, but we were talking about Dak.
Throw out a name. Number 23, above Dak.
Wait a second. If they put Diggs here.
Trayvon! Number 23.
This is just further proof.
We told you.
That NFL players in general, baseball, hockey, NFL basketball, are the absolute dumbest at anything. Never take their opinion on other players that they are currently playing with.
Settle down just a little bit.
Past players, where they're out of the league and they're breaking down current players, but they're already out of the league, then you can. They don't watch the games. They don't watch. They don't know that they just hear, oh man, he's got a lot of picks. Like everybody that has actually done the studies knows and has proven how bad of a year he had. And they're going to put him as the 23rd best player in the league?
Better than CD, who is at 95. Better than Tyron, who is at 92. Better than Zach, who is at 68. And better than Dak, who is at 44. Here's what they wrote.
I mean, okay, just hang on real quick. This is perfect. He was one spot ahead of who? Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Okay. You could take a bet right now.
Who is
going to win the matchup week 2? Every single person is going to say Jamar Chase.
I can't argue that.
Every single person is going to say Jamar Chase is going to win the matchup. Period.
But Diggs might get a pick. He might get a tipped. He might get a tipped ball.
He also might give up 196 yards and 2 TDs.
Here's what they wrote.
But he got a pick.
Quite simply, Diggs is this high because in a league where teams often thrive in the passing game, he's a player that is well equipped to stop it in its tracks. Diggs is only in his second year, but the young stud is already making a name for himself as one of the best corners in the game. He recorded 11 interceptions and 2 defensive touchdowns last year, both best in the league. And the first of those stats is what really makes him special. The last time any player had at least 11 interceptions, 1981, making his performance last year truly once in a generation. 23, Trayvon Diggs. Just above him, George Kittle at 22. And Joe Burrow at number 21. So
that might be a little high too. That's I take issue with that one. I would not even have guessed that he would be that high.
Well, in all these offseason lists, it's been Burrow and Herbert right next to each other with the height.
I know. I love Joe Burrow, but I mean, give the kid a minute. Like, what's more likely this year? That they go back to the Super Bowl or they miss the playoffs? I said they missed the playoffs. And I don't think they're going to miss the playoffs. I'm just saying, like, give the guy a minute here.
A lot of Tolos are coming in. Where's Micah? Guys?
We haven't got the top 10 yet.
He's higher on. He's in the top 20. That's your answer. That's where Micah is. That's where Micah at. Where Micah at? Top 20. And he will be the final Cowboy. That's it.
Yeah.
So we got Dak. We got Lamb. We got Zach. We got Tyron. And we got Diggs. So not a bad showing. Got all those people in there from your football team. in the NFL Top 100.
And the Top 20 will be next Sunday night on the NFL Network. Do you have time to watch it?
Why would I not?
I'm just asking because it's 3 hours.
3 hours?
They're doing a 3-hour Top 20.
Wow. I record that and just kind of, go through them, fast forward through them. But CD, Tyron, Zach, Dak, Diggs, and Micah Parsons to be determined, but he's definitely in the top 20. Sean and RJ on your home of the NFL. It's DFW Sports Station, home of the Cowboys and Rangers. What's the weather looking like out there? Y'all let us know where the rest of the Tolos should be avoiding in terms of the roadways, the UFC historical event that happened on Saturday, and which NFL players could Gronk beat in a UFC fight. All that plus Tony La Russa at it again, and RJ is going to defend him next on The Fan.
Oh, no.
trucks on the road because of these gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel and Frankel at truckwreck.com.
Tolo's coming in with the weather alerts on Twitter at 1053SS. Hit me back. Follow me and I'll follow you back, and hit us up with the information on where people should be avoiding out there on the roads. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock this morning for Troy and I. 30 was a disaster. Had to get off of that with all the flooding taking place overnight. 877-881-1053 to hit us up here on the show. You see in any particular areas that our News Radio 1080 team should know about, or any DFW airport warnings or at Love?
Well, obviously the DFW airport, you said 7 inches of rain, and then people are talking about flooding just basically on every major thoroughfare. There are some stalled vehicles.
Dude, I got like an Amber Alert type warning, like that message that looks like one, and it's like, do not leave your home. This was at, I don't know, 4:15. Do not leave your home this morning. Life-threatening conditions out there, so do not leave. I thought the roads were actually going to be worse. Sometimes I don't know. I'm like, yes, I'd rather drive with people not on the road, but I'm like, does that then keep the puddles bigger? You have more people going through, but no, you want to be out there at 4 a.m., I think, when it comes to rain. I was sitting there on the side streets like Troy driving in, but I would not want to be out there trusting other drivers today.
No, not at all. In fact, the National Weather Service, I'm reading it right now, is sending a flash flood watch for Tarrant County. That's until 11:23 this morning. As far as the roadways, I mean,
and they got a drought, I think, on the East Coast, like in the Boston area.
Yeah,
they're dealing with a drought, and now we finally got our.
The amount of drought we've had. The lakes are damn near barren.
Yeah, I believe I saw the report that we've had more rain in the last 12 hours than we've had in the last 6 months. I've got to look that one up.
Makes sense.
But westbound 183 and 114 was closed about 20 minutes ago because of flooding. Then there's wrecks on westbound 30 at 635. There's wrecks at eastbound 635 at Plano Road, all according to News Radio 1080 KRLD.
Wonder how many people can get out of work today because of this, or not have to come in if you're still going into the office.
Who's going in?
Who's going in?
Yeah.
Oh, great job to have a morning radio spot.
No. People are still listening at home, but yeah, I think a lot of people don't drive that much.
No. Speaking of how, the drought I played golf last week.
Well,
the lake, the ponds were so dry, you could walk in. The amount of golf balls that we got, I got a full, one of those Home Depot buckets, a 5-gallon bucket full of golf balls.
You're telling me you went into a dry lake?
Yeah,
and
walked
you were
in there
fetching golf
balls. I had like a little drawstring backpacks.
Jeez.
We filled up the cooler with one, and then the backpack with another. All the free golf balls you want, because we got this Michigan trip coming up. Got to prepare for it.
Be careful out there. It is nasty, but needed it. Needed the rain. Needed it.
Coyton 75 backed up. My hour-long drive has been an hour and a half so far, and I still have an hour to go.
Ooh.
635 at 30 is shut down due to flooding. Tollway sucks. No puddles, just slow. And let's see, 741 in Forney is flooded. Only rich people work from home.
Yeah, not as many puddles as I thought, but be careful out there. All right. Rangers get the W over the Twins yesterday right here on your home of Rangers baseball, but we have another Tony La Russa incident, and you're going to defend him?
Oh, man, I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to because I hate defending Tony La Russa. But, they did the intentional walk again on a 1-2 count. All right? It was a 1-2 count, and they decided to do the intentional walk. The Chicago White Sox did. All right, so La Russa is out there. 1-2 count. Base becomes open.
Got the 1-2
right?
count.
So there was a guy on first. He moved over to second, so the base became open. So they decided on this 1-2 count to walk the hitter.
Oscar Gonzalez.
Intentionally walk the hitter. It's the second time this year he's done that. Now, MLB hitters on a 1-2 count this year are hitting 172, 225 on base, 268 slugging. That's an OPS of less than 500.
That would seem to end much of the argument.
You would think so.
172. Not good. Finish him off. You're one strike away.
You're one strike away.
Okay.
However, La Russa said he did not want to face a 300 hitter, even though he is bad. He is in a 1-2 hole. Even though.
Okay.
And look, I got to say, fans can't get over the traditional thinking. I'm not saying I agree with Tony La Russa here. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with him. Counterintuitive thought process, though, are not what the fans of Meany are geared to learn. They don't care about that.
Okay.
He is walking these guys on a 1-2 count only after the base comes open, not just doing it on a whim. He was but basically what he's saying is if the base was open when he got up to bat, he was going to walk him anyway.
Yes.
So he is just sticking.
But why don't? No, he's not just sticking. Doesn't it change with 2 strikes? A 1-2 count is not 0-0.
I think we need
How much more of an advantage do you have when you got him at 2 strikes versus 0-0?
Theoretically, you should have a big advantage. Guys don't do that. The guys don't swing that way anymore. They used to choke up, make contact. Now they're still swinging. They're swinging from their colon on with 2 strikes. They don't care.
Yeah.
So you could give up a bomb. You guys hit home runs on 1-2 or 0-2 counts more now than ever before.
And they don't care about striking out.
They don't care about striking out. You have to be. They always say don't be a slave to the numbers, but you have to be in order for the numbers to work. Otherwise, the numbers don't work at all. When you play blackjack and the dealer is showing anything more than a 7 and you've got a 15, you have to hit every time, or you have to stay every time. You can't just go, I'm going to hit here, I'm going to stay here, I'm going to hit here. In order for the numbers to work, you have to do it every single time. You do have to be a slave to the numbers when, in that situation. You don't have to be a slave to the numbers when it comes to drafting or building your roster. But you do have to be in a case like
isn't this you have to be a slave to the numbers that guys are hitting 172 on 1 and 2 counts. So finish them off.
I agree.
Right?
I'm not.
If they're hitting 350,
I'm not disagreeing. I don't disagree at all.
But why are you defending? You're defending the overall
concept of what he's talking about.
Of counterintuitive.
Not necessarily this incident.
Yeah.
Just the overall thought process of, I was going to walk this guy anyway. I don't want to, either maybe this guy's got great numbers against this pitcher. I'm just defending the thought process that it doesn't matter what the count is. If I was going to walk this guy from the jump, I'm going to walk this guy, period. And obviously,
is Bassett going to go crazy over this?
I think so. He'll probably come in here and say, he should have just hit him.
He should have just hit him. So that is another Tony La Russa issue. But individually, you're riding the fence. You're not saying that he's a dummy or you're disagreeing.
I think the game is definitely... Look, it's ironic that a guy who is thought of as having the game pass him by would be going with this much of a new school maneuver.
Yeah.
This is very advanced.
He said this has been the most overrated part of the season. People talking about this and killing him for it.
I wouldn't have done it. I would have pitched to him. But I mean, if he could show some numbers that would disprove that, okay. I mean, I'd be open to listen.
All right, so we were talking about UFC 278, the shocker with Usman losing on Saturday night. We'll get to Dana White being an NFL insider with the Tom Brady Gronk to the Raiders bombshell that he dropped. But Gronk is doing like a Payton type mega cast. Mm-hmm. Gronk's got his whole family up there. And he was asked, hey, give us some NFL players that you think you can beat in the octagon. Now, Gronk is a monster. He's huge.
Yeah.
Right?
Is.
So here's Gronk. And Troy, you can be... Who's the name of the famous UFC ref? What's the name of that guy?
What, Herb Dean?
Herb Dean.
Okay.
You be Herb Dean after Gronk decides who he can beat and not beat if it was an MMA fight.
Tom Brady.
Yes.
Aaron Donald.
Nah.
Mike Evans.
Oh. Yes. Sorry, Mike.
Julian Edelman.
Oh. Well, he's boxer ripped. So he's good at boxing, but not MMA. So, yeah, I can take him down.
DK Metcalf.
Oh. He's a freak. But, yeah.
Ooh. Vince Wilfork.
Oh, no.
He's like, no. Can't do that one. Let's see. I mean, he's pretty much totally correct on the first. Tom Brady, that's not even true. Aaron Donald, no, that's like Francis Ngannou-esque. you're just not going to take a guy, or you know, I would definitely say that one.
Let's go through the names again. Let's make it clear.
Okay.
Donald, obviously. I mean, are we saying obviously no? No.
No, he's
Aaron
not going to
Donald,
be. No, he's not going to beat him. Tom Brady, we already said. Mike Evans. It depends on what kind of fighter. Is he like a Aljamain Sterling kind of guy? I'm not sure. I would say Gronk over that one. Julian Edelman's a wild card.
What?
He is a wild card.
Yeah, he could be one of those guys like who is
Jerry
the guy?
Jerry would call him the M word.
Yeah.
No.
Compared to Gronk out there.
Who was the guy that Kimbo Slice fought and lost to like in 12 seconds? The guy that just came out of the street and he just jumped. You know, I can see Edelman just like jumping on the back rope and going, all Prince, Wesley against Andre the Giant and Princess Bride.
Yeah, I see him more like a Colby Covington. He's one of those kind of fighters. I don't know about Julian Edelman. That's a no. Vince Wilfork. That's a problem.
Yeah, I think how long could Vince last?
Yeah, it's a stamina. Are we talking about a regular 3-round fight or a championship 5-round fight?
But the last one is a heavyweight fight.
Yeah.
The last one is must-see.
Yeah.
DK Metcalf?
Yeah.
He's a beast.
Yes, he is. I would pay to see that one.
Gronk gets hurt a lot, too. DK, very temperamental, says he's very emotional. That would be a tough one.
Yeah, you could definitely dislocate Gronk's elbow.
Yeah.
I think you could definitely do that.
So there it is, little UFC 278 action. We will get to the bombshell from the NFL insider Dana White on Tom Brady and Gronk to the Raiders. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. Let's get your review of Saturday night. Cowboys game heard right here on this station. Star up, star down for the win over the Chargers after this.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is Troy Hughes.
on stick, and he gets rid of it deep left, and it's intercepted by Mukwamo on the right sideline. And that's all because of the pressure.
Yep. That was the call on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Brad and Babe with the call. This is Sean and RJ. After the Cowboys get the win over the Chargers, I was just happy with the entertainment value. Kavontae, Turpin, thank you for that. It's Turpin time.
Turpin time.
That sounds better than mine. Little praise and tribute to Paulie D. Jersey Shore T-shirt time. 32-18 Turpin. 98-yard kickoff return, 86-yard punt return, 29-10 at halftime. And Kavontae got to take the shoulder pads off in the second half. My second star up goes to Trysten Hill. Had the hat trick on that play before halftime. That was, man, he looked explosive. He looked quick. He looked like he was throwing his body around. Trysten Hill with the sack, the forced fumble, and the recovery that led to another touchdown. But that clip from Brad, my third star up, Israel Mukwamo. Interception on the first drive. Nice plays against the run. Had a big hit on a pass breakup. They drafted him in the 6th round last year as a development project at safety. And Saturday night, he was fantastic. So I'm starting to think of our insiders, I guess, starting to prove themselves, not starting to. Comments made to me at training camp are looking good. Brad Sham talked about safety being the deepest part of this football team. Bobby Belt praising this defensive line. Dante Fowler was the one that created the pass rush on that Mukwamo interception. And then Trysten Hill, the best moments I've seen from him out of his Cowboy career in one that's been forgettable.
It's been very forgettable. He was. There were times I forgot he was still on this team.
Yeah,
but this was
Malcontenti, Rod Marinelli, supposedly done with him, on the fence, grumpy. These are the things you were hearing behind the scenes. But man, he flashed on Saturday.
Well, a couple guys flashed. On Saturday. You mentioned Mukwamo. I mean, he flashed, and Marquise Bell had a decent game from the safety spot. So. This was an opportunity for a couple of guys to shine, to make the most of their opportunities. Nobody did it quite like Turpin. You're getting very limited amount of chances from the return game anyway in the preseason, and to be able to do so much with it that your pads were off in the second half is kind of remarkable.
And then you look at receivers, and Troy tells us in the commercial break, Tavion Austin has been Tavion Austin released and now available.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things we talked about when we were going through the receiving core for this Cowboys team. We're like, okay, how many receivers do we have? And you guys were going through the list and naming this guy, naming that guy. And I'm like, you know what? They're still looking for that veteran wide receiver. Now, before you start yelling at the Odyssey app or your radio or whatever else, I know you want Odell Beckham Jr. We want the big names out there. But how Jerry would it be to bring back a former Cowboy like Tavion Austin, a guy that has locker room insight, a guy that you don't have to pay a lot for.
Nope.
That has experience.
Turpin.
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 I like Turpin.
Turpin has ended any thought of that. We already got a little small, shifty guy. It's Kavontae's time. Now let's just see what they do with him in the offense. Since he's going to make the team, we know 6 receivers are sitting here on this roster. We'll talk to Nick Eatman about it at 9:20 this morning from DallasCowboys.com. Are you wishing that Dak would have played, or that he plays in the 3rd preseason game after we saw Mahomes look fantastic, Josh Allen threw a rope, and other good quarterbacks are playing? I think he should be out there because of these new receivers. It's like my godson hit me.
That's probably why Mahomes is there.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes threw 19 passes the other day. 19. Do you think that's, do you think that has anything to do with the fact that he's breaking in new receivers? I think part of it does. I'm not a huge proponent of him playing, but when you have to factor in the idea that he's breaking in new guys, then yeah, it may not kill him to be out there playing. When the 2 of the 4 best quarterbacks in the league are playing in a preseason game, and one of them is throwing basically an entire half football out there for you, To me, it changes things a little. It changes my thought process. Andy Reid's no dummy. You can't think that Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen are two of the 4 best quarterbacks in the league, and you can't think that Andy Reid is one of the 3 or 4 best coaches in the league, and Sean McDermott's probably right up there too. You can't think all those things and then have their quarterbacks be out there playing for a half of football and not think it might not be a bad idea.
Right. I agree. There's an opportunity against Tampa Bay here with Brady missing, maybe some rust, offensive line problems. I would just like the Cowboys to capitalize on that. And I think you need to go out there with these receivers and have some game reps. Play him for a quarter. I'm normally keep him off the field guy.
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit worried about the chemistry. But Cowboys with an entertaining win. We don't know what's going on at backup QB. We'll have to ask Nick Eatman about that as Cooper Rush started, then Will Grier, then Ben DiNucci. But Dak sat down with Peter King out in California, and Peter asked the Cowboys QB, who came in at number 44 on the NFL's top 100 list, as voted on by the players. Yesterday that was announced. How optimistic is Dak for this year? Does he think, like Jerry, they could be better this year than last year?
Very, very optimistic. And because of the team that we had last year and because of what we went through, the way that we've handled it moving forward, I think we're in a better position this year than we were last year. And I know some guys have gone and some guys have left and went to other teams, but that's the nature of this business. What we have built here, the core, the leaders, and mixed with a great group of young guys who are hungry to make a name for themselves and getting this league running. I feel very, very confident about where we are and excited about where we are and just ready to keep building and get this thing rolling.
So he's expressing that optimism as well. I wonder how Dak really feels about the loss of Amari. I really do. I wonder what he said behind the scenes about retaining Amari Cooper or not. I haven't heard anything at all about him being upset or not, but I'm just curious over that. So that's Dak optimism. You know he's always going to be optimistic. No surprise. Peter King asked him. Now, in these national interviews, everyone's going to ask still about San Fran. They try to go to the leg injury. They try to go back because this is their one time to sit down with him, whereas the local media, we've moved past that a long time ago. But I was curious to hear, mechanically with the play, if Dak would have changed anything about that awful ending versus the Niners.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it a lot. I'm a guy that loves to reflect. And then obviously in situations like that, something that scars you, builds a callus, you've got to go back and reflect. You've got to think about in this game, a bunch of different situations and things happen. What if it happened again? And I could easily say I wish I would have went down faster, but I think I went and got enough. So I'm not going to say I regret that by any means. The process just should have been cleaner for myself, the center, the line, the officials. Everybody could have been better and more prepared for what was going on. So I'm not going to regret that. If anything, I feel like I should have did what we did at the last play today and made a call where I'm not going to spike it. I snapped it at 1 second and just went and tried to get a Hail Mary off or get something off that gives us a chance. And then we didn't leave the play, the snap, the clock in the officials and the game clock's hands.
I like that answer. Mistakes all around, including from the referees in terms of the speed. We can't leave it up to them. So that was Dak reminiscing about what happened against San Francisco. And then I love this question from Peter King, who's a longtime writer, Sports Illustrated, MMQB. Your life story. Have you ever thought about putting it into a book?
Most definitely. I think there'll definitely be a time when I write a book, and as I've gotten older here these last couple of years, I feel like maybe the first book is getting closer and closer. And I've had some opportunities in the past, and I just said I wasn't ready. But I'll be 30 next year, so I think it might be time for the first one.
Makes sense.
I've often thought about writing a book.
You had a title for it, right?
Yeah, it's In Choppy's Terms.
Okay, and what would it be about?
You know, how to live, how to eat properly. Okay?
You just told me about your lactose intolerant.
I was about to say,
you just said you made a mistake over the weekend.
It wasn't a mistake. I enjoyed pizza.
Okay.
And then the next day, pizza did not enjoy me. But you know what? I suffer the consequences. I'm down with that. I am not going to I am not going to let some stomach issue ruin my favorite food.
So you got it was punishing.
Oh, it's terrible. Terrible. I felt I could barely leave the house. It was a 3-shower day for me almost, Sean. It was terrible. But no, you got to, the right way to eat, which is you eat one food group at a time. You don't cross-contaminate your food. If I could, what are those plates called where everything is separated? They do a lot of the barbecue spots. Get the separate little
children's plates.
Children's plates. All food should be put on children's plates. I don't want my green beans touching my mashed potatoes, touching my meat.
All right.
Okay? Want my own meat.
My godson said, "Can you call me? Can you call me when you get a second?" I'm like, "What the heck?" He's never done that before.
Mm-hmm.
So I call him in the commercial break. Hey, who would you?
Hang on. Did he say ham?
Hey, well, it's a Maryland accent.
Oh yeah.
Hey, who would you start in week 1 between Dak or Brady? I said, Bryce. I'm doing a radio show. I called because I thought this was important. I thought this was an emergency. He said, yeah, but they're projecting Dak to have higher numbers in week 1. So I asked the Tolos, and we're talking about Brady returning to practice today, missing his offensive lineman. Here's Dak, not getting any preseason time. Some of the other star quarterbacks are. What's y'all's answer to that right now on the truckwreck.com text line? 877-881-1053. I leaned Brady. At home, more chemistry, I think, with Evans. You got Julio. Dak, not the chemistry with the receivers. They both have offensive line questions. Is it a toss-up? What do y'all do? Week 1, quick 1-minute fantasy question. Dak or Tom, so I can tell my godson.
It is without question Dak Prescott. Without question.
Without question.
Yeah. Without question. I'm sorry, is a 45-year-old quarterback going to be able to run away from guys because he has no O-line?
Yeah, the O-line thing's going to factor in. Plus, Dak actually will probably run. And,
exactly.
He may get a touchdown. He may get a rushing touchdown out of this.
You guys are basing this on Dak being able to move better than Tom?
No.
I'm basing it because Tom doesn't have an O-line to protect him.
We also are missing one thing. For all the talk about our receiving core being decimated by injuries, so are Tom's.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a number 2.
Like Godwin is a little bit healthier than Gallup.
Yeah.
Gallup's not going to play. Godwin might play, but...
Dak, okay, the Cowboys also, over the last couple of years, have been a much better home team offensively. They play downhill at home. And this is a home game.
Mm-hmm.
So
Wait, did I say in Tampa or in Arlington? Where's the game?
It's here. I don't remember you saying in Tampa.
I may have accidentally said in Tampa. All right, that changes my mind.
I don't remember you saying in Tampa. Maybe you did.
All right.
So, like, they play downhill here. They really do. Their offense clicks here, man. I think Dak's the play.
Yep. And also, Tom's coming off a severe performance.
On the Masked Singer.
Yeah, he's exhausted from being the magical mushroom or the singing squid.
All right.
Because I'm starting to really believe that's why Tom Brady's been gone. He's been on the Masked Singer.
Look, we got to do a fun bet on this, and I got to give you guys some odds, unless you really think it's an even money bet. If that fool if he pops up on the Masked Singer because of his Fox broadcast deal, I will have to pay out something to both of you. And I think it's so insane to think it. I would probably have to give you a little bit in terms of the odds. But if you think it's even money, we can do even money.
I don't know when we would find this out because they're supposed to keep all this secret, right?
Yeah.
Even after it's filmed. So I don't know. We would find out because he pops up on the show, but how long do they put these things in? Is it called in arrears? Is that what it is?
Sure.
What?
Well,
Inner ears?
Not inner
Keep
ear,
your
not inner ear.
personal
you
life
freak.
out of it.
Yeah.
Final hour.
And by the way, my bet for you, I wouldn't bet money or any kind of barbecue or steak. If he's on the Masked Singer, then I want to see Sean sing.
Oh, yeah.
That's my bet.
All right. Let me think of what to do for y'all. It's already a messy Monday. We continue with the final hour of the show. NFL insider Dana White on Tom Brady and Gronk to the Raiders. And a Hall of Fame quarterback said if this team let him, he'd be the best player of all time. Is he out of his daggone mind? That's next on The Fan.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is Troy Hughes.
.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour on a messy Monday. Be careful driving out there, y'all. The rain is probably here to stay this week. Choppy is fist pumping on the fan cam. This is DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Back to the Cowboys. Second preseason game, the win over the Chargers with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. He was the sideline reporter for Saturday night's action on TV. Of course, we had the game right here on this station. Also Saturday night, you had the shocking upset of Leon Edwards knocking out Arlington's very own in Usman. Troy, all-time great, right?
Yeah, easily. Yeah, Kamaru Usman, I mean, even today's standards, he is pound for pound the best fighter in the UFC. But like you said, on Saturday night, the obituary was being read aloud by Daniel Cormier and the guys on the broadcast, and then it happened.
A moral victory from Leon Edwards.
But that is not the cloth from which he is cut. I mean, that is a dejected...
I mean, it was unbelievable. I mean, with just a few minutes left in the final round, there you go with Leon Edwards with the kick that knocks out Kamaru Usman. That sets up the trilogy perfectly. It sets up the trilogy perfectly because Colby Covington's number one in the rankings for the welterweight. He's got his issue with the fight that happened with Jorge Masvidal. Khamzat Chimaev, he's facing Nate Diaz next. So, yeah, the trilogy is set.
So while that was happening, Rob Gronkowski is doing like a Gronk cast. Like Peyton Manning, like Alex Rodriguez, and they have Dana White on. Dana White does not want to tell this story, but Gronk opens up the supposed rumor of himself and Tom going to play for the Raiders a few years ago instead of the Bucs.
I worked to put that deal together for Brady and Gronk to come to the Raiders. And it was almost a done deal. And at the last minute, Gruden blew the deal up and said that he didn't want him. And all hell broke loose, man. It was crazy. And Brady was already looking at houses, and it wasn't being said yet that Gronk was coming. So Las Vegas would have had Brady and Gronk the year that the Bucs won the Super Bowl, except Gruden blew the deal up. And there's so much story that goes along with this behind the scenes. And I was never going to tell that story till Gronk just said it, but yeah.
And Dana,
let me tell you what, Brady was not happy.
And you just told the story.
So that has taken over the sports world. That John Gruden and the Raiders said no to Brady and Gronk. I don't believe it. John Gruden has always been obsessed with older players and older legends,
but not guys that can actually throw the football.
Yeah.
Like he liked Brad Johnson.
Right, yes.
Okay, he wanted check down Charlie's.
Right. Exactly. So I'm not believing it for that reason, but it's a very, very fun thought. Now people think, remember Tom Brady sitting in LeBron's barbershop saying, that team decided to keep that mother blanker over me. Now everyone thinks he's talking about the Raiders and Derek Carr, who we didn't think John Gruden liked. Well, that makes the story even more unbelievable. Gruden always felt like he was trying to get rid of Carr. Remember there's rumors he wanted to move up and draft Kyler Murray, and now you're telling me he said no to Tom Brady as well. Maybe he changed his philosophical thinking. Maybe he thought Brady was done, but that's Brady and Gronk, brokered by Dana White, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I believe they may have wanted it. I don't know why John wouldn't, though. That doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't.
All right. This next clip is unbelievable, I think. So Lamar Jackson on the sidelines. By the way, Kyler Murray was on the sidelines calling plays. Like actually looking like the coach. Had the headset on, the play sheet for the Cardinals versus the Ravens yesterday. They scored 2 touchdowns while Kyler was on the headset. I think that's what a great move.
I think it's fantastic. I think it's really smart for the growth of your player. Let them call the plays. Let them see what they have. See what kind of smarts they have on the inside. See, if maybe they know something. Maybe they can come up with a progression of play calls that I didn't think of.
Yeah, has to help your 2-minute, your no huddle.
Helps everything.
When
man.
you get in those situations,
allow him to make the calls on his own. Like, isn't that the goal? So all like the Sean McVays and the Kyle Shanahans, like is the Cliff Kingsburys, if they had Tom Brady or Peyton Manning, are they telling me that they would call the plays instead of the quarterback? Like, that's kind of nuts, right? Like that's like why? Why would you do that? Let the quarterback call it. The quarterback calling the plays. That like we always talk about the play caller. Why do we never think the quarterback should be the one calling the plays?
Yeah. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of quarterbacks who make that argument.
Nobody has a better view. Who has the best view on the field? The quarterback. Absolute best view.
Well, then what would the OC be doing? You got to justify your own.
Well, he's
employment.
He's in the ear of the quarterback.
You break down throughout the week.
Yeah.
See, some of the greatest coaches, I think of Phil Jackson, others will come to mind. They don't have a game day insecurity. A lot of these guys know the real work is done in practice. Mm-hmm. So when Phil Jackson's just sitting his butt on the bench and his nice, fancy, lazy boy on the Bulls or the Lakers bench, and people are like, he doesn't do anything. It's Michael, it's Scotty. He's like, all the work is done beforehand. These coordinators can do all the work during the week and say, this is what they're doing defensively. This is where you go if they give this look. This is the adjustment. Here's the audible package. Here's the first 15 scripted plays. Here's the goal line. You can still work all that out and then have the quarterback direct it on the field. But I'd like to ask a couple offensive coaches how much they could trust quarterbacks to do it and where it would actually go wrong. And would they just totally forget about the running game? Another RJ Choppy dream if that happened. So the story is Lamar not taking the Kyler Murray deal. Kyler Murray getting paid. Lamar's representing himself. But Deshaun Watson has made it so Lamar wants all the money guaranteed. That's where the Ravens are balking, right? We've been trying to figure this out. Ravens want to negotiate. Lamar saying no. What is it about? This makes the most sense. They're willing to pay him more than Kyler, but he wants it all guaranteed like Watson. Think of the game, the style that Lamar Jackson plays, right? And you're going to risk that with him getting banged up and hurt one of these years, one of these weeks? Listen to Steve Young on ESPN, all-time great, right? He's an NFL analyst saying that Lamar Jackson is being prevented from being the greatest player in the history of football because of the Ravens system.
The Baltimore Ravens have doubled down again on being the most sophisticated running game in football. And they have been mowing through regular season opponents for a long time with this most sophisticated running game. My position is they will never get to championship football without a sophisticated passing game. That's not anything to do with Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is a complete player that is being not trained in being a sophisticated passer. They doubled down again back to all the great things that Lamar does, great. But until he gets the chance to show that he is a sophisticated passer of the football in a sophisticated passing game that is properly invested in, which they never have done, to Robert's point just a minute ago. They don't invest in it. They don't teach it. And now you ask them, why isn't he getting paid to be Patrick Mahomes? Because they haven't given him a chance to be Patrick Mahomes. So until they do, Lamar Jackson's damned because of what the Ravens are doing, not because of Lamar Jackson. I can't wait for someone to train Lamar Jackson in a sophisticated passing game. I think he'd be the greatest player in the history of the game. Yeah. But he's being held back by the Ravens year after year because they keep doubling down to this thing that Lamar Jackson is great at. No question. He's the best at that. Yeah. But it's not the championship football that they need to play, and it's not where Lamar Jackson wants to be. I want the full measure, Robert, of who Lamar Jackson is. And the full measure is not being brought forward by the Ravens. And if that's not the case, then get out and find someone who will.
Wow.
I mean,
fascinating topic.
This is the tug of war because I've never subscribed to the thought that Lamar Jackson can't throw because they don't throw. I've never thought that like his numbers are a referendum on him.
And I have thought that.
To me, it's their offense. That's the John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
He wants to be a run first, run second kind of offense. So I've never looked at it like they're not throwing because Lamar can't.
And I look at it as how could that coaching staff not know what he's capable of in practice?
Oh, I think they do know what he's capable of. They just don't like to throw the football.
No, I think if they knew he could throw it around like Pat Mahomes, they would let him throw it around like Pat Mahomes. This is why it's, I think, a fantastic philosophical debate. Are you telling me the Baltimore Ravens know that we know that they know his full skill set behind the scenes, right? With evaluating him every day.
But then again, do they evaluate him based on their playbook? Like, is he throwing the ball in practice?
I contend the playbook is the way it is for a reason. And it's not because John Harbaugh has to run it. Like, I'd be interested in going and looking at the Ravens' passing attempts throughout the years and seeing where they are. They were not Joe Flacco, I believe, threw the ball around. They would hand it to Ray Rice. They had Jamal Lewis, but they're not. I don't think John Harbaugh's not Pete Carroll. They assess Lamar, see his positives and negatives, and then build the offense around it. That's the way I'm assuming. Why continue to put your quarterback in danger like this? If you tell me you can throw it around the yard however you want, I think Steve Young, he's out of his mind on this one. I think he's out of his mind. And I would question John Harbaugh's coaching if he doesn't have Lamar throw it more, if he was capable of being Josh Allen versus saying, no, he's limited. We know he's got some deficiencies with his arm and accuracy, so let's build our offense like this. Or maybe they just wanted to zag when everyone else was zigging in the league. I think it's a great debate.
I mean,
the greatest player in the history of football. So Steve Young is calling out the Baltimore Ravens organization, one of the best organizations in the last, 20 years in the NFL, and they're misusing Lamar Jackson? I don't buy it. They're doing it because of what Lamar can and can't do on the field. What do you think?
The numbers show that he can do it. I mean, every single number that you throw out there for Lamar Jackson, passing-wise, I don't mean like the counting numbers. I'm talking like adjusted at yards per attempt or, QBR, his DVOA. They're all very, very good. Now, do I want to take the 2019 year out of it? Yeah, I probably will, because that's such an outlier. Like, his adjusted net yards per attempt was over an 8. That doesn't happen. Well, that doesn't happen to Peyton Manning and Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady. That just doesn't happen. But I mean, let's face it. Like if you were to take out like his total yards thrown, like what more does this guy have to do?
I mean, I've seen him towards the stretch where I'm like, they can't win in the playoffs with him throwing like this. I don't believe it. What's the text line say? Whether he could be Patrick Mahomes or could be a lot better throwing it, but it's the Ravens holding him back.
It's the system. Just research Greg Roman's quarterbacks and play calling. They should have gotten better wide receivers. John brought in Greg Roman after Lamar started to create a great run game. So Steve Young in camp watching their practices as you see what they try to do with Lamar before he comes on with that BS. Name his receivers.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the other thing. Like, Lamar's been given absolutely no help.
I agree.
Steve Young knows more than the coach to see him every day in practice, apparently.
Yeah.
He's a more athletic Kaepernick with a worse arm. Lamar's been stonewalled in the postseason. Name his receivers.
He's such a fascinating argument. Left off the Jeremy Fowler top 10 quarterback list in the offseason. He was put higher than Dak by the players in the NFL top 100 yesterday. So Steve Young saying he'd be the greatest player in the history of football if the Ravens just used him right. Wow. Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. It's your home of the Cowboys and Rangers on 105.3 The Fan. Star up, star down from the sideline reporter. Nick Eatman was there in L.A. for the Cowboys over the Chargers. We'll catch up with Nick, who is the number 2 quarterback. Who's winning the kicking battle? Should Jalen Tolbert had stayed in bounds? And what's the wide receiver room looking like after Turpin time? Nick Eatman next on The Fan.
pushing. Touchdown, Malik Davis.
Brad Sham with the call. Cowboys running game looking good behind Rico and Malik. Who is going to be the third running back? Backup QB. Who's got the edge in the kicking competition? It's Sean and RJ on a Cowboys Monday after they get the entertaining win over the Chargers 32-18. And that is because of the TCU Horned Frog, Kavontae Turpin. Nick Eatman was on the sidelines working TV, and he's joining us from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Good morning. Where are you right now?
I'm actually driving to the Star. I'm just en route here in Frisco.
Finally back.
Finally back. Feels nice. Can't believe how long it was.
Yeah, and neither can your wife.
Whoa! Yeah, you're telling me.
I meant how long you were away.
That's definitely what you meant.
How does the wide receiver room look today?
It looks there's one less spot than there was 2 days ago for sure. I said that on the broadcast. I mean, you don't make a play like that and not make the team. So Kavontae Turpin, I thought, made the team with the kick return. I thought he could go get an apartment after the punt return. I mean, that was ridiculous. That right there. Now, he's not necessarily your wideout on the outside receiver, but he's going to be in the mix. He's on the team, and so that's going to change things. It's going to come down to, I think, the medical evaluation of Gallup and James Washington, and to say, are we going to carry any of these guys on the roster, or are they going to stay on their list of IR and PUP? If that happens, then if they can stay on that list, then guys like Dennis Houston, I think, has a better chance of making it. Simi Fehoko probably as well.
Now, how much do you think they're going to rely on Turpin with the offense? I mean, is this going to be your jet sweep guy? Is this going to be, little Tony Pollard, type figure role for him? What do you think, Tavion Austin?
I think Austin is a good example. I thought Lucky Whitehead a few years back as well. He touched the ball 3 times. He averaged 63 yards a pop, and he never went to the ground. I mean, he went out of bounds once and then had 2 touchdowns. So he's got to figure it out, I think. If you're that small and that quick, you just, make sure you don't get hit or touched. Obviously, it's not going to be that easy every time. But I thought the jet sweep was really important as well. The way he looked like it could be a 3-yard loss. He got around the end, and that's a really good running play. Obviously, 7 yards, and so just another player that can take the field 53 yards east and west. That's the kind of guy that really opens up the middle for Dak and Zeke and the offensive line. So just another weapon. I don't know for sure if he replaces Tony Pollard at kick return, but I would think probably. Pollard's pretty good too, but I would think you got 2 options now.
Is there a point where a dude's just too small?
Is there a play? Is that what you said?
No. Is there a point where he's just too small? Is there a height they just won't go below it? He's tiny, dude.
Yeah, he is really tiny. You saw that after the touchdown. Everyone's congratulating him. I mean, he is a little guy. I mean, we'll find out, and then if he gets knocked back on a kick return. I mean, if you hit it to the right, to the left, you could take it to the house. But if you miss just by a few inches, he could be knocked back into Rowdy back there. I mean, we'll find out if he's too small. I mean, these guys, Tavon Austin, though, I'll say that. I mean, he's lasted a long time. And so you got to be able to do it. Now there are some other guys about his size that don't. So we'll see though. I mean he's on a high right now. He had a really good season, obviously USFL. And the weird thing is this is how long we've been out of camp. He didn't come out to camp with us. I mean he got flown into Oxnard. So when he came back, somebody said to me, I'm pretty sure he's got a nice suite at the Omni waiting for him. When he got back.
Where has that been from Tristan Hill? That was the most ability. He was cat-like quick. He was throwing his body around. He looked like a problem out there. Where has that been?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Sean, it's been there as far as getting up the field. He's quick off the ball, not always as disciplined, and sometimes that can cause a huge, running lanes if you're not doing what you're supposed to do. Yeah, you can get up the field all day long if that's the play. If it's not, then you've got to stay in your lane. But in a pass rushing situation, he did. He ripped up there. He made basically the triple play for a defensive tackle to get the sack, get the forced fumble, and recover it. I thought that was a great play, and he needed that. He really did. I mean, you can start scratching your head like, how is this defensive line and defensive tackle rotation going to work out? And it's tough to know. But I think Tristan certainly helped his cause there for sure.
Nick Eatman on the Diamond Factory hotline after the Cowboys win still had 8 penalties. I felt like the officials let them play a little bit. Tyler Smith, of course, is always going to be focused on. What did you think of his night?
I thought he played pretty well. I was trying to really focus on that, especially on those 2 running drives where they were running right behind them. I thought it was important. You'd like to see Jalen Tolbert get that second foot down, but because he didn't, they were able to keep running the ball and kind of run behind Tyler Smith. You saw what Rico Dowdle was able to do and Malik Davis. But I thought Tyler Smith, his hands got inside. He really used his power. The touchdown run to Malik Davis, I thought, was very, very interesting. I was actually rewinding it back at home and showing my 15-year-old daughter about anchoring and the strength there. He's getting pushed back at first.
Nick?
You lose him?
Back and just kind of keeping the base of your body, anchor back, and then just stopping the rush. And he did that. And then he started going forward. That's how much strength he's got. But I thought he did a nice job. And I thought overall, you're right, penalties, it was iffy. Last week's crew would have probably called back Turpin's punt return, I think.
Yeah.
Was it Hendershot, Payton Hendershot, maybe 49, that it came in kind of and a little bit late? It was iffy. But it is what it is. I mean, the Chargers, three penalties, so they still had 8, and they had some at some bad times too. So, it's not cleaned up for sure. But I thought overall, 5 phases of the game: offense, defense, special teams, and then your injuries and your penalties. I thought overall the Cowboys did much better on all 5 of those aspects.
All right, Nick, Patrick Mahomes threw 19 passes this weekend. Josh Allen played. Mahomes obviously is breaking in an entire new crop of receivers, kind of like some guy that we know here. Should Dak have gotten in this one at all?
I used a couple years ago, I would have said definitely. I really did. I've changed my tune over the years on this. I really have. I don't think so. And you go back and look on how this team has performed, in September the last 4 or 5 years. It's been pretty good. I mean, so how they handle the preseason, I think, has worked for them. Of course, they lost to Tampa, but then it came back after that and won, I think, 4 or 5 in a row. I have to go back and look. I was kind of looking at this research, but I don't think they've had a losing record in September in like 8 years. So how they're doing it, and most of it is a winning record. So how they're doing it, I think, is working. And I thought Dak was a good example last year. Didn't do hardly anything, missed a lot of it, practice even, and still came out in Tampa Bay and was pretty hot. So I think, we've seen this team without him, and I think I'd rather just start putting him in when it's time to play.
Who's the backup quarterback?
For me, it's Cooper Rush still. I look at it as a boxing, as you're the champion, and that's I say it loosely.
Wow.
But I say it loosely. But I'm saying you've got to be better. You got to be 100% better to just go out and unseat him. I don't know if Will Greer has done that yet. He's done some pretty good things. I know there was some talk about maybe re-aggravating his groin injury. I'm not sure. McCarthy said he got to look at it. Greer says he's fine. I think Greer would play a lot if he's available to play. I think this might be one of those where you take the whole game, but I'm not sure how that's all going to work out. He could still win it. He could still win that job. I think the big question is how many do they keep? I mean, are they going to keep 3? I don't think you would. I think I'd try to put the third one back on the practice squad.
Yo, they ain't they ain't getting rid of Danucci. Danucci.
Well, he could be there too. I mean, there's 17 spots on the practice squad. I mean, you could figure it out. So, I think that could work. But I still think Cooper Rush is probably the backup. And you got to remember what the backup's job really is. And what he really is trying to do is be there for Dak. And he's been there for Dak pretty much his entire career. I think they get along really well together. I'm not saying that Greer doesn't. I'm just saying I think for that second set of eyes on the sideline next to Dak, I think that's a guy that Dak could be really comfortable with. And he's won a game for this team on the road. And I think all of that is going to be tough to unseat him.
What else jumped out to you on Saturday that you were writing about at DallasCowboys.com?
The defensive, we talked about defensive tackle rotation, third running back. I mean, that is going to be a big one there because not only is it a tough race between Rico Dowdle and Malik Davis, but as Skip Pete, the running backs coach, has pointed out a couple times at camp, is that if Pollard and Zeke are playing together a lot on the field, they're both going to get tired more. And the third running back will play a lot more than he's ever played before. So Dowdle or Malik Davis, I mean, they're going to have to be ready to go. And also it's going to come down to special teams. It's going to come down to maybe pass catching, blocking, all of those things. I've always liked Malik Davis. It was his very first practice that I remember. He got pushed to the ground out of bounds, and Dak was mad, Zeke was mad, and Zeke went over and said, lower your shoulder and run their ass over. And about a few plays later, Tyler Coyle, the safety, stepped up, and he was straight into the ground because Malik Davis ran him over. And I thought, okay, this guy's got a little power to him and a mean streak. And so, I know they would love to keep him. I don't know if he stays on the practice squad, but that's going to be a really tough cut there, third running back, because it's more important now than it's ever been.
Kicking leader is?
Oh, gosh. I really don't know. I would say I would probably go with Hiralahu, I think, if I had to pick right now. I'm still looking, though. I'm looking at other options. If somebody gets cut that I like more than them, I would do that, because I don't think they're going anywhere. I mean, they'd stay there. I think you can get Hiralahu on the practice squad if they try to go another route. But, it's weird. Maher has to prove he can make some shorter kicks. Hiralahu needs to prove he can make some longer kicks. 62 yards for Maher, coming up a little bit short. Now, I hate saying this like it was Oxnard, but there was a little breeze because this isn't a dome. I mean, it was a little bit of a breeze. I was surprised he didn't get it there until I looked, and I kind of felt like, okay, that kind of makes sense. But I thought he would get it there for sure. So, I never judge kickers past like 52 yards. I mean, it is what it is. Well, I don't know. I wish I had a better answer. I still think it's super close.
Welcome back home, and we'll catch up with you Wednesday. We appreciate it.
Sounds great. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you.
By the way, you guys were talking about backup quarterbacks. NFL news coming in right now. A conditional 7th-round pick is being sent to the Raiders by the Vikings because the Raiders are sending quarterback Nick Mullins to Minnesota. The reason why I bring that up, looks like the end of Kellen Mond. Pretty sure that's the end of Kellen Mond in Minnesota.
Well, have you watched him practice?
It's a good callback.
That's good.
Very good.
Mike Zimmer with the little side swipe right there. All right, Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Let's see what road and weather updates KMC can provide for us as we cross-talk with the fellows to recap the weekend and get you ready for your Monday next on The Fan. But first,
start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece, Mike Bassick and Corey Majors on 105.3 The Fan. What's up? Good morning, and preview the show, Corey.
Kavontae Turpin is talk of the town. We'll get into that, what Mike really loved out of the game. At 10 o'clock, we have Mickey Spagnola join us to kind of go through the conversations on that as well, and Kyle Humans will join us at 1 o'clock today for the C Block. So
I thought he did a nice job with the play-by-play.
He was nice, man. He did a good job.
Did you like the game? Were you entertained? I thought it was much more entertaining than the first one.
Yes, I was much more entertained. I have some things that I really like. I like that we're not going to have to pay the tight end Dalton Schultz. We got his replacement.
Ferguson was impressive, but you're already.
Well, I didn't want to anyway.
He's just trying to save money.
I think he's an above average tight end at best. I think that we are good at using tight ends. I think he did a great job of taking over when why am I drawing a blank? The Oklahoma State kid got hurt, and he was supposed to Blake Jarwin. It was supposed to be Blake Jarwin, who was our next tight end after Jason Witten, but there was opportunity there because of injury, and Dalton Schultz took advantage of it, and Dalton Schultz is going to make probably $80 million playing football in his career because of that opportunity, took advantage of it. Well, but is he really great? No, he's not great. He's just average to above average at his spot. Really like him. Glad he's on the team this year. But now we don't have to give him a long-term contract because just what he did looks like what Ferguson can be. You're going to be our backup your rookie year. You're probably going to struggle at some things, but you've shown us enough that we don't have to commit to this tight end because we're scared to death about our future at tight end. That dude looks like he can take over Dalton Schultz after a year of experience, and then he does that for 4 to 5 years, and we draft another tight end in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th round, wherever we like one, and we just keep doing that. We don't – if you're going to pay wide receivers $20 to $30 million a year, which is good, what the going rate will be over the next 5 to 10 years in the NFL, then it's very tough to also give $15+ million to a tight end. So you have to make decisions on how you cut up the pie. And until we get Kelsey or Kittle, or I like Waller a lot in Vegas, like if we get that guy, I understand. But Dalton Schultz isn't that guy.
An elite tight end is a huge advantage because there's so few elite tight ends. There's a handful of them. And if you can get one, you've got a mega advantage on the rest of the field.
Agree.
Darren Waller's almost 30. That's a shock.
He's so old.
He's about to be 30 years old, and he's had 2,000-yard seasons in his career.
Tristan Hill give you guys any hope that this could be salvaged?
A good trade? Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of
a good trade.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I would be more willing at this point to say, okay, I need a position, you need a position, let's make a swap here. And I know the other day, Mike, people were texting in, they're like, I can't believe you'd let a guy go and not try and get a 4th or 5th round pick for him. That's not going to happen at this point in the preseason. Yeah. But you're more likely to say, hey, I don't really want this guy to go to waivers. I don't want to release him. I don't want to lose him. And you have something we want, and we know you're about to let somebody go, so can we make a swap and then maybe add like an offensive lineman? If I can get a good swing tackle, because you are miserable at swing tackle right now. If you can find somebody there, then that's what I would do with Tristan Hill at this point. Because you got, 700 or 800 different defensive linemen on this team? You're going to be fine.
I think it's 800.
800, yeah. Lots of defensive linemen.
Obviously, Osa and Gallimore are your starters there. You guys help me out here. Bohanna better than Tristan Hill?
Yes.
You want to keep John Ridgeway, your 5th round pick from Arkansas, or release him?
I'm going to keep him.
You're going to keep him? There's 4 right there. Carlos Watkins. Do you care about him at all? Do you keep
depth.
5 defensive tackles? How many defensive tackles do you usually keep?
4 to 5.
So it'll
depending on what you're doing with the outside
guys. So if Ridgeway,
guys.
Bohanna are the guys you're keeping as major backups.
Because I can move Golston inside on pass rush downs. I can move Golston inside anytime.
Dante Fowler's outside all the time.
He's edge.
Yeah. I'm just Tristan Hill to me still is a guy that I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if there's enough room on the team because he made a nice play. Did he help me out here? I watched the game.
A pretty good game.
He's had a pretty good camp, actually. He really has, which is good because.
You can only keep one. Would you keep Tristan Hill or Calvin Joseph?
Tristan Hill.
I think because isn't this Hill's 4th year?
He's been around for a little bit.
I just don't think they're going to cut, even though he's horrible. So this is what I was telling when we were getting ready for the show. The same draft, Micah Parsons. When you go to the extreme positives, when you draft him and you see all the positives, all the negatives, Micah Parsons hit all the positives to extreme levels. Like you're like, oh my God, like everything that was a positive, he showed it and was like to an extreme level positive. Everything you heard about Kelvin Joseph, his negatives, he's hit them to the extreme levels. Part of a murder. I know he didn't do it, but he was right there with his buddies when they did it.
Right.
Seems to not really show up for practice or care too much about learning football. He's hitting that to extreme. When he gets on the field, he might not be the smartest player and struggles in concepts besides just cover that guy to the extreme level. Like he's a negative there. But at the same time, I think teams really struggle to cut second-round picks in their second year.
Agreed.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you want to protect your draft pick. I get it. Like if it was me, I'm keeping Joseph over Hill.
Yeah.
The positional value for one, and then the recency. Like you just got him. Like you got to give. If you're going to give Hill all these chances, then give Joseph these chances too.
By the way, we got some fun basketball stuff coming in.
Oh yeah, this is actually really good.
From Shams. Number one, the Grizzlies have made new inquiries to the Nets about trading for Kevin Durant. Memphis has 5 first-round draft picks they can include in a trade. Number 2, the Nets have made it clear to interested teams they plan on keeping Kyrie. Sources say he's been holding constructive dialogue with the team this offseason. Wow. Memphis into the mix. What's wrong, Mike? Are you upset about that?
Well, that would... If they were able to trade him without trading, let's say, Ja Morant, then that would make them a pretty damn big favorite. And I know they're not trading Ja for him, but if you were to trade Jaren Jackson and Desmond Bain,
I think they said they didn't want to trade Jaren Jackson.
Well,
they cannot want to do a lot of things. Yeah. The Celtics don't want to.
We didn't want to get rid of
Jaylen
Jalen Brunson either, but that happened. So I would say that Jaren Jackson, to me, if you're trading, let's say, I'm just throwing out names that I know on Memphis, Desmond Bain, Jaren Jackson, another one of their like Brandon Clark type of guy, and then 4 or 5 first-round picks. You didn't trade really your core guys that made a run for you in the playoffs last year and got you to, I believe, 56 wins, and you're adding Kevin Durant to that. That's a pretty damn good deal for Memphis.
Why would they keep Kyrie if they were going to trade Durant? Now, this is just saying the Grizzlies have called.
I think they know nobody's offering anything for Kyrie, except the Lakers have probably said, we'll give you Russell Westbrook and a first-round pick. And they're like, we're not trading that. So they've called everybody else. They've probably called the Mavericks because of the relationship of Nico and Kyrie through Nike. And the Mavericks have probably said, we're not interested. Or we're interested, but you're going to have to take, I'm just throwing out names here. You're going to have to take on Tim Hardaway Jr., Dwight Powell, and one other player that gets us to about $40 million. And they're like, we're not doing that.
But I just don't understand what the motivation for the Nets to keep him is if instead of trading him, even if you're going to get 75 or 50 cents of the dollar, your motivation for keeping him is what? A headache?
If you have both of them together,
if you have both of them together, but if they're actively trying to shop Kevin Durant, what's the point of keeping him?
I would guess maybe you look at it and go, Fernando Tatis Jr. I know very different, but right now I've talked to enough people that they've said, look, San Diego's not going to trade him in the offseason, even though they are furious with him as an immature kid who's not living up to the expectations they put on him a few years ago. I can't trade him right now because he has such low trade value. I wonder if you play Kyrie for 30 games and he plays well and he shows up on the road trips and that all of a sudden teams that have a major injury that thought they were going all the way, a team like the Dallas Mavericks, I know that we don't have much to trade, but let's say the Dallas Mavericks, we get 30 games into the season and we're like, son of a gun, we need another ball handler or we have no chance. We might not even make the real playoffs. We're going to be a freaking 8 seed. Like if that were to happen to the Mavericks, I don't think it will, but if so, now all of a sudden Nico and Mark Cuban might be calling up the Nets and going, hey, we got 2 or 3 first round picks here. We got this, we got that. We'll take on that crap contract to see if we can really help out this year's team. All of a sudden it puts the Nets in a more favorable situation. I'm just throwing that out as a possibility.
How bad were the roads out there? How bad's the weather still?
I mean, it's raining, but it wasn't bad for me. I'm coming from just south of downtown Dallas.
It was slow. Like I just saw that Dallas County, has it been all morning that a flash flood warning's been up for Dallas County? This morning was just real slow in from Plano, but nothing bad. Nothing bad.
All right, y'all, be careful out there. We're back tomorrow morning. It's the KMC Masterpiece on a Cowboys Monday, next on The Fan.
Miss anything? Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, we are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, it's slow moving out there today. Take it easy on those roads. Be careful while you're trying to drive. If you see a big old puddle, don't drive through it. Your car's not a boat. It's not worth it.
What?
Yeah, I don't know if you know this or not, Reggie. Not all cars are boats.
We haven't driven in rain in half a year, so
it has been quite some time since we've experienced anything like this. When I woke up this morning and saw that, I think it was Dan Brunoff was like, "Hey guys, flooding everywhere. Be careful. Don't drive. You don't have to." I was like, "Man, not going into work today, baby." And then I realized I kind of needed to be here today. So I appreciate everybody that's out on the roads right now or already made it into work, doing your thing. Let us know throughout the day, 877-881-1053, how they're looking, because it's not gonna stop for a while.
No, there's a flash flood warning for Dallas, Texas, all the way through 12:55 at this point.
12:55 at this point. Wow, that is fascinating. All right, so that's what's going on right now in the DFW area. Weather is taking over our world. But on the over the weekend, Mike, we had some really good stuff happening for the Cowboys. I think finally seeing the flash from Kavontae Turpin was the big deal. Let's go ahead and hit that one, Reggie. Let's hit cut number 4 on this, because it was one of those moments where you're like, oh, I haven't seen this in a while.
Turpin under it. Hadn't called for the fair catch yet. He wants to dance. Coming right, coming left. 20, right to the 25, 30. I'll be a son of a gun. Turpin to the 50. The punter to beat. To the 20. To the 10. Turpin has done it every way you can with a kicked ball.
I think they may have found a little something, Brad Shan. I think they may have found a little something. Wow.
That was one of those like moments where we saw him get signed and we were like, what is this guy? And special teams, they needed to upgrade a little bit there. They needed some speed to this team. And we've seen a couple times, Mike, him get the ball in his hands and you're like, oh, is he about to take off? He ran a jet sweep that in that game too that I thought, oh, that's stopped behind the line of scrimmage. And he turned it into 7 yards. And I was like, well, hold on, that's something that doesn't typically happen. Usually it's just let's go ahead and get tackled back here. So I think that's an exciting injection into what will be a lot more of this team whenever we get to the first game of the season.
So I agree that Kavontae Turpin is going to make the team. I wish that he would have played the second half at wide receiver.
Okay.
I don't know why. I almost feel like they told him take off the pads. Maybe it was already preset, but it's like take off the pads. You made the team.
It's I would say he is guaranteed a special team spot. And that's probably where that, but I see what you're saying. Don't you want to get those reps as a receiver too, to give yourself some more marketability here?
Let's do this real quick. Kavontae Turpin's on the team as a wide receiver.
Yep.
CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, Jalen Tolbert, James Washington, Noah Brown, Kavontae Turpin.
Simi Fehoko.
7. We just gone to 7?
Yep, that's it.
So everybody else is cut.
Are we sure on James Washington?
Well, and
we're just going to release him.
We need to talk to Mickey to figure out like what they can and can't do there. And that's a good question. Is like if he can't play this year, what do we release him and then we have what's our next?
Do we release Simi Fehoko?
I'm not.
Well, the James Washington thing, like you sign him to have a dude who has caught passes in the NFL in the absence of Michael Gallup. He's not playing in the absence of Michael Gallup. His whole value to you, at least as I understand it, is not there anymore.
Yeah.
Dennis Houston done?
I mean,
we named 7. We can't have 8. There's no way you keep 8 wide receivers.
James Washington isn't. If you have to make a move there, if you can do something with Dennis Houston, I think you're able to keep. I think he's earned enough of a spot. But you got to figure out what
8 wide receivers.
So it would be 7 if just Washington's not there, right? 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah.
So we're releasing Washington. So they were so excited about Washington. He's going to come.
If he can't play, like, what's the point? I don't know. Like, I don't know when he's coming. Like, what would be your decision on when he can and cannot play? So I think that's a big move.
Are we worried that Houston would actually get picked up by another team? He's doing
not really.
nothing.
If I can get him on my practice squad in some way, that's the way I roll it.
Nobody's going to want him on their active roster.
Yeah, no, I could totally see. Like I'm hoping that guy gets onto my practice squad.
Fehoko, the only thing I worry about him is it seemed like San Francisco. Remember the story? They called up Dallas and was like, "Congratulations, we were about to take him. We love the kid." So I just have this feeling. San Francisco, if you release Simi Fehoko, I need to look at their depth chart, but they might pick him up as their 6th receiver on the team. But how many teams keep 7 wide receivers?
Well, I think the rest of that goes into where are you getting your special teams play from? Are you getting your special teams play from cornerbacks or receivers? So I think that has a lot to do with it. I mean, 6 is usually the max, Mike. 6 is kind of where you are. 7 if you have a good crop that and you can utilize them that way. But obviously the Cowboys want to be very run heavy, but they still have a lot of passing plays in there. I think Fehoko can get reps on this team right now. The big curiosity with him last year was he ready for the NFL maturity wise? Was he focused on football enough and had the experience to go into it? He's getting more polished as you go along. I don't think they want to lose out on what they can build with him in the future. Big bodied wide receiver that can create his own space physically by just turning his back to a cornerback. And that's something that they lack, I think, with the rest of these guys there. So
I need to know this from Mickey in our next segment. I swear he said, I thought it was him. Mm-hmm. Maybe it was Brian Broaddus. And Broaddus, if you're listening, text me. James Washington has to be on your 53-man roster on cut day, your final cut day. I believe somebody said to us while we were in Oxnard after the injury, well, James Washington has to be on the final roster that you make, and then maybe you can move him to like an injured list or something.
Yeah, actually, right now, everybody in the evaluation mode has to be construction of their future. There's no shortage of tough decisions. Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on that because he's expected to be out 6 to 10 weeks, and I don't know what he's gonna be whenever he comes back.
Season.
Yeah, from the time of the injury, I don't know what he's gonna be when he comes back from that injury. So that's where I kind of stand on it and go, I don't know, that's not enough. That being said, the other part of the game that was exciting again for me, Mike, was that the defensive front, the defensive line looks like it's good again. In week 1, Neville Gallimore and those guys go out there and do work. Week 2, they're back out there doing some really good front line work, and I was really pleased with what I was seeing there. So I'm getting more and more confident in the defensive line and their capabilities. I think there are going to be some tough decisions there, but I think they're going to be able to look at it and say we're deep enough across that front that we can make a lot of different types of decisions. And Mike, that's why I think what they have there, because they're looking at what they are trying to figure out offensively with the wide receivers and a couple of other positions. I think defensive end and edge rusher are still some big things for them right now.
I'm with you. In fact, I think that you should bet all your money, and I'm not kidding about this. The over-under for Sunday Night Football against Tampa is 50.5. I don't think the Cowboys touch 30. I don't even think they get closer. And I don't think Tampa does either. In fact, I think one of the teams, and I'm going to guess Tampa right now. I'm going to actually pick the Cowboys to win week 1, but I'm going to pick them to win 20-16 or something like 19-13. I think getting to 20 is the ultimate number in that game. I think the offensive lines of both teams are coming into that game below average. And hopefully ours plays better than I think. And Tampa is in a world of hurt right now. To your point, I think this defensive line is good. I'm hoping great. And I just don't see how either team's going to really be able to block the other team well enough to put up a lot of points. Now, that being said, I'm going to go back to the game. It was in super crap time. I watched last night because I was doing Ranger baseball, so I watched the game last night at 8 p.m. Mike Tafua, he had some really nice plays. Does he just have no chance? Like there's just no chance for him because it was in the fourth quarter. So you're playing USFL football. You're playing what I would call like AA or A ball baseball.
You get the Ben DiNucci's of quarterbacks out there. It's
kind of what you're doing in the 8th and 9th inning of spring training, especially early in spring training where you're literally playing A ball and AA guys. So, but to your point, like if this was the Cowboys of a year ago or 2 years ago, what he did against, fourth quarter guys, you'd say, well, dude, this Mike Tafua looks like, and I might be saying his last name wrong. I'm sorry. But
dude, that's interesting too, because I think you heard Isaiah Stanback and Bill Jones and Kyle talking about that late in the game. And I'm sure that Brad and Babe were discussing this conversation too. You're at a point now where you're probably going to be releasing players that will be multiple players that are going to be on other teams. So your question is, why do we even keep a guy that's not going to be on somebody else's team here so we lose one of those guys right now? I think that Tafua, like Mike, you're talking about.
Like, I don't think he has a chance when I look at our
there's no
depth.
Way. No, there's no way. He's playing for 32 other teams.
Yeah, DeMarcus
31.
Lawrence. Dorrance Armstrong. I'm going to say Basham, Fowler, Sam Williams, Chauncey Golston. That's 6 defensive ends I just named.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can keep more than 6.
Can't. No, you can't. But, again, you're talking about it. Somebody's got to play those minutes late in the game, right? And he's going out there with his effort to say, hey, somebody's watching me right now. Somebody's going to need me on their practice squad. Somebody's going to need somebody for depth. So even though the plays were made, and you're right, he's playing against opponents that aren't the same kind of caliber of the guys that are going to be starting. So I'm not expecting that I'm going to put him out there, but I got to know about him. I got to get to know the player just a little bit and know what he's capable of and why he's here on this team. And
I would say he made the practice squad.
Absolutely,
that
man.
We're going to release him, and then we're going to say, hey, 25-year-old rookie guy, after you hopefully don't get picked up by anybody, we'd like you on our practice squad. By the way, I think Dante Fowler has done enough for me that he's on this team. I think that we might have got a steal there. I'm not saying he's going to sack. I'm not saying he's getting 12 sacks or he's going to live up to the 3rd overall pick status. But for me, I think you keep Dante Fowler, and he has a nice role on this team.
All right, so that's another. Now you're in another situation because of the things that you can do with Micah, right? Like we haven't even seen Mike on the field yet.
I didn't even name him as one of the defensive ends.
So now you're looking at the Basham. Okay, is Basham going to be released because of that, or what about the other side, Golston? Golston can go inside. I can do a lot of different things with him, and both of them have played well. Like Basham has shown some of the things there. There's a bonehead decision he made in this past game that's going to be like, hey, man, why'd you do that? And he's being competitive out there, but I think there are lots of guys on the edges that you're saying, okay, I feel Sam Williams is on this team, right?
100%.
There's no way to not say
I don't know in the history of football, unless you go murder somebody, which kind of happens.
It happens sometimes.
That you get released being a 2nd-round pick, a top 64 pick in the draft. In fact, I don't even know if a 3rd-round pick has ever been released in the last 10 years in training camp unless they did something off the field to do something.
Yeah, so I think that you're looking at making some other cuts there that are way down the line, Mike. Like that we haven't even seen these starters yet. That's what my question on this is. We haven't seen these guys. I don't know if it's going to be a debacle or not when they step foot on the field for the first time, the real time they step foot on the field, because we go look at the Denver practice and they got bullied and beat around, and they go to the Chargers and they're like, hey, we learned something. Well, when they step on the field against Tampa, are they going to go, oh, man, we just got hit in the mouth and we don't know how to respond? Or are they going to be like, you know what, we were already ready for this. We're already prepared for getting hit and going after people like this. So I think these are good problems to have at this point, but that's what you get with preseason game 2 is these kinds of conversations where it's like, all right, now we got to decide on when we get this 53-man down, where we actually stand with
Do you have any clue if Will Greer's better than Cooper Rush?
Okay, somebody asked this question of why have a competition if Cooper Rush and Will Greer, why would you not throw Ben DiNucci back into the conversation? That was on the fan text that came in.
DiNucci sucks.
I think they know what they know about Ben DiNucci at this point.
Thanks for texting in, Mike.
I can't say that he's better, but I do like what I see in Will Greer. Like I watched him and was like, okay, the guy that had COVID was evidently really sick from it, and then he comes out there and he looks pretty good to me. I like his mobility, some of those features that he can add to it. And as long as Dak's healthy, we may never have to see that guy, and it's never part of the conversation. Mike, we are very far from the days when it was Anthony Wright or Quincy Carter. You know, the days where we were like, we have a bunch of backups, guys that may not even belong in the league right now.
You say that, my God. I go back, though, to listening to Sports Talk Radio on those days, and people would say Quincy Carter's one of the 10 best quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, I'm telling you, 50% of Dallas Cowboy fans are that brainwashed, and they won't admit it now. We all make mistakes on our, I like this guy or don't like this guy. 50% of Cowboy fans thought Quincy Carter was one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. When we went 10-6 that year with Bill Parcells, when he came in his first year, I think Jerry Jones was convinced of it, that he was a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, because he was the one that went in there and said, we're taking him in the 2nd round. And so when Jerry Jones is saying it and then other people are saying it, then all of a sudden Quincy Carter gets elevated and you're just like, I can't believe this is happening, but that's what we do as Cowboy fans, and it's fun to do.
Yeah, and man, I can't believe people were actually saying that then. But when you're looking at right now, you have 2 guys that you hope never see the field. You got to figure out which one of them can do the job. We know Cooper Rush can do the job. Is Will Grier just a little bit better? And he needs the opportunity to go out and show whether or not he is at this point. Got a couple of giveaway. Actually, we got a giveaway coming up today. You're going to be ready for this one. We're giving away Bone Thugs and Harmonies tickets at the House of Blues. Coming up next, it's Mickey Spagnola next on The Fan.
Download the Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance, or big insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less, Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time to talk to our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Mickey, how's it going this morning, sir?
I'm good. Good to be back home.
Yeah. You come back and you bring all this rain. That's pretty cool of you, man. That was nice.
And some Oxnard temperatures, right?
Well, just if it wasn't the humidity. All right, so Mickey, Mike has a really valid question about this wide receivers group, and we got to start. We got to start with the question about James Washington and how he might affect the roster. What do we have to do with him so that we know what we can do with these other guys?
Well, I think that with the new injured reserve rules. They would have to put him on the initial 53-man roster if they think he won't be ready for the first 4 games of the season. And then after 24 hours, they can put him on IR, and he would be eligible to return after 4 weeks. So they're going to have to make a projection, not only with him, but Michael Gallup, on just when they think they can get those guys back. Michael Gallup's already on PUP, so they can just go ahead and slide him onto PUP, and then he would be eligible to return in 4 weeks. But with James Washington, because he had already started in training camp, they would have to put him on the 53 24 hours later, and then put him on IR recall, and then he'd be eligible to come back in 4 weeks if they think he needs another 4 weeks before he'd be eligible to come back.
Okay, interesting. So, because I was looking at it, Mick, and I'm like, okay, hey, Kavontae, Turpin's on the team, but the thing is nobody wants to talk about this during the game. When somebody makes the team, somebody also doesn't make the team. So I was just trying to look at kind of the wide receiver depth and go, all right, well, whose spot did he take?
I would think that he takes a kind of a hybrid spot. Like, I don't think you look at him necessarily as a quote-unquote wide receiver, sort of the way the Cowboys look at C.J. Goodwin. They don't really look at him as a cornerback. They look at him as a special teams guy. Now, Turpin has shown, especially in the practice last Wednesday against the Chargers, that he might have something to him as a wide receiver. But I think if you look at him as a wide receiver, then maybe he's the sixth guy. And I think that's the way they have to look at him. It's kind of a hybrid spot. I don't think he kicks James Washington off the team. They need some experience at the wide receiver spot. And there's only so many young guys I think you can keep for that first week on the wide receiver core. Because if you think about it, you're going to keep Jalen Tolbert, right? He's a rookie. You're going to keep probably Dennis Houston. He's a rookie. Simi Fioco had 7 snaps last year. So at some point, you do need to bring in some experience at the wide receiver spot until Gallup and Washington are able to come back.
All right. Well, you kind of answered me with Dennis Houston, because I haven't seen in preseason football, he's done nothing. I get, right. Has he done enough in practice? Because, really in the games, has he even, I guess he's caught a ball and maybe I forgot he caught a ball. Has he done anything in these games?
Maybe the first game, I think he had maybe a catch or two.
Okay.
But he's been really good in practice. And if you just look at the way they're practicing, Mike, when they go out with their first 3, Houston's been part of it, along with CeeDee Lamb and then Jalen Tolbert. Now, it got a little bit more thin this past week with Noah Brown out. So basically, Noah Brown was out, CeeDee Lamb was out. So you had nobody in that receiving corps that had any amount of experience, which also, to me, means they keep their eyes open when these cuts start coming down to see if there's another kind of somewhat veteran-type wide receiver that could come in and help them at an inexpensive cost. I think they'll keep their eyes open for that.
So
because if you think about it, I remember last time they tried the receiver by committee, and the committee wasn't what they thought it was, and they ended up using a first-round pick to trade for Amari Cooper.
So you're saying that this current roster, Mickey, might not be what the final roster looks like at some point then.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they would have to do their due diligence to keep their eyes open to see if, something comes available and you go, okay, well, maybe I can get this young guy on the practice squad, but I need some experience for that first month of the season. I think it's the same thing as with the swing tackle. I see Josh Ball getting better and better after not playing last year. If you think about him, the last time he would have played in a game prior to that Denver preseason game was December 25th of 2020 at Marshall, because he didn't get any snaps last year, barely practiced. So I think they've been encouraged by the steps he's taken so far. But is he ready to go in week 1 or week 2 for 10, 15 snaps at either of the tackle positions? They're going to have to, but a lot of that will be decided by what's available from a guy that might have some NFL experience.
The good and the bad of Sam Williams, your thoughts on kind of where he is at this point, because there's some really good qualities about this guy, and how much significant playing time do you think he's going to receive in the regular season?
Well, I think that he will work into the rotation. I think Dorrance Armstrong right now in their base defense is the starting right defensive end. But as you've seen, they've been moving him around, trying to see Sam Williams, just what he can do. He's been at right defensive end. He's been at left defensive end. They've moved him inside as a pass rush defensive tackle on the nickel. But I think that, you will see him in a lot of different situations. He just needs all these reps in preseason, because if you think about it, he didn't play all that much in college. He'd first gone to JUCO, and then you have the shortened 2020 season because of COVID. So they see the talent in him, but they also understand that they don't want to overload him right from the beginning. I think you saw that probably in the preseason game when he didn't recognize that it was going to be a screen pass, and he kind of vacated that right side going after the quarterback, didn't get there, and then they had the big play. But if you also see his ability to rush the quarterback, they just need to pick their spots, I think, with him initially, and kind of let him work himself in to maybe more snaps as the season goes along.
Man, when we talk about him specifically versus what you had with Randy Gregory, there just seems to be a difference, obviously in their ability, their styles. It just seems like there's a lot of power as opposed to a lot of quick twitch speed from that guy.
Yeah, and he has the speed. Remember, in the combine, he ran a 4.46 40.
Gross.
And he 260 pounds. So yeah, maybe not as quick a twitch as Gregory. But remember, Gregory's first year, he was just kind of a guy to start with, right? Although you saw Gregory was like the rubber band man, right? He can contort himself and get around that corner, but you also could be on the field, right? And, for the first 3 weeks of training camp, he wasn't on the field in Denver.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of people are starting to ask about Tristan Hill, and I'm my feeling on Tristan Hill is, okay, we'll just keep an eye on it, and if somebody wants to offer me a swing tackle for him, I'm willing to trade. But has he played his way into favor with this team?
Yeah, I think he's been very impressive. I think this training camp. You guys, for the most part, just see what he does on television in the 2 preseason games, but I think in practice, the way they've been rotating him, they do think they have a lot in him. But again, you're exactly right. They're going to cut a couple guys at that interior defensive tackle spot that can play in this league. And I think you have to weigh it. What can you get for Tristan Hill? Can you get for maybe the other guy, Carlos Watkins, if you think these young guys are what they are, because they certainly gotten a huge jump from Quinton Bohanna, who's been getting a lot of upgraded snaps, especially with the first team defense. Matter of fact, so he's as Mike McCarthy said in the pregame show, he's earned the moniker not only as Q, but they call him Big Q.
Yep.
As opposed to Dan Quinn Q, right? And he's given them a really good push at that one technique if they go into their 4-3 defense. So it's a crowded field there, and you can't keep everybody, but it'll be interesting to see how they handle that.
And do we have a valid thought on our backup quarterback at this point, or is there still we'll keep throwing those guys out there?
I think what Greer did in the second half against the Chargers, I think it signaled competition on for the backup job.
Mm-hmm.
And I know they would want this to continue. You only have one more preseason game, and you might give Dak Prescott a series or two in that third preseason game, and they might have to take a longer look at Greer. They know what Rush is, and he's got the Minnesota win in his back pocket in his favor. But there's also things you can do there, massaging the roster, because if you want to keep all three, but you only want to keep two on the 53-man roster, Cooper Rush is a vested veteran, so he doesn't have to go through waivers. So you could actually release him like they did Kellen Moore a couple of years ago and just say, hey, don't go anywhere. We're going to sign you back to either the practice squad and give you a bump in pay, or we can, once we release some guys that have to go on either PUP or the 53-man roster eventually and put them on IR, it'll open up a roster spot, and then maybe you can qualify keeping three on the 53. So there's ways they could manage that. And remember, when you put a guy on the practice squad that's a veteran like that, you can protect him. I think you've got the right to protect him 3 or 4 times, that no one can come in and just claim him. That is an undecided decision, but at this point, to me, it looks like it'll be a very good one. Mike called them tough decisions, but at least you have a decision to make, more so than no competition at that spot.
Yeah, and you know what? Tomorrow, Mickey, we don't have time for it right now, but tomorrow Mike will tell you why he's already cut Dalton Schultz and decided that Jake Ferguson is the future. But we'll get into that one tomorrow, all right?
All right, Mike, and you might want to sleep on that one.
Not cutting him, just not giving him a new contract.
Well, that's why they didn't give him this one. And, you could always, this is supposed to be for tomorrow.
Yeah, you know what?
You could franchise him again, and it's still less than what the value would have been if you did a long-term deal.
That sounds good for tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll get after it tomorrow, Mickey. Look forward to talking to you then, man.
Okay, see you guys.
There he goes, Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by Ford, man. It's always good to get a refresher on some of the things you saw, kind of see what he saw too, and then get rolling into it. But right now, Mike, it's time for Baseball Nuggets.
You might not be watching, but the Rangers are playing old school baseball next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Monday.
Hey, y'all, drive safe out there. There's a flash flood warning in Dallas, Tarrant, and Ellis counties. I believe all the way out to like 115, so y'all be careful out there. But this segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick. Mike, do you mind if I throw you 2 nuggets real quick? Just throw them your way.
Go.
Josh Young, 2 for 4 with a double over the weekend. Good for him.
Oh, he had a good weekend. He had more than that.
Oh, yeah,
that was in one game.
That was in one game.
He's staying hot.
That Cole Winn pitched, where he had 3.2 innings pitched, gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, 7 walks, 2 strikeouts, and 101 pitches in 3 innings. That's
it's going in a way for Cole Winn that I don't know if you can expect him to contribute in 2023.
Yeah, man, I got questions there.
So that's not good. What is good? On the mound in 1989, one of the greatest moments, not only in Texas Rangers history, but in Major League Baseball history, because nobody had ever done it. Here's your call on this day in Texas Rangers history.
He struck him out swinging. Strikeout number 5,000 is history for Nolan Ryan.
So there you go to start Baseball Nuggets on this date. Nolan Ryan strikes out Ricky Henderson. As I met Ricky Henderson years later, and he said, don't worry about giving up that big home run to Barry Bonds. I struck out against Nolan Ryan, and I said, there's a little bit of a difference, Ricky. You are the greatest leadoff hitter of all time, and I am a guy who, at that point, I don't even know if I'd won that many games, but won 10 whole games in Major League Baseball.
You did,
10 and 13. In your face, society. How many wins do you have? No, it's like when people are like, well, you know, you should be happy about that accomplishment. I'm like, I am, but I also thought I could win a lot more games in the major leagues. All right. So that being said, let's go to this Texas Ranger team right now. And I get it, right? It's football time. Everybody's getting ready for college football to kick off next week. We are a couple weeks away from NFL kicking off. So everybody's turning their attention to NFL football. Totally get it. The Rangers aren't in any type of race to make the playoffs, so I get where you might not be watching. But here's what's interesting about the Texas Rangers. As you know from last week, Chris Woodward was let go and John Daniels was let go. I don't know how much of a transition the Rangers are trying to make, but it seems like they are. After Glenn Otto's start this weekend, Beasley comes on and is interviewed by Leslie McCaslin. She's filling in right now for Emily Jones, so she's doing the post-game interview, and Beasley, the manager, says, I think Otto did a great job of pitching to contact. We want our pitchers to pitch to contact. That's a total 180 from where the Rangers have been the last couple years. There was an interview Lance Lynn did his last time with the Texas Rangers, and I believe it was on with Eric Nadel here on 105.3 The Fan. In a pregame interview, he's talking to Lance Lynn about how many strikeouts he had, because he had a 200 strikeout season in 2019. And he said, well, the reason that I'm striking out more guys now than earlier in my careers, I'm being told by the Texas Rangers, strike everybody out. We're going for strikeouts. We're not trying to be efficient with our pitches. We're not trying to get guys out in 3 pitches or less. We're trying to strike everybody out. And so with Beasley saying this, I'm just wondering how much of is there a transition in this organization with Chris Young and with maybe giving that to Beasley, and Beasley being in the game for a long time going, why are we trying to strike everybody out? If a strikeout's there, if we get to 2 strikes, hey, let's throw our put away pitch. Let's try to get a strikeout, or let's get really bad contact. You've put yourself in a position to strike a guy out. Why are we trying to strike a guy out on 0-0? And here's the contradiction of, look, we contradict each other in society. We all are hypocrites. Every human being's a hypocrite. We all have hypocritical things that we say this thing, and then we'll say this other thing, and we don't even know that we're contradicting ourselves. Here's how analytics contradicts themselves without even knowing they're contradicting themselves. And I'm sure analytic people, I might get a text from Jared Sandler after this segment going, you're wrong, Mike. They don't think this. Well, yes, they do. Okay. Here's what they'll say to hitters. Guys, we don't care if you strike out. We need you swinging for the fences. We need launch angle. We need home runs. We need OPS, and we need a lot of the S in the OPS. We need a lot of slugging. So if you strike out, what's the deal? You strike out, you pop out, you ground out. They're all the same. They all equal an out. And then the same analytic people, those exact same people who've just told all hitting coaches, do not teach contact. We want to teach power swings. Whether you're as small as Josh Smith, whether you're as big as Aaron Judge, we want the same approach. Hit the ball far. And it's like, guys, from my perspective, that's not right. You should not be teaching every hitter similar approaches on how far can you hit the ball. There are people built. If you're built like Aaron Judge, Joey Gallo, Pete Alonso, there's certain guys that I understand the philosophy of hit the ball far, because when they do, it's out of the park. When I teach Josh Smith to hit the ball far, 1 out, throw the ball around the horn, let's go to the next hitter. Like, you should be teaching Josh Smith how to hit like Luis Ariz, who we're playing right now for the Minnesota Twins. His goal should be, I'm going to use the whole field. I'm going to hit hard ground balls. I'm going to hit hard line drives. I'm going to get to first base. However I can get to first base, I need to get to first base. If doubles and homers happen, great, they happen. I think Josh Smith can hit 30 home runs if he's an everyday player. 30 doubles, I think I should say.
Okay, I was like, hold on, that's different.
I don't think he can ever hit 30 home runs, ever. I think his career year will be 20 home runs at his very best. But I want those 20 home runs to come on batting 300, not on batting 210. But we contradict ourselves. We say strikeouts don't matter. And then that same analytic person who's telling all the hitting coaches, strikeouts don't matter, it's an out. Then we tell all the pitching coaches from the same analytic people that are running all departments in Major League Baseball now, the only thing that matters as a pitcher is strikeouts. A ground ball and a fly ball somehow in the analytic world only count as like half an out. But a strikeout somehow, you get a strikeout? Oh my God.
You did it.
Like when I talked to Jared Sandler, and I love Jared, and I'm like, dude, I really like this Cole Irvin for the Oakland Athletics. I'd love to trade for him and get him on our staff. He's like, I believe his stats. I don't have them pulled up in front of me, but he has like 130 innings pitched. He has like 87 to 90 strikeouts. That's not a lot per inning, obviously. That doesn't equate to being a great pitcher. But I'm like, Jared, he only has given up 25 walks in 130 innings. There's no free base runners happening. I mean, you have to make good contact on this guy. Yeah, he's not striking out guys, but those same analytic people contradict themselves and they say, no, strikeouts are worth everything as a pitcher. Well, are they hard to get in today's game? We're not teaching hitters to make contact. There's no such thing as a two-strike approach. Hey, we're not saying, hey, use the whole field. They throw you a slider. Let it get deep on you. Hit it the other way. Hell, and I use Josh Smith as an example, who just got sent down to the minor leagues. They don't even play a third baseman when Josh Smith has 2 strikes. Are you kidding me? Josh Smith, who's 5'0" nothing, who's 100-pound nothing, who should be a guy who can bat 300 at this level. And I'm not saying you should immediately do it, but I see a lot of potential in Josh Smith. Not if you teach him to elevate the ball and try to pull the ball and hit the ball as far as he can. If you're going to do that to him, he's going to be at very best in this league, a 250 hitter. But I think he can use all fields. I think he should study Luis Ariz. I think he should study guys prior to when he played Major League Baseball and see, how do I use the whole field? How do I get on base? And this is where I bring in Beasley. It seems like the other day, Ezekiel Duran's trying to sacrifice bunt, literally sack bunt against Jake Ryan. Now, he doesn't sack bunt. You know what he does? Because it's so confusing, he gets a 4-pitch walk by squaring around 4 times and Ryan throwing 4 straight balls. I'm not saying because he squared around it equated to a walk, but the Rangers are trying to bunt for hits. The Rangers are trying to sacrifice bunt. The Rangers are trying to move guys over from second to third base with nobody out. By the way,
I love it.
When you cheer, I'm going to give you Ranger fans a lesson here to educate you on baseball. When a guy moves a guy from second to third base to create 2 outs in an inning, do not clap. That is not a positive out. That's only a positive out in like high school or below. So when people are like, all right, way to sacrifice that guy over to third and get 2 outs runner on third. No, you don't clap for that. That shows your lack of baseball education. You're not trying to move a guy from second to third with 1 out. You're trying to move a guy from second to third with nobody out. And Jonah Heim did that the other day. It seems like all of a sudden these things that win real baseball games, analytics don't win baseball. As much as I think we're starting to find this out. It took some time. There's trial and error in this. I think the more we're trialing all these analytic things that on a piece of paper look like they are really good, aren't really good. I'm going to ask you the easiest question in the world, Corey. You played high school baseball. Right. Did you feel better when you played baseball, when you got a hit or when you drew a walk?
Oh, I hit.
100%. Every human being who's ever played baseball will tell you they feel better when they get a base hit, getting to first base over a walk. Now, they're the exact same thing on a piece of analytic paper. They're the exact same thing. Getting to first base is getting to first base. But psychologically,
I did something.
Mentally, you earned your way to first base. And I get you could say, well, I earned a walk. I drew an 8 or 9 pitch walk. They feel good. You're on base. But it doesn't feel the same as hitting a line drive. I'm going to tell you, all analytic people, which this is not on a piece of paper, when I'm on the mound and somebody hits the ball hard off of me for a base hit. Now I have to somewhat make a little bit of an adjustment than walking a guy. I'm not saying walking a guy is good. I feel like, damn it, I shouldn't have walked that guy. I got to make better pitches. But he didn't psychologically hurt me at all by hitting the ball hard the opposite way, by hitting the ball hard into the gap. So we don't put these into analytics. What about the psychological feeling of getting a base hit as a hitter? Mm-hmm. What about the psychological feeling to your team? The other 8 guys that they say hitting is contagious. Walking isn't contagious. Mm-hmm. It kind of can be, but hitting is contagious. Walking doesn't make the next guy on deck feel like, man, I'm going to drill the ball into the gap the way that my guy just walked to first base. No, hitting is contagious. So psychologically, all the analytics in the world can't tell me that, hey, what's the psychological feeling to my team when a base hit is made? What's the psychological feeling to that pitcher when guys are getting on base by drilling the ball into the gaps or hitting the ball the opposite way or by putting pressure on me by moving a runner over? So these things that analytics can never do in our game of baseball or in all other games, because I can't measure the psychological impact on the human beings playing. And as far as I know, humans are still pitching the ball and humans are still hitting the ball. And I love what the Rangers are doing. I don't know if it's coming from Chris Young. I don't know if it's coming from Beasley, but it's coming from one of those 2 places that the Rangers are pitching to contact. Oh my God. We're pitching to contact and we're efficient with our pitches. So we can pitch into the 6th and 7th inning possibly.
What?
Because we are at pitch number 60 and we're in the 6th inning. My God, what a concept. So this way, when I don't have good stuff, if I'm Glenn Otto, I can't tell myself I don't have good stuff, but Glenn Otto doesn't have the best major league stuff. Koji Arihara does not have the best stuff. But you know what you can do? You can get to the 5th or 6th inning and all those guys coming back to the dugout, playing 13 years of professional baseball myself. Sometimes guys will come back to the dugout going, man, I think I'm on them. And then the next thing you know, you're in the 5th or 6th inning. You're like, how have we not scored 3 or 4 runs off of this guy? And it's like, damn, he's just getting us out quickly, isn't he? He's just in 1 to 3 pitches, he's getting us to hit a fly ball or a ground ball. And then we're feeling like, man, we're kind of hitting the ball, but we're not scoring any runs. So
in the 5th inning, we haven't done crap against this guy.
This is where I'm hoping Chris Young, and I'm not blaming John Daniels for all of this, but I'm really hoping Chris Young brings more baseball to the game than analytics to the game, because he was on a baseball team that won a championship in 2015, not a piece of paper that won a championship in 2015.
Boy, preach it today. Mike Bassick is on one, and I hope y'all, man, they are. The fans, the Tolos are loving it.
Tonight, if the Rangers play obviously here on 105.3 The Fan, there's something happening here, and I'm not saying we're about to win a championship, but we're playing real baseball. We're pitching to contact, and we're trying to move runners over, and we're trying to get sack. Like, we're actually trying to play baseball instead of trying to play it on a computer.
I love it, man. You know that's the kind of baseball I want to play, Mike. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, how every team can win the Super Bowl. Yes, even the Cowboys. Next on The Fan.
Listen. free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Man, we're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and I would expect and anticipate news to start rolling down all day long, all week long, as we get closer to cuts being made and decisions on who's going to be on your team. And we got one right now, and that is Baker Mayfield is going to be the opening game starter for the Carolina Panthers. And that's the listen, man.
The Browns.
Yeah, that's a huge moment right there, because he gets that chance to go stick it back to the Browns. We already talked about how like the NFL was pulling bits and said, you know what, Deshaun Watson, you can have your first game back against the Texans. So that's wild too. But yeah, Baker Mayfield gets his opportunity against the Cleveland Browns to start that season off. And Mike, that's a guy right there that I was like, I don't know. I think he's got something, but I think he needs to be brought back down to earth first and then rebuilt by somebody. And I don't know that Cleveland was ever the place to build him. So hopefully that happens for him. And I guess it just proves my thoughts on Sam Darnold still and how I felt about it. I never really wanted that guy, so I'm okay with that and the way that this looks for him.
I'm with you. I was just wondering this, and I know this won't happen because they owe him so much money. He won the job, and I know they're not going to do this because you said you're done with Sam Darnold. But if he got released, you'd want him as your backup here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like he's better than Cooper Rush and Will Grier, right?
I don't know. Because I've seen this guy against professional players, and I'm like, he's not good against professional players.
Right.
I'd be more willing to work with Will Grier and what I think he is at this point. So
I'm not typing fast enough. Their draft pick just got the whatever it's called, the Franks.
Liz Frank.
Yeah, Liz Frank.
And so he's done for the year. So they probably, because if they're...
And that would be Matt Corral.
Matt Corral. So if Matt Corral was healthy, they might think about we're opening up a roster spot. But because he's done for the year, probably Sammy D isn't going to get released.
Yeah, I would presume that Sammy D is not going to get released. This is every NFL team in their way that they can win the Super Bowl, Mike. And I think that you're going to enjoy this one just a little bit because... yes, the Cowboys also could win the Super Bowl this year. Actually.
Are you sure?
Yes! Right now, everybody has an opportunity to win it. Everybody. Well, except for the Falcons and the Giants. Okay, so everybody has the hope of winning the Super Bowl right now, but not everybody can. Here you go, though. I'm going to run through some of these reasons. I think some of these are fun. Some of them are legitimate. Do you want to start with the Cowboys, or do you want to go in alphabetical order?
Cowboys.
All right, we'll start with the Dallas Cowboys.
17-0, 72 Dolphins.
I'm not going to predict that, but here is the why the Cowboys will win the Super Bowl.
50-1.
The Dallas Cowboys, Dak Prescott's arm overcomes whatever inability to close out playoff games Mike McCarthy brings to the table, which is a huge shot at Mike McCarthy. He's just 3-5 in the postseason since winning a Super Bowl in 2010. And more concerning, he seems to find ways to manufacture losses as teams around him level up in the playoffs.
Aren't we like 3-75 since we won the Super Bowl in the playoffs?
But what they're saying is if the Cowboys are going to do it, it's going to be because Dak Prescott is going to be able to like overcome whatever goes wrong.
Oh, I agree. I think that I'm not betting on this. I'm betting on the Cowboys. Actually, I'm leaning towards them making the playoffs. I think that we're good enough to make the Cowboys are good enough to make the playoffs again. Okay. But if you're going to be a real true contender, and I would say last year going into the playoffs, the Cowboys had put themselves in somewhat of a position. It wasn't a very good finish to the year, which I think concerned a lot of Cowboy fans going in. That Arizona Cardinal game was like, oh, damn, like that's a playoff team. That was
supposed to be a statement
and you were at home and you lost. And so this doesn't make us feel good about making a kind of a 3-game run to make it to the Super Bowl. That being said, if the Cowboys are going to put themselves in the position that they were in last year, 12-5, a team that you think can maybe make some noise in the playoffs and make it to the Super Bowl, it'll be because Dak Prescott's one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL this year. I'm not betting on that. I'm betting on him being a good quarterback and the Cowboys making the playoffs. So I agree with if they're going to overcome and they're going to be great, it's because freaking Dak Prescott is way better than I think he is.
You know, and he was talking with Peter King. This is kind of interesting. He was talking with Peter King about that San Francisco game, Mike. And I think we all look at that moment and we're like, can Dak make the right decision whenever it's crunch time? We've seen him do it before, But that was a big, big mistake. Here were his thoughts on that specific moment.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it a lot. I'm a guy that loves to reflect, and then obviously in situations like that, something that scars you, builds a callus. You've got to go back and reflect. You've got to think about in this game, a bunch of different situations and things happen. What if it happened again? And I could easily say I wish I would have went down faster, but I think I went and got enough. So I'm not going to say I regret that by any means. The process just should have been cleaner for myself, the center, the line, the officials. Everybody could have been better and more prepared for what was going on. So I'm not going to regret that. If anything, I feel like I should have did what we did at the last play today and made a call where I'm not going to spike it. I snapped it at 1 second and just went and tried to get a Hail Mary off or get something off that gives us a chance, and then we didn't leave the play, the snap, the clock in the officials and the game clock's hands.
That I think, the part of I don't regret that. I think you can regret that just a little bit, kind of like Reggie's going to regret not joining the fantasy league at the station. But I think that you can regret that a little bit. But I also understand the part of I would rather never leave it in the referee's hands. Let's us have control over that moment in a big game.
I agree with everything he said. And you're in a tough situation. I believe if I have this right, I have it pulled up. The Cowboys got the ball back with 32 seconds left. The issue was you had 7 points at halftime. The issue was second half to start the second. So you're down 16-7. You get the ball to start the second half. So I like Dak's answer, but really the issue was you only score 7 at halftime. Then you go punt, interception, punt, and you're in the fourth quarter with 7 points. Right?
Yeah.
So that's
tough.
the issue. Now they're up 23-7. You go field goal, touchdown to put yourself in a position to maybe tie the game / win the game. But the issue wasn't that last drive. You're in a do or die, 30 seconds left to try to get yourself into a Hail Mary / touchdown situation. The issue was 7 points, punt, interception, punt, and you're now in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. That's a tough day right there. To say, you know what, we're going to put it all on this one moment.
Right. Like, you screwed up by running the ball. Yeah, that wasn't the best. I get everything he said. So the reason you lost the game is you had 7 at halftime, and I believe, if I have this right, you had 7 points. At most, you had 10 going into the fourth quarter, and you started off the second half where you needed the ball back to put yourself 16-7, and you punt, interception, punt, and you find yourself down 23-7.
And from what this list is saying, Mike, if Mike McCarthy does generate that kind of poor performance in the game early on, if that's what he's building whenever it's playoff time, then Dak has to overcome that if they want to have any shot of winning the Super Bowl. You want to stick in the NFC East, then I'll stick with this. These are kind of fun. The New York Giants, the easiest schedule in the NFL, creates a nice runway for Dabes. That would be the Texans, the Jaguars, the Panthers, Bears, Seahawks, and Lions all on their schedule. Not saying that those are gimmies for the New York Giants, but those are easier games that could find them in a lucky position. I think you're going to find Philadelphia more lucky than you are the Giants in that situation. But they say, hey, look, you get Washington twice. That's a positive right there. So maybe, just maybe, the Giants can win the Super Bowl by lucking into a schedule.
I hate saying this, but they have to have major tragedies happen in the NFL to win.
I agree with you. And there are some other, like Washington, their comment is, LOL, no. So I don't think Washington's going to be that competitive in this division either, unless their defense bounces back. Beyond that, and Carson Wentz is great. I think they're going to have an interesting running back situation. You might want to keep your eye on the other running back that they currently have. I think it's Brian Roberts. That's a name that you want to keep over Antonio Gibson, I think, at this moment. The Philadelphia Eagles, Howie Roseman's busy offseason allows Jalen Hurts to lock down his place as a franchise quarterback.
I hope so, because they'll never win a championship, and I mean never even get close as long as Jalen Hurts is their quarterback. But I do believe their team is good enough to win 10 games.
The word franchise quarterback, will it ever change? Because I think everybody has the idea of what a franchise quarterback is, and they seem to think that Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts aren't it.
Lamar Jackson, franchise is maybe a little bit tough, even though he has won an MVP. That's really tough to say, oh, he's not good when he won a league MVP. If you want to say that he's just not good enough, if he's not in that top 5 or 7 category, which I don't think he is, but he's right on that Dak Prescott. He's very different, but that, hey, are you the 8th best quarterback if we go to what the Hunt family feels like? And I think most NFL teams feel like, if I don't have a top 8 quarterback in this league, I really have no chance of winning the championship.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm putting myself in such a tough, I have to have the best defense in the NFL by far, because when those teams win it, Baltimore, for example, you have the best defense in the NFL. So I have to have the best defense in the NFL and a guy who doesn't want to make mistakes at quarterback. He's willing to punt the ball more than push the ball. And I just give him unbelievable field position, and I can win games because I'm going to hold teams under 20 points almost every game. I can do it that way. But Jalen Hurts, he's a bad starting quarterback on a good team.
He's not a prolific passer, and that's what the great franchise quarterbacks seem to be, prolific passers, and that hasn't changed. That hasn't changed so far. I'm going to go through a bunch of these teams, Mike. This is one of them that just cracked me up, though, the Chicago Bears. Your thoughts? Can the Chicago Bears win the Super Bowl this year?
Once again, major tragedy has to happen around the NFL, and I'm talking about deaths.
Okay, well, this is what they suggest. Every other team gets mono, but the Bears stay safe by not kissing anybody.
Yeah, okay. Everybody gets COVID pretty much in the NFL, but I don't even think you have to miss games because of COVID anymore, so that might not be a hard enough thing to happen to the NFL. Yeah, the Bears, the Giants, the Commanders, they have no chance of winning the Super Bowl.
The Denver Broncos. Russell Wilson proves to be the missing piece, and Denver's defense returns to Orange Crush form.
Sure.
I think that's valid.
Sure. I mean, they're hoping for the Tampa Bay 2020 situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is you brought in Tom Brady, and you're like, this team never makes the playoffs. And for Denver, for a while now, they haven't made the playoffs. But you go, but Jerry Jeudy and the SMU wide receiver,
Cortland Sutton,
like, these guys are great wide receivers. They just need a quarterback to show how great they are. If that happens, they've put themselves in a position to possibly win it all. I don't think they are. I think they're right around a 10-win team because of how tough their division is. But I'm excited to see what Denver can do with Russell Wilson, and if Jerry Jeudy is a really good receiver, or is he more the bust receiver that he's been after 2 years?
All right, Mike, I know you're a huge fan of Trevor Lawrence. Why would the Jaguars win the Super Bowl?
Major tragedy happens in the NFL. I think that for them, if they can get to 9 wins, that's the Super Bowl for them. If they can go 9-8, that's the Super Bowl. I think that would be amazing for that team.
I like this. Just redefine the Super Bowl for each team.
Each team. Hey, man, this was your Super Bowl this year, and this win.
Honestly,
this win
for the Cowboys, I feel like winning a playoff game is their Super Bowl.
The football gods unilaterally decide to give Urban Meyer the biggest middle finger possible by letting the Jaguars win the Super Bowl, is what they say. That would be the reason. The
Divine
Chiefs.
intervention is the answer we have here.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Is it and I know Mike's brought in baseball gods, and people are like, hold on, where are the baseball gods? And I think if you play sports, you're like, I'm praying to the baseball god today. He's going to help me out.
But what if you're playing football?
Maybe so. Football.
If the Chiefs are healthy, they can win it all.
They say that the losing Tyreek Hill actually didn't faze them. Like this is one of those things that Tyreek Hill's departure proves meaningless, and a questionable defense provides answers. So if they get a good defense, they have the offense to do it. I don't know that that's the case. Maybe it is. Maybe they do have the offensive weapons to do that. But that kind of went along with the Bills. Josh Allen is playing angry, and his team is more talented. This is why
they put the wrong answer on here.
What's the Bills' answer?
They drafted Matt Ariza.
Oh, yeah. They got the best punter. They got punt god.
Field position forever.
They changed the coin flip rule, right? In the playoffs now, you get the ball even if you give up a touchdown?
I believe so, yeah. So
I think that you could they changed the coin flip rule, and it gives them a chance if they lose a coin flip to whether it's Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Russell Wilson, Justin Herbert. You lose that coin flip because you're in overtime. Josh Allen at least gets a chance to match now.
And then there was, I thought this one was pretty interesting, the Las Vegas Raiders, who I think everybody is kind of like, man, they really could do something because of Davante Adams. They had a good pass rush. They had a pretty fun defense last year. What could be their thing? Derek Carr, finally emboldened by powerful receivers, makes his Matt Stafford leap. If you're looking for a player that could do what Matt Stafford did last year, it could be Derek Carr this season.
I think Russell Wilson kind of falls into that category too.
Yeah, no, I think that, but Russell Wilson he was always that guy. Like you're like, oh
right.
man, he's
done
really
it.
good.
Matthew
he has
Stafford
a
and Derek
championship.
Carr never did it.
Like
So I get you.
Russell Wilson's had that validity of the championship. Derek Carr never quite got there. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, the Mavs talk trade with this team, and would you want that guy? Next on the Fan.
All right, let's talk about road trips.
by Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again, and those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less, Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
Is there an opportunity for the Mavericks to make another move that could add something back to this team, or is that already seen its way out? And what's going on in the NBA with all these other questions right now swirling around Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving? You saw Shams earlier this morning, Mike, drop the note about the potential trade with the Memphis Grizzlies, and that would be the Grizzlies have 5 first-round picks to theoretically utilize in a Kevin Durant trade. But sources say that they will not make Jaren Jackson Jr. or Desmond Bane available. And that's interesting that the Grizzlies would be in on this conversation. Obviously, they had something interesting and special going on last year, and they ran into the Golden State Warriors. Warriors end up winning the championship. So maybe you trick yourself into going, we're that much closer. All we need is that guy, and that could be the difference for us. Or maybe it's legitimate. You are that close. And you have to pull the trigger on this move in order to become a legitimate contender again in the Western Conference. I don't know that would be the case, but I'm trying to think of how he fits with Ja Morant, and it seems like it would be a match made in heaven for him. Yeah, Durant and Ja.
I think it would be pretty special if they're both healthy.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing, too, that sometimes we forget because on a piece of paper it looks beautiful. But we have seen in recent history, especially with Kevin Durant in Brooklyn, if you're not healthy enough to play kind of the 55, I would say, plus games together in the regular season, it's not the easiest thing to say, hey, you guys have never played together. How about the playoffs? You guys want to just be perfect and cohesive and understand how each of you work off of each other and the offensive scheme and what your role players do well, especially when you 2 guys are on the court at the same time or you 3 guys are on the court at the same time. It's not that easy. So I would say with Durant and Ja Morant, I think it would push them into a top 4 contender in the NBA, but they would both need to play, I would guess, I'll put it at a minimum of 50 games together in the regular season for them to really be that major threat to say, hey, they figured it out. They know how to play with each other. They know how to work off of each other. They know where each other's spots are. They know how to play together well the last 5 minutes of games. If they were to do that, it could be pretty darn dangerous. And I never thought of Memphis in this deal for like a Kevin Durant throughout this thing. Now, obviously, Kevin Durant, he doesn't have a no trade clause. He can say, I'm just not going to Memphis, but I don't know. Memphis is a smaller city, but man, to play with Ja Morant, one of the 5 best young players in the game, that would be pretty special, I would think, for him.
It's funny that you say Memphis is a smaller city because Memphis kind of has a certain laid-back ethos that I think he would actually enjoy.
Yeah, I think so too.
Outside of obviously like his entrepreneurial goals, which I think he has for sure. He seems like a pretty chill and laid back guy, and he did seem to enjoy his time at Oklahoma City. Memphis is that in just a heightened way. Yeah. So I think he would enjoy his time there, but I think the reason why Memphis didn't stand out, and I would say for me either, is because they seem to be a team that has really cherished and enjoyed the idea of getting a lot of young guys, particularly guys that have been undervalued, and kind of using those marketing efficiencies to get guys that are better and develop them up. Guys like Brandon Clark, guys like Xavier Tillman, and the list goes on, actually. But they've had a lot of those types of guys. So I looked at them as a team that was going to kind of build and become more cohesive in kind of the way that Mark Cuban thinks, but with actual young guys here.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought because I guess at some point you have to go, okay, did we get the right group? Did we get the right core? And we got to add our Charles Haley.
And they're really well coached. It's not something that should be ignored. Taylor Jenkins is constantly in that discussion for like coach of the year. Mm-hmm. So I imagine that might also help, especially for Kevin Durant coming from a spot where Steve Nash, not quite that, you know?
And when you talk about Memphis, that style of city too, like, you're right, man. It does have a different vibe to it. I do wonder if he could get some of his entrepreneurial stuff started there. I mean, Justin Timberlake owns like part of the Grizzlies and then part of the radio station. Like, there's one station. All I ever hear whenever I go to Memphis is Justin Timberlake. So I'm like, who's running this station? It's got to be his. So maybe that is a place that it could be something that works out for him for the rest of his career, and he's happy there. And that could be something that's interesting. Now, I saw this on CBSSports.com. The Cavaliers have Colin Sexton. He has a 3-year, $40 million contract on the table from the Cavaliers. He's 23 years old. Did he miss 11 games, or did he play all but 11 games last year with the meniscus injury?
He didn't play much, so I'm going to guess 11. I'm trying to get to his bio.
He only played in 11 games last year.
Only 11 games.
The thing is, though, there were conversations, according to Wine and Gold Talk podcast, that the Cavs had conversations with the Mavericks about a sign and trade for Colin Sexton.
I talked to Sam Amico about this. He was the first one to report this, and I'm going to guess now 2 months ago. I mean, this is late June, early July, and I'm buddies with him, and he covers the Cavs pretty well and knows a lot. And so I asked him specific questions about this. And now there could be further conversations, but he was pretty much like, they were inquiries. There wasn't like specific, like if we do this and if we do that. Talking to everybody I know that understands the cap, this is almost impossible to pull off now. The discussions and talks about Colin Sexton happened before Jalen Brunson.
Yes.
Once the Mavericks went over the cap, once everything kicked in and the trade went through with Christian Wood and the signing went through with Jalen Brunson, so there was no more sign and trade of Jalen Brunson. The Mavericks almost, I'm going to say 99%, if not 100%, can't pull this off. The sign and trade thing doesn't work when you're over the cap. It's almost impossible to bring in Colin Sexton. So I was surprised about this report coming out, because talking to guys like David Lord, who's unbelievable. If you want to follow somebody on Twitter who really understands the cap, and guys that I go to and other guys, I don't know how we pull this off, because sign and trades, there's base year compensation versus what you can send out versus what you can bring in. And maybe it can still work. Maybe there's some sort of thing where they can manipulate this. I would like to have another ball handler on this team. He's a sixth man scorer more than he is a passer. You're bringing in a weird way, who's the guy that you like so much in Utah? Jordan Clarkson?
Yeah, I like Clarkson.
Clarkson's not really much of a passer. He's a scorer, right? He's a guy that comes off the bench and is instant offense.
He can run my offense for me.
Colin Sexton is kind of like that. He's not really a passer at all. When he comes in, he's a gunner. I mean, I know this is way back when. Most people don't even know who this person is. Vinnie Johnson, the microwave.
The microwave, yeah.
You're coming in to score. You're really not coming in to set anybody else up. But he is the ball handler that can dribble the ball up, create his own shot. So you're bringing him in.
Advanced Tim Hardaway Jr.? In that, like, Tim Hardaway, once he gets the ball, he's trying to score.
Yeah.
But he's not a dribble drive guy. Like, he's a three-point shooter. That's his calling card.
Yeah,
and
in a weird way, last year in 11 games, he was 24% three-point shooter. But for his career, he's 37.8, which is above average. So last year,
he only played 11 games. So he only played 11 games.
Right.
Yeah.
And 11 games is way too small of a sample size. The year before, 37%. The year before, 38%. It gives you a better idea. I'd love to have him as our sixth man off the bench.
Just seems like difficult to make it happen.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to be pulled off.
I have been told by people in Cleveland that when it comes to work ethic, that's unquestioned. When it comes to personality, he fits in perfect. Those are the qualities about the player that, like, you don't have to change.
Yeah.
I do wonder, though, the part that you're talking about, if Jason Kidd would look at him and say, I have a different vision for you, and how he would respond to that. And I think
Kidd could maybe get him to see the court better than just see it as you scoring.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you want a guy, to come in and be flexible, be coachable. That's what I've heard, is that he is the most coachable player you'll find. So that's interesting to hear about him, considering I think he's one of those guys, like, I'm in Cleveland, I got to do something. Somebody's got to do this stuff. So it's going to have to be me. I
wonder, but the last few years, they've done a better job of building that team around him, and he didn't seem to figure it out. I'm not saying I don't want him, but I mean, for his career, he's 3.3 assists to 2.5 turnovers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty much a turnover per assist, and that's where I would like getting him. My personal deal, I would rather have Kobe White. If I'm taking a risk and I get White has not done nearly as much as Sexton has done in the NBA. Sexton's average for his career is 20 points per game. So he's done way more with his career than White has done with Chicago. But Kobe White is under a 1-year contract.
More gettable.
I can trade for him. There's no sign and trade with him. There is an actual trade I can make. The sign and trade thing seems almost impossible, but I think Sexton's in a bad situation where he doesn't want to sign a 3-year contract. Also, they have an all-star point guard on their team now. So he knows that he is now coming back to Cleveland if he does as a backup there, as a guy who's not really going to handle the ball. So I don't think he wants to go back to Cleveland. That being said, coming here, it's not like he's going to get to do a whole bunch here because Luka handles the ball a whole bunch and Dinwiddie's going to handle the ball. So it's interesting on how the Mavericks also see how he fits if Sexton isn't really that excited about going back to Cleveland.
Lamar Jackson is probably the biggest lightning rod when it comes to quarterback, like
right
trying
now,
to
for sure,
figure
yeah.
out what he is. And Steve Young just ripped the Ravens apart here.
The Baltimore Ravens have doubled down again on being the most sophisticated running game in football, and they have been mowing through regular season opponents for a long time with this most sophisticated running game. My position is they will never get to championship football without a sophisticated passing game. That's not anything to do with Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is a complete player that is being not trained in being a sophisticated passer. They doubled down again back to all the great things that Lamar does, great. But until he gets the chance to show that he is a sophisticated passer of the football in a sophisticated passing game that is properly, invested in, which they never have done, to Robert's point just a minute ago. They don't invest in it. They don't teach it. And now you ask them, why isn't he getting paid to be Patrick Mahomes? Because they haven't given him a chance to be Patrick Mahomes. So until they do, Lamar Jackson's damned because of what the Ravens are doing, not because of Lamar Jackson. I can't wait for someone to train Lamar Jackson to a sophisticated passing game. I think he'd be the greatest player in the history of the game. Yeah. But he's being held back by the Ravens year after year because they keep doubling down to this thing that Lamar Jackson is great at. No question. He's the best at that. Yeah. But it's not the championship football that they need to play, and it's not where Lamar Jackson wants to be. I want the full measure, Robert, of who Lamar Jackson is. And the full measure is not being brought forward by the Ravens. And if that's not the case, then get out and find someone who will.
Man, he could be the best player in the game if they would just tailor to him being a prolific passer. Give him the opportunity. Give him the weapons that it takes to actually go do that in an offense instead of saying, hey, we're going to give you 7 running backs and we're just going to rotate them and they're all going to be pretty decent. And whenever everything breaks down, you just take off running. Give him an offense that can actually produce. I guess the question still is, though, is he the thrower that is that? Steve Young thinks that he is. Steve Young thinks that he can be that type of offensive guy.
Warner, by the way.
Yeah,
Kurt Warner has been pretty critical of Greg Roman, who I have deemed a war criminal.
You have for a while.
That offense is not good, and that I believe that's what Steve Young is talking about. How that offense, passing wise, is just not geared to help a quarterback do anything.
And it's difficult whenever you say we're going to take what you do well. Whenever you're talking to everybody on your team, we're going to take what you do well, and that's what's going to drive this thing. And then you're looking at him, and what he does best is run, but you don't know whether or not he can be a great thrower in this game and be that quarterback that not only can he do that, but then he can bust off a 70-yard run to win for it.
What a big year for him, right?
This is it. This is absolutely...
He can put himself back on the map as like one of the top 5 guys, and he will play with a different, he's going to play with a different style than traditional quarterbacks.
Sure. And the thing about it is when you say what a big year for him, like I hear what you're saying and I don't think you're wrong, but I think that he ends up being a little bit of a proxy. And I think that a lot of the people that have their feelings on him aren't going to have that changed if they have a great season. Yeah. Because they don't have wide receivers. It seems like they've committed even more to running the football again. Like I don't think that if they have a great season, they go win 11, 12 games, with their primary run game, there's still going to be people that look up and say, well, he's not a true quarterback.
Yeah, and I mean, Malcolm Brown did pretty much say last week, we discussed this last week, hey, I felt like I couldn't contribute. I feel like I couldn't be part of them winning because they wanted me to be a blocker. They wanted more of what they do in the running game than us being a prolific passing team. Coming up next in the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for some gridiron gravy. I don't want the Eagles to make this trade at all. Next in the Fan.
All right, let's talk about back
Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals, buyersbarricades.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Hope your drive to work is safe today or wherever you have planned to go. If you can, stay home. Maybe do that just a little bit because it's kind of rough treading out there as you're trying to drive around in this water. So it's slow. For me, it was a slow drive in. For some people, they were like, nope, got to turn around and go back home. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Chef salad.
Chef salad is the new buttermilk biscuit. By the way, we do have a Bone Thugs and Harmony giveaway coming up in the noon hour, so get ready to call in for that one.
It's not even the first of the month.
We'll see at the crossroads.
We're gonna, okay. All right. I see what you guys are doing.
Next.
Kayvon Thibodeau suffered
BS.
a sprained MCL that may sideline him for 3 to 4 weeks. That is fantastic news considering what you saw. Like what we saw, Mike, that's terrifying. And you don't ever want somebody to lose their career because of a knee injury like that. And I'm sure that on the other side, the Bengals are sitting there going, man, we got lucky on this one.
Tight end pulls and Thibodeau sees it. Thibodeau plants his legs to go, okay, we're about to have a collision here. I really probably can't make a play on the running back getting the ball, but I got to take this block. Let's see who gets who here when we meet up. And the tight end says, right before we're about to do this, I see that you've planted both your legs. I'm now going to roll your knee and see if I can possibly end your career. And if it goes bad, if he tears everything up, we've seen careers end with just knees that get blown up in football. So luckily, nothing happens. If I'm the league, if I'm the NFL, I have to suspend that guy 3 to 4 weeks. I don't even know who it was.
Really?
I'm saying you're out the first 3 weeks of the season. Can't play. I have to stop that. That's an intentional trying to end career right there. For what? What did Thibodeau do to you?
That is in that spot. It is a legal block, the chop block. And Micah Parsons tweeted about it. He was like, I don't know why this is still legal in our game. It doesn't make any sense. Nobody should ever be doing it. But it was Thaddeus Moss who did that. And Mike, I remember in football practice.
You tell me what's dirtier than that in football.
I remember in football practice, we're going up against a team that did that. And so our coaches were like, for scout team said, hey, y'all have to block this way against our offensive line or against our defensive line so that our guys can prepare for it. In my mind, I was like, I'm going to lose a knee right now. I was like, I already lost a knee last year. I don't need to lose another one this year. I think it's awful, going at somebody's legs. I will also say this. It seems like there is an unwritten rule, Mike, that you don't go at guys' knees because that's their career. It just seems like, and there are a few unwritten rules in all sports, right? Yeah. Not just baseball, where the book is much thicker. That is the unwritten rule: is don't go after a guy's knee. And I don't think, in my opinion, that was an accident. Like doesn't look like, hey, I was going here and I thought you were going to go low, and so I went low too. It looks like he was, hey, I'm going to go try and tackle you at the legs, even though you're a defensive player.
Yeah, I think that was
But 3 to 4 weeks is actually a lot better.
Yeah, so he's going to miss the first game of the season for sure, probably the second game.
Yeah, and that stinks. That definitely stinks. But the fact that it's not torn and he has to miss his first full season, better news than I think that they could have even hoped for regarding that. I don't want this trade to happen, but I'm trying to imagine if it did. Jimmy Kempski works for the Philly Voice in Philadelphia, and he was throwing out the potential, hey, the Eagles should go ahead, and while they've made all these moves, go ahead and trade for Kareem Hunt. And I don't want that to happen because I feel like if you put Hunt with Jalen Hurts now, like this would be very similar to like the Ravens, right? But I don't want that to happen, man. I think Kareem Hunt could be a huge factor against the Cowboys if he's running the ball back.
I thought they had the guy who's the guy that has all
Miles Sanders.
No respect, Miles Sanders. No respect for that guy who gets hurt all the time and rushes for 50 yards a game.
He is, by the way, they say he looks fast and agile, and he is very explosive in camp. Miles Sanders is. So, like you said, Mike, he wants the respect. He's getting that respect.
5.5 yards per carry, Miles Sanders. Why would you even need another running back with that guy who's arguably the greatest running back in the league today, according to Miles Sanders' mom?
Another running back.
Honey, you need to get the ball more. You need to tell your coach to get the ball more.
You think that's what happened is that mom
was
saying...
You need your respect, Miles.
And he's
you know what, Mommy? I do. I need my respect. I play in almost 12 games a year, Mommy.
Thanks for that, Mike. I appreciate it.
When you see Reggie in the background click his pen, you know you just give it a little more time.
It's not even a click top. I just needed you to know.
Or just give it a little more space because Mike will definitely fill in the breath.
Mommy said I need more respect. My name's Miles Sanders.
Antonio Gibson was the Commanders' starting running back last season, got 1,000 yards, and appeared to be like on that way to having a lock in it too again this year. But Brian Robinson, Mike, I was telling you about his name earlier. He's a third-round rookie, and evidently he has outplayed Gibson already in camp so far this year, and they are looking at him as the starter. He was the starting running back on Saturday's preseason game, and even more significantly, the Commanders had Gibson back to return the opening kickoff, which when you're a starting running back, you don't go return kickoffs. Okay, and that was a moment where last week I know Ron Rivera had said, hey, all positions are up for competition. And I know a lot of coaches say that and everything, but I think this is pretty significant for that because they're going to run the ball. That is something that Ron Rivera teams want to do. He wants to run the football effectively. So just keep an eye on that if you're looking at fantasy football.
On ESPN's depth chart, just to show the jump that he might be making, they have obviously Antonio Gibson as their starter. They have J.D. McKissick as their second string guy.
Mm-hmm.
They have Brian Robinson as their third string guy. So they're saying
coming into the season, Mike, I would have expected McKissick gets some third down situations. He gets some fill and roll, but they say that because of what Robinson has done here in the preseason already, that he's done enough to go ahead and garner thought for that starting role.
I'm not a huge college football fan. I feel like I watch quite a few Alabama games because of how much their games mean. I don't remember him at Alabama. Why don't I remember him?
I don't know, Mike.
Was he their main running back at Alabama and doing awesome things at Alabama and I just forget?
He had a pretty... Yeah, he had 1,300 yards and 14 touchdowns last year.
Sorry, forgot about him.
Here's what's interesting. He was a fifth-year guy. So maybe it's because he only had like 400 yards 2 years before that and then finally got his opportunity and stood out. But yeah, he had a pretty significant year last year.
I think I remember his story because he was the guy who never transferred when guys kept beating him out, right? And
yeah.
I was like, okay, so I remember.
I'll keep doing my work.
I remember this story when he was
there.
having a good game at some Alabama game and they're like, the story, usually guys transfer when they keep, just sitting there watching football, and he didn't.
From the 817, hey, quit giving all this fantasy football advice and make people do their damn homework. So
this is their homework.
This is
listening to us.
I thought helping out a little bit would be something that could, be useful.
If you're looking for a mama's boy, take Miles Sanders.
If you're looking for somebody who's going to go steal your girl, maybe Brian Robinson's that guy because he's trying to steal a job from Antonio. Okay, it makes sense whenever you say it.
Sorry, he said Mama's Boy, and that made me think of Mama's Family. Remember that show?
That changes it. Hold on. Yes, I do remember that show.
You're welcome.
Thanks a lot. Bill Belichick says play calling is a collaborative effort, Mike. Who? But Bill Belichick, he's an NFL head coach for the Patriots. He said, but I have final say in every area. So he says it's kind of a whole nother process this year. I'm always fascinated by this thing that is who's calling plays and why coaches won't reveal it. It doesn't I'm trying to figure out why wouldn't you just be like, okay, it's this guy. Are you just protecting
our guy
these
revealed
guys?
it. He said he watches every play.
Yeah.
Our head coach, who's the offensive guy that we hired, says I don't ever call a play. In fact, I don't even make a suggestion on a play because when I was offensive coordinator and the head coach made a suggestion, I'd make sure to get that play in to start the game, so then it would be over with. So I don't even make suggestions on plays that should be run.
I love this.
Wait, you said, why do coaches? I feel like this isn't coaches. I feel like this is Bill Belichick. When have we seen an instance where there's just not clearly even like a real offensive coordinator on the team? And he's just like, don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
Parcells.
Oh,
okay. Parcells had like 3 different people calling plays, and he was like, "Don't worry about it." You know, ultimately, it's on me. I legitimately remember Parcells saying almost this exact quote: "We have jobs to do. Our staff works well together. There are a lot of people who are involved in all 3 phases of the game. Ultimately, I'm responsible for all of it. If you want to ask who's in charge, then it would be me. I have final say in every area. That's the way it's been, and I don't really see that changing." So yeah, like that's very Parcellsian. Where you're just like trying to establish I'm the guy in charge around here, and that ain't changing anytime soon.
I guess you do what you want when you pop in, because like I don't think very many coaches could get away with this in other places.
No, I agree. But if you're there, they're like, hey, you have control of the team, and then you go out and say,
we're giving him a lot of leeway and not calling it just like a plain bad idea just because he's Bill Belichick.
But he's won championships doing it differently. And you know what? He said
he's had an offensive coordinator when he won championships.
Let Tom Brady go. I'll figure it out. And he got Mac Jones and got in the playoffs with the rookie. Let him give him the leeway. He won championships.
Okay.
He got you to the top of the success chain. He's going to keep you there. Raiders remain interested in Ndamukong Suh, but that price might be too high. He has an annual salary around $9 million, so he's trying to stick to that range right there. So be interested, because that would be a very significant addition to what I thought was a pretty good pass rush last year, and that would be a situation where your team is really in that play. Man from the 682, if you really want someone to do that to your mom, Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson is the way to go about that, because he would anyway. All right. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece.
He's hurt though; he can't do it right now.
Yeah, he's got to recover once he. You saying that with that knee injury, everything's going to be fine? Dak has finally made the top 100, but when it comes to his skill set, where does he rank against these quarterbacks? Next on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and we are loud and proud as the Cowboys had a very good outing against the Chargers on Saturday night. It was nice to see that. The one thing we didn't get to see, though, Dak Prescott. And I'm betting still, Mike, like based on everything we know, he's not making his presence known until he gets out there against Tampa Bay. But
Tampa's in trouble.
Yeah,
man.
and you know what, Mike? You say that, and you're smiling like this.
They don't know about what's our quarterback's name?
Dak Prescott.
Oh,
what did you just do? Did you say? What do you?
I was looking at Joe Burrow cards.
Oh, the Joe. Okay, you're looking at Joe Burrow.
That bum couldn't even win a Super Bowl in a second year.
The top 100 list has been rolling out. In next week, they'll get into the 20s. Here is what we're looking at, but they rolled out they got into the 20s last night.
Yeah,
they got 30 through 21.
Yeah, it's down to 1 through 20 is what we don't know.
And we did see Diggs make his appearance on there. So at least in the top 20 is Micah Parsons somewhere. Where do you think he might land on that list?
He's our only Cowboy left.
Yes. Yeah, because
there's not anybody.
Zach Martin's made his presence known, and so Dak Prescott comes in at number 44. The two quarterbacks that we know ahead of him at the moment are Lamar Jackson and Justin Herbert.
And now Joe Burrow is number 21.
And Joe Burrow comes in at number 21 and Matt Stafford. So that's four quarterbacks
these guys
we know ahead of him right now.
I mean, Bobby Belt has it. How is Dak not number one?
No, come, Mike, stop it.
Bobby Belt also hates Lamar Jackson, so.
You stop that. Yes, he does hate Lamar Jackson. But
I'm going to be honest, I'm fine where Dak is. He's kind of around, 44. It's tough ranking, hey, how much better is this safety than this offensive lineman or this quarterback better than this defensive tackle? It's really tough to rank NFL players. Position-wise, I do like when they do it. Hey, so I try to look at Dak is where on their quarterback ranking.
And when it comes to this, Mike, a lot of people will text in immediately and say, what's Justin Herbert done so far that makes you think that he's better than Dak? Or why do you praise Justin Herbert so much when he hasn't done anything? Well, Justin Herbert's in his third year. He has 2 years of football under his belt.
Yeah.
Dak's in his seventh now.
I will say this, no quarterback in the history of the NFL is throwing 69 touchdown passes in their first 2 years.
That seems pretty good.
He owns the record after 2 years of a career of everybody's 2 years in the NFL. That being said, I believe Dak had the best touchdown to interception ratio in the history of football in his rookie year.
And Dak was in the playoffs his rookie year too.
Right.
And Justin Herbert is yet to be there. But
I would rather take Justin Herbert.
And
I think they have it right. Herbert is better than Dak Prescott.
I would also say that most people watching the quarterback position look at Herbert and go, man, I would take him right off the top if I had an opportunity to do it. Like if you're building a franchise, I think there's a lot to be said between Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow. There's a lot of those guys. Listen, I know what I'm getting with Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady, and that's old quarterback that I'm not building my franchise around. I'm trying to grasp the last bit of it. But those guys right there, they have it. Dak he's close, but he has a couple of things that he has to get done in order to say, hey, man, I've made that crossover into elite status. Now, ESPN put their panel together, and I don't know how many. I don't have any. How many they have here? It looks like they have about 12 experts that put together their rankings on these specific categories: arm strength, accuracy, touch mechanics, field vision, decision making, compete level, toughness, in the pocket scrambling, rushing, and second reaction. Those are all what they've deemed the most important factors when it comes to a quarterback.
It's a lot of factors.
What's interesting about this is toughness is something that they have Dak like really low on. They don't have leadership. Like decision-making, compete level, I guess those are things. But Dak, what do we hear about Dak every week?
That the team wants to rally around him.
This is a guy that his leadership is unquestionable. You can't question it at all. All right, so where does Dak land? And Mike, you've said this on many occasions. You could put Dak anywhere from where to where.
I think you can get them as high as 7, which I would disagree with, but I think you can at least make an argument up to that category. And I think you can have them ranked about as low as 14. And I would say, I think you're ranking them too low. But somewhere in that 7 to 14 range is where that he lives in the NFL right now. Probably too high at 7, probably too low at 14, but I can give you in that range.
From the 214, the players gave Dak love. Why not y'all? There's a lot of Herbert. I can't say the rest of that. Well, again, the players ranked Herbert above Dak. So I really don't know what to tell you on that. Like, that's the players.
Every general manager ranks Herbert above Dak. So deal with that.
Arm strength. Where do you think Dak is on arm strength?
Average in the NFL.
Okay.
I'm going to, if there's 32 starting quarterbacks, I'll put him at arm strength 15.
Okay. They have him at number 9. They have him behind Josh Allen, number 1, Mahomes, Herbert, Rodgers, Stafford, Wilson, Murray, Carr, then Dak Prescott, and then Deshaun Watson at number 10. And they only rank the top 10 in each category.
I think without question, Trevor Lawrence arm strength is 1,000 times better than Dak Prescott. It doesn't mean Trevor Lawrence is better today than Dak Prescott. But if we're just going off of, let's see how hard you can throw the ball, let's see how far you can throw the ball, Dak's going to lose a lot of battles to these quarterbacks.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of the reason he was 4th round is because of this. Because they're like, I don't know about his arm strength. I don't know. Can he make all the throws? I'm pretty sure he can, but it's not going to be throwing with the velocity, the zip, the distance that some of these guys can throw with. So I honestly think he's way overrated here if we're just doing arm strength.
Okay, so got him at 9 there. Accuracy.
They're gonna rank him high because of completion percentage. I'm gonna say they rank him like 6th in it, but I think he's like 10th.
He's not on the top 10.
Okay.
As far as accuracy, which I think has been DFW's biggest criticism of Dak Prescott, has been what we call Daccuracy around here. That is something that they're like, nope. Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Burrow, Mahomes, Herbert, Stafford, Murray, Wilson, Carr, Watson. Those are the ones they have over him. When it comes to touch,
that's 12th.
They don't have him.
If you're not in the top 10, you're not there.
He received a vote.
Okay,
at least one vote. So that's all. That's what we know there. So did Josh Allen, Kirk Cousins, and Mac Jones.
Yeah.
So they don't think that Josh Allen's that accurate either. Just has a legendary like cannon of an arm, like Joey Gallo type thing.
I got you.
Touch. They have Dak Prescott at 9.
Okay.
And they have, the same group, Rodgers, Brady,
I think
Mahomes.
he's pretty good at that. I think kind of the lobbing the ball and letting the guy go get it. I think he's pretty good at that. Kind of maybe throwing a softer ball, a very catchable ball. And not that he's just throwing it soft. He can throw it hard. I don't want people to think that I'm a Dak hater. I think he's a good quarterback, but I think he's pretty good at the touch of a football.
I would say there are times when I feel less than happy with some of his swing stuff out of the backfield that I'm just like, I felt like that should have been a little bit differently placed.
Zeke's bad at catching a football for the most part. And then he doesn't give him easy catches either. To your point, he's not giving Zeke easy catches. He's always making it a little bit difficult. And that's where Pollard's better at snatching and going.
Yeah.
Because it's not a good throw out of the backfield. I'll say this. When you go watch some of these championship games that Troy Aikman played in, and I know that they will be like, oh, what a short throw. Watch where he hits Daryl Moose Johnson. Watch where he hits Emmitt Smith on those kind of leak out throws or short throws to those guys and allows them to get the 5 to 15 yards after the catch. Then go watch Dak on a consistent basis where he's putting those balls.
And I would also venture to say with Troy Aikman, very rarely did you see a guy coming out of the backfield out to the right have to reach back with his left hand to get a ball.
Yeah.
Mechanics, Dak Prescott at 10. Tom Brady, they have the best mechanics, and Tom Brady really does have like perfect mechanics when it comes to throwing. But and then they got Joe Burrow at number 3. Joe Burrow worked hard on his mechanics. Field vision, Dak Prescott at 8.
Okay.
Decision making with the football, Dak Prescott at 5.
Yeah, he's a guy you have to love that he's really not going to put you in bad positions. For the most part, he's not going to throw you out of a football game. Decision-making for Tony Romo was average at best, but that risk-reward thing also won you games that you didn't deserve to win with Tony Romo. So there was this hey, you have to live with, at times, he's going to win a game by taking these horrible decisions that end up being unbelievably great plays. And then you're going to have to live with, Tony, we're up by 14 points with 10 minutes to go. What the hell are you thinking? He's like, I don't know how to play this game any different. And I think that Dak is one of those guys that you really like as a coach, especially I'm not going to put us in a bad position by making.
Oh, for sure, man.
By making high risk, low reward decisions.
He's giving your team a chance to win, which is why they're in games late. Like, they are in games late. They're probably never getting blown out because Dak Prescott can keep you in that moment. And that's a big deal. Compete level, which I termed a long time ago as your win-will factor, which it seems like they stole this from me. I appreciate the credit. Them and Jerry Seinfeld are stealing things. They have Dak at 10.
Okay.
I don't know how I can watch a Dak Prescott game and not say his win-will factor is like up at 98%, but I guess it does come to the idea that at the end of the day, is your guy going to win the game for you? And more likely, Brady is. Mahomes will. It looked like Burrow was, his win-will factor was 100 last year. Aaron Rodgers' win-will factor, I'm curious about it when it's in the playoffs, but they have Dak Prescott at 10. Mike, do you see a trend here?
I mean, he's right around somewhere between 8th and 10th on a lot of these categories, right? He's above a few of them. He didn't make a list on the top 10 on another one, so he's right on that borderline of 8th to 10th quarterback, right? Am I reading your thought process correctly?
Toughness, 10. Okay. I disagree with this. I mean, we watched this guy.
Should it be an 11?
Huh?
Should it be an 11?
No, they have him at number 10. I think he should be higher on this, mostly because the dude tried to pop his ankle back in place when he shouldn't have been. The dude got out there and was like, let me get back to work, and more likely re-injured the ankle and had to go back to get the cleanup surgery because he was working too hard. That's just kind of guy he is. Last year, they were like, hey, he's throwing the ball too much. We need to really scale him back and just say, hey, take a chill for a minute, man. So I think that when it comes to toughness, I don't think that Dak Prescott is number 10 in the league there, but I guess that's one of those things you can't really, there's no way to quantify that.
He's made the top 10 list on every category except one so far?
Except for one so far.
Okay. Which was what one was that again?
I'm going to have to go back and say...
Accuracy, right?
No, accuracy, they had him at 10, I believe.
Okay. Alrighty, sorry.
Maybe it was accuracy. Hold on, I'm scrolling back up the list here. Yeah, it was touch. Nope, it was accuracy. Yeah. So there you go, which is something, again, Mike, that we've said many times. Decision-making with the football, they have them at 5 there.
Okay, I think, yeah.
Pocket presence, 7.
Okay.
I think Dak, when it comes to being in the pocket, being aware of what's around him, I think he's very good at it, man.
I think he's overrated there. I think that he takes sacks that we blame on the offensive line at times.
Okay, all right.
He's horrible. I think he's one of.
I won't say he's one of the
quicker. He's obviously not Daniel Jones and Carson Wentz, but when we're talking about these kind of guys that are on this list, I think he's very bad at getting rid of the football and just saying, "Here's an incomplete pass. We are not getting sacked." I think that he takes too many sacks that we blame on the offensive line. I'm not saying the offensive line was good last year. I'm not saying the offensive line has been great his whole career. I think at times he holds the ball too long instead of saying, I'm living for another play.
Well, that's interesting because they don't have him on scrambling. They don't have him listed in the top 10. So I think he's a good runner. The Cowboys didn't want him to run anymore last year. And they have him at number 9 on designed run ability when it comes to that. And then his second reaction ability, they have him at number 10. Listen, man, a lot of times we judge Dak Prescott with a very critical thought or very critical words here in DFW. And right here on this station, I know the station, we grill him a lot. The expectation for the Dallas Cowboys is a standard, in which it's weird because they haven't played up to that standard in quite some time. The expectation is the standard is you are supposed to be the elite of the elite. You're Roger Staubach, you're Troy Aikman. You are supposed to be that kind of player. But when we say, man, he might be a 7 to 10, 7 to 13 quarterback, people lose their damn minds, but thinking that we're saying that he's trash and he's going out there and he's Daniel Jones.
Right.
When that's not the reality. This is the rest of the NFL world looking at all these quarterbacks and saying he's in the top 10 in a lot of these categories, but he has to do some other things to elevate himself and become a transcendent player. And that's not us being haters, and that's also not us being homers. He's right where we think he is.
It's great to be a listener that just is critical of everything. As in, you don't have to really put your opinion. Oh, I can't believe you like Justin Herbert. I can't believe you think Lamar Jackson is this or that. It's just like, hey, well, this is part of being on the radio. If you were better at it, you'd be on, and you're not.
I'm not calling them out on that, Mike.
I am. But all you got to do is call up. There's emails to send if you'd like this job.
No.
If you're better at it, they'll give you the job. But I do think it's fun having these discussions. It's not a perfect thing. Our opinion can be very different from your opinion. It can be even a wrong opinion somewhat. But I think that if you have them somewhere between where we're talking about, you can have fun discussions about it. When you say he's Daniel Jones or Carson Wentz or people like that, or Jared Goff, you're just like, come on, man. Like this isn't fun because you're not educated enough to have a conversation with. And if you say that how is Allen or Mahomes or Rodgers or Brady any better than Dak? Come on. I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah.
Just to be honest, please don't talk to me. I can't have that conversation with you.
And you know what? Like, he can put together an MVP season. Absolutely. I think Dak Prescott absolutely can do that one year. I don't know that I could see him making it 5 straight years as an MVP or anything like that, but he can do it. There are opportunities for that. And that you can come back and throw that in our face. That's fine. But right now, everything points to him kind of being in that 7 to 12 range.
And I do believe when we get to MVPs at the end of the year, because he can't do it for the longevity that Mahomes and Allen, and I think that Herbert hasn't yet, or Joe Burrow, or people like that, the most talented quarterbacks in the NFL, he just can't keep up with what they do for 17 weeks. He can do it for a month, and we can talk about him, and maybe we even get to Thanksgiving, and the homerism and the spotlight on the Dallas Cowboys can get him into the conversation. But at the end of the day, after every team's played 17 games, he's going to be at best, and this would be unbelievable this year, if he finished like 5th in MVP voting.
That'd be awesome. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, potential pitchers and a middle-of-the-order bat for this team. Next on The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about men's
out your way till 3:23 p.m. today. So everybody in the Metroplex keep safe on these roads. But this segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by FC Dallas, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
If you haven't heard the Mike Bassick Baseball Nuggets, I'm going to say rant, even though it was an entire segment rant, you should be able to hear it very soon on 1053thefan.com. It'll be up. I think it should be one of those video highlights. You can check them out on Instagram and Twitter. Carter does a phenomenal job of making sure that you get that video content of what we do throughout the day. And I always enjoy that content. I'll see it in the timeline and retweet it. If you see it out there, man, go ahead and retweet it so your friends can see it on Twitter as well. We always appreciate that. You, being a Tolo or part of this station as well, you help us spread the word. So thank you for what you do. Now, Mike, the conversation was about, hey, are strikeouts important but also not important? No, they should be important in two different factors, in two different ways. And it's a different world when you're talking analytics and understanding what it does for a human's confidence and how a guy can get into a zone. Yeah. And the confidence is one of the key factors of a zone. Actually, sometimes it might you just show up in the zone that day. You don't know what it is, but I do think there's something about you put stuff out in the world, maybe that stuff comes back to you. But Mike, when it comes to this Rangers team, Ray Davis said last week that they need to add a couple of frontline starters and a middle of the order bat. And you and I we've been cracking in on this for a couple weeks now, trying to figure out, okay, what's the most significant problem on your team right now? And you told me this morning, third base and left field, trying to figure out.
Possibly first base is because you could move Nate Lowe to DH. Honestly, Nate Lowe struggles as a defensive player, having a great offensive year.
Really good offensive year.
I'm wondering this. He's not comeback player of the year. He's not really coming back from anything. But most improved player of 2022, I don't think he's really going to get many votes because he's on a Texas Ranger team. People aren't following. They're not going to make the playoffs. But I would argue he's definitely the most improved player on the Texas Rangers. I just don't know where he fits into that category amongst Major League Baseball players. So I like Nate Lowe, Nathaniel Lowe. I don't want people to think that I don't think he's having a major impact offensively on this team. But you could move him to designated hitter and open up first base.
On the roster next year, okay, I asked you this the other day. How many guys do you have that are signed to this team without a club option and not an arbitration?
Well, your two middle infielders. Jonathan Gray. And as far as I know, pretty much nobody else, right?
It was Brad Miller.
Right. That's right, Brad Miller.
So that's four guys that you have under contract next year.
Just remember, you have control of most of these guys.
Yes.
They're not free agents.
Yeah.
Most of them.
You have a lot of pre-arbitration, arbitration 1, 2, and 3 guys. Actually, only one. Brett Martin's the only arbitration 2 guy. Aside from that, though, Garrett Richards is on a club option.
He's already been released.
See you
later. He
later.
was designated for assignment.
Jose Leclerc, club option on a 2-way contract. And Cole Calhoun. Other than that, everybody's arbitration, pre-arbitration. Mm-hmm. So you're kind of looking, when you start looking at the construction of the roster next year, and I don't know how much of what Tony Beasley's doing with this roster here at the end of the season is going to make a difference, because it may be a whole new thing. You get another manager in here, and he might have a different mindset on what he and Chris Young want to accomplish.
Yeah, I bet the organization is very happy with Adolis Garcia's on an 18-game hitting streak.
Yeah.
So if you're not, he's having a great second half. I know the Rangers aren't, but he is. Nate Lowe is too. When you look at center field, they're probably pretty happy with center field and what Leody Taveras is doing. There's time for him to fail. There's time for him to succeed anymore. I hope he stays around 300 by the time the year is over. So
can you hit 3 home runs and be a everyday center fielder
100%
in today's baseball?
Yeah.
296 and great defense.
Yes. Please, Lord God, I love you. Please stop with these people that think batting 200 with 30 home runs is better than 300 with 3 home runs, because I will tell you this. when you bat 300, you have a lot more RBI opportunities. What I mean by that is, as a former pitcher in the major leagues, I'm supposed to say that, to make sure people know. They're new listeners. People move in all the time from other places. As a former major league pitcher, it's a lot easier to face a guy who's a 200 hitter than a 300 hitter with a runner on second base and 2 outs. Do you know the advantage I have if this dude can only get a hit 20% of the time? And the other thing, too, is if all the dude is doing is swinging for the fence all the time, how many times do you think I'm going to throw him a cookie with 2 outs and a runner on second base? I'm actually going to bear down and make sure that he is going to swing at one of my pitches. I have to come into the zone. I'm not coming down the middle. I come down the middle a lot more when there's nobody on, when it's a 3 or 4 run game. There's different situations. You pitch a little bit to the scoreboard. You pitch to the situation. So when you got a chump up there who's swinging for the fences all of the time and doesn't know how to get a base hit with a runner on second base and 2 outs, you're a losing ball player. You do not help me win games. You do not help me win championships. Get those losing ball players off of my team. I want winners that can figure out a way how to get a base hit with a runner on second base so I can get that run home. Because you know who wins championships? Teams that can do that. In my whole lifetime, I've said this, and I really believe this. The teams that are true contenders and the teams that win championships are the teams that figure out how to score with 2 outs and the teams that figure out how to get out of situations with 2 outs. When you have a pitching staff, because there's going to be traffic on bases. Yeah. It's impossible to throw no hitters in perfect games. There's going to be runners on base. How well do I get out of those situations? And when I'm hitting, how well do I hit with 2 outs and runners in scoring position? That's what championship teams do. They don't jack home runs left and right. Because when I get into the playoffs, when we speak about pitchers, Tyler Anderson is going to be a free agent. That son of a gun is like 14-0 with a 2 ERA. Going to be tough to jack 4 home runs off of him in the playoffs.
All right, so that's the kind of team that Mike Bassick wants to build. That's the kind of team that, quite honestly, I want to build, is a team that can be competitive in every situation. Not just, hey, we're built to do this, and if we can't do that, we don't know how to win. So when we're trying, Josh Young is expected to be maybe a third baseman. You threw left field out there the other day, maybe even first.
Yeah.
He's not the middle of the order bat, though, is he, that Ray Davis is talking about?
Not yet.
Okay.
But I think potentially he can be. I think right now, honestly, I would like to see somebody else be the leadoff hitter. Nothing against Marcus Semien. Ever since he hit the home run on May 18th has had a very good year. I would like for Semien to be in more RBI opportunities. Because when you're batting first, your RBI opportunities come up when the 7, 8, and 9 hole guys get on base. Those are your 3 worst hitters. Not taking any shots on anybody. Anybody who understands baseball go, I put my 3 worst hitters batting 7th, 8th, and 9th. I hope they're good, but those are my 3 worst. That's why they're batting there. So when my leadoff hitter is an RBI guy, a guy I need to drive in runs, you're depending on your worst hitters getting on base for him. So I would love to see a guy. I like Leody Taveras possibly doing that, but there's other people I've talked to that said, hey, we think that actually has more power potential. Please, God, don't tell him to start swinging for the fences because it's going to ruin him.
Just let him hit.
I think Josh Smith got ruined a little bit by that. He's in the minor leagues now. He got sent down if you haven't been paying attention.
Yeah, I saw that.
And it's not that he's not a prospect still or somebody that I don't like. I like him, but I like him as Luis Arraez. Luis Arraez is about a 330 hitter, uses all the fields, hit 6 home runs this year. He's an all-star. Be that guy. Don't try to be a home run hitter. You're a little guy. You're not a home run hitter. If they throw you home run pitches, fine, hit them. Don't try to create home runs when they're not there. So anyways, that being said, I do think Josh Young is going to be a third baseman over all the other positions.
Okay. So maybe they could find another bat somewhere else. What about the 2 frontline pitchers? Mike, we've discussed this at length.
So much money.
How much do you think they'll be willing to spend? And can they find 2 frontline pitchers this free agency?
Okay.
Or will they have to make a trade instead?
Probably trade is a little bit easier because I wonder this. In Tyler Anderson's career, let's just say you like him and you want him. He's a left-handed pitcher for the Dodgers. Here's his real numbers. He is 13-2 with a 2.73 ERA this year and 135 innings. Once again, I guess he sucks because he only has 107 strikeouts, so that's horrible. But he's only walked 28 guys in 135 innings. That's amazing. So he's a guy who throws strikes. He pitches to contact. He is on a great team who has good defensive players, so he trusts his defense. He throws strikes. I would like him, but at the end of the year, this guy has a chance to win 16 or 17 games and only lose like 3 or 4 games with an ERA under 3 at, looking up his age, he is 32. He'll be 33 next year. So you're not looking on a long-term contract with him. But I bet after this year, I'm just going to assume, I don't know this, that you're looking at maybe a $20 million a year pitcher. I don't know if they want to spend that much. You can look at a Kyle Gibson. I have a lot of guys up that, first of all, you got to get Martin Perez back here because he wants to be a Ranger. That helps you out in this. Now, you might have to pay the most, but I think that if you're close to the number, he'll want to come back and be a Texas Ranger. You could go back and get Kyle Gibson. Now, he's 35. He's a short-term fix. What you're hoping is you mentioned it, Cole Winn is having a bad year.
Yeah.
Cole Winn has not shown at all that he's ready to compete at a major league level. That's unfortunate because last year he did have a good year in the minor leagues. But now you're starting to go, I don't think we can I know he's going to get to pitch in the major leagues no matter what, right? You get a free ride when you're a first-round pick and you get millions of dollars. So at some point, Cole Winn will be a major leaguer for the Texas Rangers unless he's traded. In fact, what if you do the Spencer Howard thing with Cole Winn? Hey, what do these guys think of him last year? This is where you have to have real, honest conversations with your coaches, and you need to be honest. Don't tell me what I need to hear. Tell me what the truth is. Is Cole Winn done? Is he not a major leaguer? Because you know what? Philadelphia had that conversation, and they said, Spencer Howard's not a major leaguer. Maybe he will be, but I don't see it. And they said, let's try to let's get rid of him before everybody else figures this out. And the Rangers took him. And so the Rangers are working and trying to get Spencer Howard to be a major league pitcher because of his prospect status years ago. So if Cole Winn, a real conversation, I don't know. I've not watched Cole Winn pitch this year, but with your pitching coach, with your manager in AAA, with your pitching director, with all of these guys, your pitching coordinator, your scouts, is he really good, or are we pushing something that's not there? Because if we're pushing something that's not there, let's put him in a trade, because I bet Oakland, some other team that's a bottom team right now that's looking to rebuild, let's move him for a guy we know that can pitch.
Yeah.
Right? And so then all of a sudden you move him while he still has value. Because if you hold on to him and he really can't pitch at a major league level and can't pitch at a AAA level, you're stuck with nothing except you paid the kid $4 million to pitch in the minor leagues for a career.
Got a lot of work to do for this team to have the things that Ray Davis says that they want. Coming up next, it's time for Mike Likes It in the Rain.
All right, so let's talk about what I've been watching besides sports next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Monday. We will react to Cowboys.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Jack in the Box and is brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. See the G-Bag Nation in there getting this thing ready for their afternoon show today. I know they got a little quick show because of the Rangers, but man, they're getting ready to deliver fantastic content to your ear holes while you're driving around or maybe just staying at home during this rain today. Get to Mike Likes It in just a moment, but first, Mike, scream it for me.
Let's give something away.
Caller number 10 now wins a pair of tickets to see Bone Thugs and Harmony at House of Blues on September 29th. Get tickets now at livenation.com or call right now, 877-881-1053. And you could be caller number 10 and win those tickets. I think we're giving those away all week long, so be ready to get busy, if you will. All right now it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, so what have I been watching besides sports? Been watching a lot of baseball, doing Rangers pre and post, watched the Cowboys, watched a little bit of preseason football highlights. I also been watching sports when I'm not watching sports because I want to talk about Manti Teo.
Oh, okay. I was like,
so
sports? What is Mike getting into, like a highlight or something?
This is obviously on Netflix. Very good. I'm excited about all the other ones coming up. They have the one on the NBA referee. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank on his name. Donaghy, who cheated. By the way, I don't think he was the only ref.
Tim Donaghy?
That was actually gambling.
Absolutely not, man.
I mean, he pretty much, and that's, I wonder how much, he's wrote a book, and, you can believe everything he says, believe nothing he says, but he was like, I was not the only one doing this. I just don't think David Stern at the time wanted to show how bad it was with refs and kind of changing things to make sure that their bets paid off or what they got paid so that the bettors could win their money. But let's talk about Manti Teo. Obviously, you should know this story because it happened in 2012/2013. This is when his grandmother, who was real and he was close to, ends up passing away early on in his senior year. And then the same day / I guess that night, his girlfriend passes away, who, Lene, right? That was her,
Lene Kakua.
Fake name,
Yeah.
real name, fake name, however you want to do it. She was not a real person. So if you never heard this, she's not a real person, but he had developed this relationship. And this is what makes me sick about this is Manti Teo was trying to help people. He believed, obviously, I believe with him. He believes in Jesus Christ. He believes that, he's trying to spread love and help in any way possible. So this horrible person who's related to the Tuiasosopo family, like the Ronnie Tuiasosopo.
Yeah.
I know his name's different
Long
now.
line of family members that played.
He's changed into a girl now.
Yeah.
Is that he decided, I'm going to create this fake Lene person, and then Manti Teo and her / him become friends on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
And really, he decides to use, I'm a sympathetic figure, right? Something's wrong with me. Something's kind of physically wrong with me. And so Manti's like, oh, well, how can I help you? What's going on in your life type of deal. Like, I'm here to help. And so this horrible person, Ronnie Tuiasosopo, decides, hey, you know what? I can really take advantage of this, but in a weird way, doesn't take advantage financially from this.
Right.
Doesn't get anything, because I remember talking to Dana Larson about this, and it was like, did he get arrested? Did he get? And it's like, no, there's really nothing he did illegally. He faked being a person, but he didn't benefit from it in any way, in that he didn't get Manti to send money or anything like that. When you see some of these other Netflix kind of documentaries on how people take advantage of people or get them to join a cult and then they start having sex with them or whatever like that. Like, none of that happened where you could be held liable in a court of law.
I think it's Renai is what I.
Okay, thank you.
Was
Renai, yeah.
I think Renai was filling a hole in his own world at the time.
To be a horribly selfish person to take advantage of people.
Well,
yes.
in that, some of the things that that Renai was doing, man, I disagree with for sure. Especially like the lies and the storytelling, but like the way that Renai tries to explain the story is, I was there for him when he needed me. and he was there for me, and even though I didn't exist in reality. So that's kind of what I gathered out of that. But the honesty fit. I mean, we talk about this all the time. Relationships should definitely start with honesty, because if you don't have that in a relationship, you really have no real relationship. But that was kind of what I got out of it from that standpoint. Mike, for me, the part of this show, it's 2 hours, 2 episodes. The part that really got me was hearing a guy say, my entire life, everything that I'd done, I was a leader, and I relied on myself. I relied on my instincts. I relied on what I knew. And this changed everything for me, because now I'm questioning everything I'm doing. That right there really stuck out to me in this whole thing, because it goes from a guy that's got supreme confidence in everything he's doing, because you were always the best on your team. You were always this, you were always that to a lot of people. You meant something to people. And now you're questioning everything in existence, because
how can I trust myself?
Exactly.
If I made this bad of a decision.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you something. In a weird way, even worse, they could do this on Dirk Nowitzki. Dirk Nowitzki went through this, but with a real person who lied about who she was.
Yep.
Now, that was a real person, but she lied about what her name was. She lied about her background. Dirk was months away from marrying her. They were engaged. Dirk could have gone down that horrible spin that Manti Teo was a bad NFL football player. I know they don't get really into his NFL career because he didn't go well.
He couldn't live up to what he was in college.
And maybe he wasn't going to be. College football and pro football is a very different level. And maybe it wouldn't have gone good even if none of this would have happened. But unfortunately, right before the Heisman Trophy situation is when Renee / Lene comes out and says, hey, I apologize, I'm sorry, but I'm kind of not real, but I'm also back alive.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like,
what?
I'm apologizing, then it's like, no, I'm back, and then gets the person, I think her name was Diane, the pictures of the person in this is a woman named Diane who went to school with Tuiasa Sopo, the person faking to be this girl.
Yeah.
But he's using a real person's photos who he knows who that person is. That person has no clue that her photos are being used to create this fake Facebook account.
She was even told, hey, somebody that I know got into a wreck and really, or is suffering something terminal, really needs you to do this inspirational for them. So she was like, yeah, I'll take this picture, when it was being flipped and used in a completely different way.
To really F with Manti Teo's brain, because he's like, this can't be real. You're back to life. You're dead.
Yeah.
You've been dead for months. Now all of a sudden you're back. This is your voice again, which this guy / girl now was able to do all these fake voices, a fake guy voice, his real voice, fake girl voice, fake brother voice, fake cousin voice. Like he went
on Dr. Phil and did the voices.
Yeah, and so
weird too.
It just ended up, then Manti then knowingly is lying about it. I think this was what was tough, is for him feeling like, I'm an honest person, I tell the truth. Then he's having to knowingly lie at the Heisman ceremony, talking about, because they all want to know about his girlfriend. And then the other thing too about this, we could talk about this forever. I just say, please watch it if you have Netflix, or if you don't have Netflix, figure out a way to watch it. It's a great story. Is every website, I couldn't believe this, but it happened. Nobody ever looked up this girl's name. Nobody ever looked up this horrible accident that she was possibly in. Nobody looked up where the funeral was. Nobody looked up where she was buried, including Manti Teo. Never looked up any of these things.
Except Deadspin.
Except the tip that Deadspin got, and then started going into this research, which took them a while. It wasn't like within 24 hours or a week that they figured all this out, but they got a tip. This Lene girl is not a person. It's a fake person. Manti Teo is faking it. And then, unfortunately, what happened to Manti Teo is everybody's like, he's in on it. There's no way he's not in on this, because catfishing wasn't really a deal yet. I remember this. I don't know for you, Corey. I'd never heard of that term until Manti Teo got catfished. I didn't know about that until it happened. The way Manti Teo had no clue that this was happening in our world.
I had, because I'd seen Catfish, the documentary thing on it. I'd seen that, so I had heard about it.
Yeah.
So I did know about that a little bit. And I will say also, being a generation that kind of came up in the idea of you can't trust what's on the other side of the keyboard or the monitor, You got to just hope that that person is who they're telling you are. That was always a question. You know, am I chatting with somebody that's real right now while I'm playing this game on Pogo.com?
Yeah.
Or is that yeah, that was a game. You go play checkers and chess, Reggie, all sorts of games with people on Pogo, and then you could chat with people. You didn't know if they were real or not, though.
Yeah. And I think this is tough too, and in a different way. Look, I've been taken advantage of tremendously over the last year. And it was our family that was taken advantage of by people that we thought we could trust. And so it's really tough in these situations because I know it's different. The people that took advantage of us are real people.
Mm-hmm.
This was a real person, but then faked being a person, a girlfriend, and then was able to get Manti Teo to fall in love with this person without ever seeing this person physically. And there was a part of Manti that had to know, right? And what I mean by this, subconsciously, he wouldn't tell his father that he had never met his girlfriend when she was supposedly still alive. Like, no, we've met, because he knew, like, if I tell him that my girlfriend, who I really like a lot, seemed to be falling in love with, I've never had a face-to-face conversation with, I've never had a phone conversation with, FaceTime conversation, because something always was wrong with their phone when that happened. But I just recommend go to Netflix if you have some time, probably before football season starts. I know once football season starts, a lot of people use that free time for football time. The Manti Teo story is great. It looks like Netflix is going to do a great series on a whole bunch of these stories.
Man, Mike, your energy today is off the charts. I'm loving it, man.
Thanks.
Whatever you did this weekend, do it every day. I'm loving this.
Ooh, what did I do?
Yeah, we'll find out. In the next, probably
Well, I actually watch it Thursday.
Okay. All right, then you'll have to do whatever you did this weekend.
I'm ready for it. I watched a bunch of Lakers stuff on their Hulu Dynasty.
Oh, that's what's got them all jacked
I mean, this
right
Manti Teo was like part of that Untold series.
Yeah, Untold. That's awesome looking.
I remember the first one that I remember watching was the Malice in the Palace one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one right there. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time to do the C Block with Kyle Yaumans. Next on The Fan.
Stick around. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, we're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Reggie Atatula all hanging out. Kevin and the baby are probably nice and warm out of the rain today. I got to see pictures of the baby over the weekend, Mike, from Facebook.com. I don't know if you checked that out recently. But
I saw them. I liked them.
My wife said that is the most perfect little baby ever. So I was like, okay, I'll just take your word for it.
Wow, against your kids, huh?
Yeah. I mean, we had 3 of them.
They obviously weren't.
None of them
According
are perfect.
to your wife, Adrian, her own 3 children are not as perfect
as baby Noah. Yeah. And then the rain arrives, so y'all be ready if y'all need to get an ark put together. All right, let's
really in your face.
Well, not my face, but definitely my kids' faces for sure.
Yeah.
Let's talk with DallasCowboys.com's, I'm going to say Swiss Army knife, Kyle Yeomans. Kyle, how's it going today, man?
It's great. That was the most interesting lead into a segment I think I've heard in quite some time, talking about your kids and Kevin's kids and the whole scenario. That was very, very entertaining, gentlemen.
You know, Kyle, you've told us for a while that you've been a fan of this show for quite some time, and I think that's one of the reasons right there is that kind of ability. So appreciate it, man. Speaking of lead-ins, I thought that your lead-in on CBS on Saturday night was phenomenal, man. That was great work by you, man.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, that was, man, it's hard to put into words just how thankful I am for the opportunity to be in the booth for an NFL game and to get to do an open like that. I mean, play-by-play has always kind of been that passion for me, and I've gotten to do a ton of the studio stuff and never gotten the chance to do at least a Cowboys game like that, and a lot of people don't get that opportunity. So, I've gotten a ton of great support and feedback over the years, and especially this weekend, man. That was a blast.
And man, doing a great job making the mean green look good. And I am kind of curious how many times you were told that you do sound like Jared Sandler, because I kind of noticed it too, and I saw one on Twitter out there.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. Back when I was at UNT and Jared was just starting with the pre and post for the Rangers, I had kind of reached out and we had been in touch through him and through Eric Nadel kind of back when I was still in school, and people at North Texas had told me that. Like while I was kind of coming up and still kind of finding my own voice and my own rhythm was, hey, you sound a lot like Jared. And I've always taken it as a compliment because I look up to Jared.
Absolutely.
He's a friend of mine now, and he's a phenomenal broadcaster, and I take it as a compliment every time I hear it. And it's funny because now it's gotten to the point where I'm starting to do bigger broadcasts, and I'm kind of getting up there too, and getting to do stuff that I hadn't had the chance to early in my career. And so Jared's hearing it from other people, and they're saying, Kyle sounds like you. And I just looking off of the Twitter comments, it kind of sounded like he didn't like it at first, but he sent me a text message and kind of cleared it up and was like, yeah, no, this is not supposed to be an insult by any means. And I take it as a compliment, and I think it's a lot of fun.
Well, this is Kyle Yeomans and not Jared Sandler here who we're talking to. And I just want to say great job, as you've already been told. But this game was way better watching from a fan standpoint than the last one. The last one was, honestly, if I had to rate it, I'd say pathetic. This one was entertaining. So on this one of the guys that we haven't talked a lot about was I was really happy with Ferguson, the 4th-round pick, the tight end.
Yeah.
I know there was one play. It was like a short run play that he was blocking and kind of let his guy go and didn't do a great job there. But the 2-point conversion, the obviously catching the pass from Will Grier and breaking tackles and making a play there. How big of an impact do you think he can have in his rookie year?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because I was talking with Linda Wells, the Cowboys tight end coach, after the game, and that was the first guy he brought up. I kind of expected him to bring up either Payton Hendershot or one of those other tight ends that was kind of in the mix, but he brought up Ferguson, and he and what he said was all around. Like that was all he said. He was all around, and that's kind of been the tab on him coming out of Wisconsin as a rookie, is that he can block, he can move in the run game, and then he can get downfield a little bit even as a receiver. We didn't get a chance to really see it, and we didn't get a chance to see the physicality through practices, but he showed all of that on Saturday night. And I think that was a huge point of emphasis on this tight end group, is to get Payton Hendershot involved and get them down the field We thought Hendershot, at least through camp, looked like the better receiving tight end. Ferguson put that to the test on Saturday with the big reception up the middle. He was able to bound off of a couple guys and then rumble his way for a first down. Really nice play on his standpoint, and it backs up what we saw with the tight end group against Denver. Because you talked about it, it was a pathetic game against Denver in week 1 from an offensive standpoint. But if you had to pick one unit on the offense that actually played decently well, it probably would have been the tight ends. And so it was a continuation from what we had seen through camp, through preseason week number 1, and then they were able to kind of put it all together with Jake Ferguson. As far as his role in the offense, I think he can have a bigger role than what we've seen from guys like Dalton Schultz when he was a fourth-round pick in the past. I mean, it took him 2-3 years to finally actually make a big-time impact, and he wasn't really asked to do so. Neither will Jake Ferguson. He doesn't have to come in and make a big impact, but as a blocker, he needs to be solid. As somebody who can be a receiving option, he needs to be at least serviceable, because you'll have Dalton Schultz to do both of those things, but you want a secondary tight end, especially if they're going to run a lot of 21 personnel, a lot of 12 personnel to work into the mix there as well.
Man, I also think Ferguson drew what I consider line of the night. And I don't know if you guys were having a competition to have the most entertaining lines, but Stanback said, I think it was something along the lines of, "Get out of here, I lift weights for a living," as Ferguson ran over that guy. So that was a lot of fun. It was enjoyable for me as an audience guy.
Man, mine was when it was Josiah Bronson on the interior in the second half, and he threw somebody out the club, is what Isaiah said. That was. And then the best part of that was that Bill followed it up and was like, "Yeah, back in my club going days, I would have hired him." And that was my favorite exchange of the whole night. I had to keep it together for a little bit because I love both of those guys, Bill and Isaiah. We do a ton of shows together, but to see the interaction between those guys back and forth, oh man, that was hilarious.
Yeah, it was a very fun broadcast. I think that added to what Mike was talking about, was the what you saw on the field was pretty enjoyable too, because there were some exciting moments. Yeah. Obviously,
not as much yellow flags.
Right, that makes a huge difference. The Kavontae Turpin moment, kind of what was, you were seeing that happen. You were seeing it all unfold right in front of you. Kind of describe what that was like for this team and how big that is for him.
Oh, I think it's massive for him, specifically because even though he had the advantage, I think, in terms of making the 53-man roster, I mean, they put some investment into him as an undrafted guy, a guy they signed off of the street, because they know what kind of weapon he could turn into at some point in the NFL. Did they know that it was going to happen in week 2 of the preseason and it was going to happen in as big of a way as it did? I doubt it. I don't think anybody expected him to do what he did on Saturday night. But the first one cemented, in our eyes, it cemented his spot on the roster. It was, okay, we knew he was a return ace. We didn't know he was going to be special, and he showed that with his first return. Then he goes out and he has the punt return for 86 yards in the second quarter. Then it was like, all right, get the pads off, you're done. Your preseason's over. Let's get you ready for the regular season. And now it's getting into the question, because of how good he was on Saturday, are NFL teams even going to kick his direction? Are they even going to put it that way? Now, on a punt, they have no choice. They're going to do what they can to try either put him to the sideline or back him into the end zone if they're on a certain part of the field. They're going to try and maybe kick it away from him. On kickoff, you can just send it into the end zone, and you can have the touchback, especially with these kickers that will make NFL rosters. But how many opportunities in the regular season is he going to have to really turn on the speed and to make some impact? Because he's got a spot. I mean, 53-man roster, he's going to be active. I'm excited to see what he can tell or what he can do from there. And man, if he can continue to be a weapon for that offense, as well as what he did on special teams, he could maybe have one of these great come-from-behind stories that you love to hear about.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You talk about the offense part. That jet sweep was the moment where I was like, oh, man, that's tackle for loss. And he turned it into a positive play. But we've seen that with this team a lot of times. We're like, oh, why do we even really run that play? You got the guy that it's designed for, and that's the good positive thing there.
And I think that's one thing that's important to point out, too, because you're not going to make a roster, at least in most cases. This might be a special case. But in most cases, you're not going to make an NFL roster just as a special teams return man. you're going to have to play offense. You're going to have to be a wide receiver because you only get 6 spots, 7 if you wanted to go heavy, to keep on the roster. And only 5 of those normally, maybe 6, are active on game days. So you have to play offense. The one thing that stood out to me in camp, even before all of this happened and the notoriety around Kavontae Turpin really started to take shape, was there was one play where he was out against the first-team defense in camp. This was probably a week ago. I can't remember exactly which practice, prior to going to Denver. I know that, so I guess it was a little more than a week ago.
Gotcha, yeah.
But at some point in camp, he was lining up on offense, and they put him in the slot initially, and then they moved him outside. And when they moved him outside, he was going up against Trayvon Diggs. And Diggs audibly was saying, oh, no. And he started backing up. He went back 10 yards, not 10 yards, probably 5 yards, just to give himself some space because he knows the type of next-level speed that Kavontae Turpin can bring to the table.
Interesting.
So it's even different for guys on defense when they're seeing him. And if he's able to make that kind of impact, and you saw what he could do in terms of catching the edge on the wide receiver sweeps, he does provide an element to this offense that I don't think they've had in years past.
So how about Tristan Hill? We've had discussions about him today. Was that a game where, hey, you've made the team too, or he still has to have a good game on Friday to make the team?
I think it helped him out quite a bit. And he's had a good camp. It's kind of gotten lost in the shuffle, I think, of some of the question marks and then some of the other risers in terms of Oxnard. But he's had a good camp. And if you ask any of the guys along the defensive line, they're really impressed with his work ethic this year. They're impressed with his hands and his ability to move guys at the line of scrimmage, which I don't think we've really seen in the past out of Tristan Hill. And then you saw it this weekend. He was able to force the fumble. I think it was telling that in the second half he wasn't available, and he took his shoulder pads off just like Kavontae Turpin did. So if that's an indication, he's on the roster. But I still don't know if that's a for sure sign. I don't know what to really make of that moving forward. I think you can take it with a grain of salt and say, all right, he's at least the favorite to be on the roster in a tough decision coming forward with that defensive line and so many bodies there that you would really like to stick around. But I think he's on the roster at the moment. I still think he needs to have a solid game. He can't just get run over on Friday against Seattle, or else maybe that conversation starts picking up again. But just based off of what he did with the way that he played on a consistent basis and then forcing the fumble, I think he's on this roster moving forward.
So the other one we've been talking about a little bit is Tolbert. And I'm going to give you my opinion. I don't know if he's really ready to play in the NFL in week 1. Not saying that he's not going to be an NFL player and have a good 10-year career, but I think it might be a lot to ask of him from what I've seen for him to line up correctly, run the correct routes, know what's going on, make some decent reads that receivers have to make based off of what the defense is lined up as. Who do you see playing the majority of snaps Sunday night against Tampa Bay opposite of CeeDee Lamb?
No, I think that's fair. I really do. And I like Jalen Tolbert as a prospect. But when you drafted him in the 3rd round, that was kind of the thought process. Is this isn't the Sun Belt anymore. This isn't South Alabama. You're going up against guys that would have been twice as good as the guys that you faced while you were putting up 1,500 yards in your senior season in Mobile. I mean, there's a reason why he's having a bit of a conversion into the NFL and a slow start. He looked like a rookie. That's the fact of the matter. And he didn't get the foot down. Sure, sometimes you can give that away. You just got to have better awareness in the NFL when you got to have 2 feet down. That should have been a catch, should have been a touchdown. And then if he makes that play and he brings that foot in, I don't know if we're really talking about it the same way. You put it into context. He's had a solid camp. He hasn't stuck out, but he hasn't been terrible. And then when he gets in the preseason game, at least the first 2 weeks, it does look like he's taken some time to adjust. And I think you're right, Mike. I think if he's on the roster, and he'll be on the roster as a 3rd-round pick, I don't know if he's that number 2 guy yet. And I think that spot's been taken by Noah Brown. That's the reason why he hasn't played in the last couple of weeks. I think he's probably going to see the majority of the reps opposite of CeeDee Lamb. I think it'll be 88 on one side, 85 on the other side. You'll see plenty of Jalen Tolbert in that ball game against Tampa Bay in week 1. But if you're asking me who's going to be that number 2 guy, he had a shot to win it. and he didn't. Is ultimately what happened in camp. He did his job. He's a rookie. He's learning the playbook. He's getting adjusted. But to this point, he hasn't looked like a number 2 wide receiver, and I don't think he'll be looking like that going into that week 1. But this week will be a good tell as well.
Man, Kyle, we really appreciate you hopping on. Second time on the C Block so far this season. Can look forward to hopefully having you pop back on with us again in the future, man. Great stuff.
Yeah, guys, thanks for having me, and I look forward to talking with you soon.
There he goes. Like I said, Swiss Army knife for the DallasCowboys.com. Kyle Yeoman's right there. Always appreciate having a conversation with a guy that's making the Mean Green look good. I mean, that's just how it is. He does a good job, man, making us UNT guys. And we got to stand out above the rest when it comes to this. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Horace Grant's rings expected to bring how much? Next. Mike is so fired up on baseball right now and how if we can just get him to manage this Rangers club, I think we could win the World Series.
The other day, if you're an Astros fan, in your face, Astros, because they're playing the shift. And Matt Olson, who played for the Oakland Athletics, the team that started all this crap because of Moneyball, except nobody ever mentions they had Miguel Tejada and 3 Cy Young pitchers on their staff. We don't want to mention that in the book.
Did
or
they draft them, those pitchers,
Yes,
though? Like
all
those,
of
they
them.
developed them.
Yeah, they drafted, developed them.
Huh.
And then they also signed out of the Dominican Republic and developed an MVP shortstop. Is Matt Olson just lays the bat out. He doesn't even finish his swing. He just lays the bat out to be like, when this ball hits this bat, it is going to go to the left side, which the Houston Astros weren't really playing anybody over there. They had one guy over there, which gives you about a 70% chance of getting a hit. If you can hit the ball opposite way when they're in the shift, you can bat 700 if you could just hit the ball, which we don't want a guy batting 700. But he hits the ball the other way. Nobody's there. He hit that ball actually so slow that he got a double on it because by the time the outfield came in to get it, he had ran all the way to second base. He tied the game on that. So then Travis Denard comes up and he says, you know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to hit a little soft roller to the right side because Houston likes playing a lot of shifts and playing hard shifts. So he hits a little soft ball the other way. Ground ball wins the game. Game over. We won. We beat the Astros. We were losing. I think it was 4-3 going in the last inning, won the game 5-4. And John Smoltz, who was on the call, said this, and I loved it. He said, Pena, who had hit a rocket earlier in the game, said, those two balls don't even come close to equaling Pena's exit velocity. But it doesn't matter because you hit the ball where they ain't and you win the game.
Man.
Oops. Analytically, but guess what? All the paperwork that they turn in say 2 lucky hits, stupid hits will never happen again.
When it comes to John Smoltz, it seems like every week you come in and you're like, I learned something new, or John Smoltz said something.
He's my favorite.
He is? Okay. Like he just seems to, the way he looks at the game and sees it is very in line with that early 90s, late 80s mold that was really good I thought quality baseball. You had a lot of stars coming up, and that's kind of what our era learned of the game.
Yeah.
He had, and it's kind of a great blend of the old school, but trying to understand that charting what guys are hitting helps out, you know?
Yeah. Besides managing a pitching staff, which is different in the playoffs today by far than what it used to be. Every effing team goes back to playing baseball the way it was played before. What we call the right way to play. Moving runners over.
Situational
figuring
stuff.
out a way to get a guy in from third base with less than 2 outs. And if that means sacrificing yourself to not swing hard so you keep the ball up the middle on the ground so a ground ball to second base or shortstop scores that run, that's how we play in the playoffs. But through 162, analytics say don't play that way. But then analytics will say throw it out the window, wipe your butt with it because we have to try to win in the playoffs and we can't try to hit 4 or 5 home runs off of Clayton Kershaw or Max Scherzer. We got to figure out a way how to manufacture runs. How are we going to do it? Well, we have to go back to the way the game's been played for the last 100 years.
Why?
Oh, the analytics. Oh, analytics. Hire more analytics.
By the way, Dallas, Texas TV has been all over it today. I don't know if you follow them on Twitter, Mike, but I do. And all the stuff that's been going on the roads today, would love to know, are you out there on the roads right now? What was your drive like? 877-881-1053, because it seemed like it was a tough sledding this morning for a lot of people. My drive was slow. Mike lives right around the corner. He was able to make it pretty quickly, but I had a slow drive, no flooding, fortunately for me.
Well, I know the bus was really late picking up the kids today.
Oh, okay.
And they did say it's tough. They kind of have to go, I know, south of Dallas to pick up the kids to go to like Bishop Dunn is where my kids go. But so I know it was really slow this morning, but I kind of have one of those drives where it can get messy, but I can take side roads to try to avoid major backups.
All right, 877-881-1053. Now, I don't know the reason that he's auctioning these off, Mike. In this story, there's no description of why. But Horace Grant's 4 NBA championship rings, including the 3 he won with the Chicago Bulls during their first three-peat, that would be 91 and 93, are up for auction at Heritage Auctions, which you guys, when y'all talk about Heritage Auctions, they're like the premium of
Well, they're here
auctioning
too.
off.
They're in Dallas, Fort Worth. I don't know where their office is now. They've moved offices, but it's still a Dallas, Fort Worth company.
The 3 Bulls rings are expected to fetch as much as $100,000 each.
For sure.
while his 2001 Los Angeles Lakers ring could sell for about $40,000. But
I guess it goes to show what you mean to the team. He was the third best player on the three-peat team. It was Jordan, Pippen, Horace Grant. Those were the three best players in that order. When he was on the 01 Lakers team, he was, hell, I'd have to go look and see how many minutes he played. If he played, it wasn't much. And so it's like, yeah, it is an 01 championship, but Ho Grant didn't mean much on that team.
Yeah. When it comes to, okay, so his are about to get 100,000. How much do you think that Scotty's would be?
500,000 a piece to $1 million.
And you think that Jordan's would be
$5 million a piece?
Really? That's
Yeah.
insane,
Maybe
man.
more.
That is insane.
If they're paying for a card, right? I'm paying for a Mickey Mantle card recently. What did that go for? $7 million. We did the story on that.
Yeah.
Well, there's a few of those, and it is a card. This is the ring that they gave Jordan. There's no other one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Michael Jordan, arguably the greatest basketball player of all time. One of his 6 championship rings. To me, I think that would go for easily $5 million, if not up to $10 million a ring.
What about Phil Jackson's? Would that matter as much to people, or is it just the guy that was on the court?
No. I think they would go for definitely more than Horace Grant. Nothing against Horace Grant. I would think him having. Does he have 11? He has 6 and 5, if I have that right.
Yeah.
5 with the Lakers and 6 with the Bulls. I would guess he would be maybe $1 million a piece. I'd put him in the Scottie Pippen range. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe a little less.
Yeah,
Pippen might be more than I think. Just because go ahead.
He played all the games, right? You know?
And I guess he has one other ring because he was on the Knicks when they won a championship.
Yeah.
That was like in 1912 or something.
I do remember him like typing something, and he was like, "Oh, sorry, this I'm having a hard time with the space bar because one for the thumb." And I always appreciated that about Phil Jackson, if that was the reality. Now, I don't know if how much you saw of this throughout the weekend, but Jordan Spieth was in the bunker, Reggie, and Jordan Spieth was telling his caddy, "Look, I think I can do this." And this is kind of how the conversation, man, I've never played with a caddy before, so I've never had this conversation because, Mike, I'm not good enough to have somebody telling me, "Hey, we need this shot to go down." Here's the conversation between him and his caddy, though.
I just feel like that's a cool Tuesday, Wednesday shot. I mean,
I actually think it can do it. And I think that the downside is almost the same, okay? This one's on me, all right?
Okay. All right, I trust you. All right, come on. Trust those instincts here.
It's a good number.
Yep.
Well, guys, if you've ever heard a caddy try and talk his player every which way possible out of hitting this shot, and you heard Jordan say, it's on him.
Why does Grower even try?
Oh, this thing's floating. It's got to get up.
And it did not go where he wanted it to, Mike. And I just always
like the caddy, without saying don't do it, was trying to talk him out of it. And he's like, I know what you're trying to do. Am I reading this conversation
He said
right?
it was a cool Tuesday, Wednesday shot, but he's like, don't do this on today.
Yeah, because it counts.
Yeah, today's one that really counts. And Jordan's like, hey, look, no, man, listen, I think this works. I think it's going to work out.
He was like, I value your opinion. I think that it's very good. You bring a lot of insight. However,
yes,
I'm going to do it anyway.
And he did it anyways, and it didn't quite work out. I do wonder what the conversation is beyond that. Like, what, does he just stare? Does the caddy just stare at him? Because you know how it is, Mike, at your house. If your wife's telling you she doesn't think that's a good idea,
yeah,
and then you're like, no, I think it'll work, and then you end up shocking yourself, and she just stares at you like you're an idiot.
It's amazing. The only time that I didn't show emotion in my life was pretty much on the baseball field. If you notice, when things go wrong or things go bad, managers, coaches, players on the bench, almost all of them just stare right ahead. Like you're like, how is this not upsetting? Like when Jonathan Hernandez the other day missed the ground ball to kind of end the game. Luckily, he ended it anyways. There's a gif of me and Dana both reacting on the set.
Oh, really?
We're just like, no! And there's no way I could do that in the dugout. If I was on the Rangers, I know what I have to do. I just have to sit there with my arms, over the bench and just look at it. And maybe I just put my head down, but not like in a disgusted or any type of way. You just kind of look straight ahead. Like, in your head, like, oh my God, I can't believe that happened. Are we about to blow this game? But you can't make any reaction. As a manager, bad relay, bad decision on the bases, no matter what happens, you just have to look like, yeah, that didn't affect me at all. I'm not happy about it. I'm not sad about it, but inside you're eternally raging.
Yeah.
At least I am.
I think I remember this and I don't know how much you felt about this, but Dave Stewart used to wear his hat so low. Like he would wear it down right above his eyebrows. I don't know if it's because that's just the way his hat fit him, but I always thought he was the most intimidating pitcher ever because I couldn't see his eyes.
Yeah. Well, he actually only wanted, he talks about that. He actually only wanted you to see his eyes because when he came set, he would keep the glove right below his eyes. So he wanted like the hitter to see kind of the intimidation of just his eyes. Like that was intentional.
Yeah.
I played with Chad Cordero. He was the one that kind of started the flat brim situation for baseball players. And he would wear his right at his eyebrow level, straight bill. And he would put his glove up there too to kind of look like this intimidating. He is the nicest guy in the world, but to be on the mound and kind of look like this intimidating guy. I don't know if he got it from Dave Stewart or not. I never asked him, but it was intentional to like wear the brim low from Chief is what we called him, Chad Cordero. And then kind of put that glove at a spot where it was like all you're seeing is my eyes.
Yeah, I want to intimidate you. And then I guess from that perspective of you kind of have to portray control, in baseball. You want people to look around and see you and they think you're in control. That helps out whenever you're on the mound and you maybe one slips and they're like, oh crap, that dude knew exactly what he was doing, even though that one may have just slipped a little bit.
It's funny, Manoah hit Judge. That became a big deal. Garrett Cole came out, and it's funny, from my father, from an early age, he told me, like when I was 10 years old, you never apologize to a hitter for hitting them. Now, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I believe it's right that you do not apologize. And I would say that to the kids that I'm teaching is you don't want them to think you accidentally did it. Like, oh, I'm sorry. No, you want them to think, hey, maybe I did it intentionally. Maybe I didn't do it intentionally. You'll never know. I'm not apologizing for hitting you. And then my dad always said, you know who it hurts more? The person who it hit.
Yeah, it hurts their arm.
Because a lot of times psychologically, you're sad about it, disappointed about it, feel bad that you hit somebody. But it's like, oh, you know what? You use that hopefully against the other team. They're like, crap, is this kid going to hit everybody here? Am I getting into the box to get pegged? Like, you know what? Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. I want that indecision in the batter's mind of maybe he's coming after me. Maybe he's not. Maybe it was intentional. Maybe it was an accident.
Maybe he's just wild today and it's just going to accidentally hit me on Sunday. I have no clue what to think about this guy. But more than anything else, I think what TikTok tells us is never let them know your next move. And that's one of those things that Reggie, I think, can say that he absolutely loves TikTok and all that stuff too. What? Don't look at me like that. You can't give me that kind of look. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next on The Fan.
Hey, Tolo, Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo back with you to talk about
and leaving it on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP, not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas, this is Classic. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation on this D&M Crosstalk, D&M Leasing Crosstalk. Gentlemen, how is you doing?
Awesome, Majors. How are you? You staying dry?
I have stayed dry today. It's been man, I'll tell you this. When Mike Bassick walks in here with the type of energy that Mike Bassick has had today, it makes the day fly by. And hopefully the Tolos out there who've been stuck in this weather have been benefiting from it too.
We just had a preseason game where we told Dalton Schultz, hey, thank you for being on the franchise tag this year. We have your replacement in his second year, so we don't have to worry about your long-term contract anymore. Ferguson can do your job just fine in his second year.
How'd you guys feel about Ferguson's display on Saturday?
I'll tell you what, I felt like all the tight ends have done a really nice job. Hendershot as well. It's funny because Sprinkle has got the Achilles injury now. That's a veteran move right there where he's like thinking, I'm probably not going to make this team, kind of figure out how to get a little bit of an injury settlement here. But yeah, I think that, that's what you got to have though. You got to have those guys that have the ability. Both those tight ends can actually block too. When you watch some of the point of attack stuff, that's what Dalton Schultz doesn't do particularly well. So, if these other two tight ends that they have can figure out some of that stuff, I think that's a step in the right direction for sure.
Broadest knows this. I was a big Jake Ferguson fan.
You were.
I loved him coming out of Wisconsin.
Sure
I
did.
thought that he was a guy that just has a knack for finding the hole within the defense and just getting open. And he's sneaky good with the ball in his hands after the catch. And I think that he showed that the other night. So I felt all along they had their Dalton Schultz replacement, and I think that they've done a good job with we're going to tag him. And we know that we don't have to spend $15 million a year at that position. We can let him go get his money this offseason, and we feel good about some of these young guys that we have. They found something with Hendershot, though. You're right.
Yeah, the thing, I'll be real interested because I kind of feel like Dalton Schultz is going to end up with like 90 catches. I do. I feel like he's going to have a really, really good year.
The offense lends itself to that for him, for sure.
And so if he has like 90 catches, I wouldn't be opposed to tagging him again. The tight end number for a tag is not that. It doesn't penalize you as much as some of the other positions. So if you find a way to but if Ferguson and those guys surpass even during the season, I just feel like that Schultz is going to have a good year catching the football. So you might have three really good tight ends here for the next couple of years on your roster.
Dawson, you were fist pumping over here. Was there?
Yeah,
it's exciting. I don't think Dalton Schultz is that good of a tight end. He does some of the stuff well, but we haven't had a player who could break tackles and get into the open field. So that's why I'm excited to have Ferguson. Between the end of Jason Witten's career and then Jarwin, who is more of a wide receiver, and now Schultz, that one play that Ferguson made, even though it was against second-string tacklers or whatever it was, it shot a bolt of energy that we need in this tight end position. Other teams are finding highly athletic big men to play tight end, and they're creating mismatches with the defense. And the Cowboys have, I think, let defenses off the hook by having pretty vanilla guys after the catch.
Yeah, man, I think that's one of Travis Kelce's biggest features is yards after catch. I was listening to Miami's coach talk about what they did at San Francisco, and that was that because they had a good skill set with Jimmy, they felt like they could get yards after catch from some of their other guys, and they took advantage of the space that was in front of them rather than the space that they were in at the moment. And that's where he sees like the Miami team, like that's what my job is now to ensure that I give them those opportunities. And if the Cowboys can take advantage of that, that could be a big factor for them. Kayvon Thibodeau, that was a pretty ugly injury. And it looks like it's going to be 3 to 4 weeks, and he has a sprained MCL. Mike, did you say suspension for 3 to 4 weeks?
That's what I would do. I'd be like, okay, you knocked him out. That was as dirty as a play as you can make in the NFL. That's fine. You did that. Well, now you don't get to play the month of September in the NFL. You don't get any paychecks. You tried to end a person's career. If you really want to stop people from doing stuff like that, because if the penalty is, let's just say, a $15,000 fine. Well, what's going to stop me from trying to end another guy's career?
So there's disagreement on whether it's against the rules, right?
I guess legally you can try
to
still
do
kill
that.
someone.
Yeah,
you can end a person's career, and it's legal. I guess.
And what happens is you will see a lot of these blockers, these tight ends, these H's that come across. Now, the thing about with Thibodeau, to me, I think he saw that there was about to be contact because you could see him. He kind of ducks like he's expecting maybe he's going to take the guy on.
You got to sprawl like a wrestler.
Yeah, but you got to kind of, you got to kind of, his balance. He unfortunately had his leg planted.
Yeah.
That's the number one. But I can tell you, watching all 22, there's a lot of these times. These tight ends, they're asking them to block these defensive ends, and they just can't.
Only way to do it is go low.
And the only way to do it is go low. And you can, there's an argument whether it's a dirty play or not. But if you watch the replay, you could see that Thibodeau sees him coming. I don't think he was too sure that he was going to go low on him. And unfortunately, like I say, that right leg was planted, and that was the end of that.
I guess you do it, but I remember talking to Ricky Dudley when we were working out together, and it was a long time ago.
Ricky was a good tight end back in the day, yeah.
And I asked him about stuff like that, especially, I can't remember who it was, but somebody punched one of the Cowboys players in the balls. And so
Chris Paul?
Yeah.
It's probably Chris Paul.
I was asking about kind of, hey, how do you get a guy back after doing that? And he said, I said at the time, he's like, I know in Major League Baseball you guys do that. You're like, hey, if you want to do that, if you're a middle infielder, good luck. Next time you try to turn two, we ain't sliding until we get past the base. So you better be ready type. Like there's ways to get back. And he said, really in football, we really don't do that. So even a guy can punch you in the nads. You don't then try to go back and, hey, you hold him and I'll get him down low type of deal. Like
the high-low stuff is, that with that kind of intent, that's bad. That stuff, and they call that the chop blocks and stuff like that. But man, I'll tell you, when I saw the play happen, I'm like, these tight ends want nothing to do with these defensive ends. They just don't. They don't want. They don't want to. They feel like, and that's the way that you kind of get there. The whole idea is, and that's why Denver's had so much success. Like when you looked at the Mike Shanahan era, when they were chop blocking the backside of all those runs. I remember watching a tape when the Broncos were playing the Saints, and the ball was going past these defensive linemen, and all they were thinking about was putting their hands on the ground to keep these guys from chopping their knees, and they're chopping them on the backside and stuff like that. And the ball was going right by them. They weren't interested in tackling the guy at all. They were interested in only protecting their knees. So it's something that the league has had to deal with since the beginning of football.
So would you say it's Thibodeau's fault?
I would say that it's something that the competition committee needs to look at. They talk about how you could block within the tackle box. And so is that considered outside the tackle box? There are rules for that. But competition committee is going to see plenty of examples of these tight ends and H's and fullbacks and stuff coming onto the edge and then chopping those guys. Yeah. They're going to have to make a rule that if you do that, then it's a unsportsmanlike conduct penalty.
Right, like that's on the competition committee. That's on
they
Stephen Jones, and they got to put a rule in place to get that out of the game, because otherwise that's a block we're taught in 7th grade football.
Yeah.
We're immediately taught the chop blocks. I mean, that's part of the game. And to your point, as bad as it looks, and it looks bad, and it's going to result in a lot of injuries, but it's part of football. And until they decide we're going to put a rule in place to ban it, I don't know how we can be pointing the finger at Thaddeus Moss when he's just doing what he's been taught to do since he was playing middle school football.
Yeah. I mean, do you want Micah Parsons to be able to play for 10 years, or do you want Micah Parsons to maybe have any injury?
We'd all feel terrible if that happens, but I can tell you, we've all watched plenty enough games, though, that where those guys come across the formation.
It's funny as
and they want nothing to do with that big body defensive end or outside linebacker.
They surely make it illegal when a quarterback has the football in their hands. You can't do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're keeping the quarterback safe, not as much worried about the D lineman, but the D lineman can return that favor. That was the one thing that I was always taught. You play defensive end, your guy blocks down. You see somebody coming at you, you take them out before, and you just create a pile right there. Now you're not even worried about making the tackle. I'm just worried about taking that lineman out, and now he's going to stay off my linebacker, and my linebacker, because it's going to immediately just spill it outside because I've created the pile. So it's me, the defender, creating that moment there. And I remember like when I was playing Trinity and stuff like that, these big-ass dudes that are coming down, and here comes the guard, or even a tight end for Trinity was a monster, and you would just just do it before. You would beat them to the punch. You would take them out. Now he's not blocking you or your linebacker, and so Thibodeau could have done the exact same thing. Now every defense might teach it a little bit different. Like they might want to just keep them up and still try and force it inside kind of deal. But I bet there's still a lot of coaches that will teach, hey, when you see that guy pulling to you, you take him out, you create the pile, and now your linebacker's spilling outside.
You see it a lot on screens and stuff on the outside when you get those big linemen, those safeties in the corners, they'll take out the blockers and then let everybody else try and get go get the ball.
Right.
But that's something we've seen officials call. That the defender going low, we've seen it done on of course on the kickoffs and punts and stuff like that as well.
Gavin, what I think is really impressive is to see Zach and Broadus sitting this close to each other after last Friday, and they're cordial. How did you get it to happen during the show? How did you guys get this to work last week?
Oh, they hashed it out actually in the second break.
Nice.
It was still tense, so they took their shirts off and had a brawl over here in the corner,
sumo style,
and they emerged peaceful.
Yeah, that's the way we do it here at the Fan. Shirts off. That's the way get this thing rolling. All right, what do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. We do have Chris Young at 4:20, so I'd like to highlight that for all the Rangers fans. But right out of the gates, we'll talk about all the big stories and developments over the weekend. Then we'll get into Cowboys Twitter at 2:20 and G-Bag of the Day.
All right, love it, guys. Looking forward to it. You will have another Bone Thugs and Harmony giveaway tomorrow from the KNC Masterpiece, so get after it during the noon o'clock hour. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
Miss anything from your favorite fan show? From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Welcome in on the show. I hope everybody out there is okay. All right, General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. There's Lucius Alexander, Wolchuk, and Chiafalo. Of course, Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here at 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. And yeah, looking at some of these videos on social, I was wondering, how much your drives in were interrupted or altered. It certainly appears parts of 635, parts of 45 are underwater and absolutely undrivable. How'd it go for you guys coming on
I'll tell you what, Eric and I were coming from the Grapevine area. And Eric is like my navigator. Like, he's technology guy. He knows how to read the maps. He can get me in and out of trouble.
I understand right and left pretty well.
And I told him, I said, hey,
but not north and south.
No,
yeah, north and south, we're screwed. But anyway, I go, hey, what about we go 635? What do you go 635 and then cut across on 75?
635?
Yeah. And so he goes, OBJ.
No, I know what it is. I'm just from Eric's
He's
perspective.
mocking me as if I wouldn't know the highway number there.
Okay, well, anyway, so I say we could go this way and then cut across. And he goes, no, man. The route's good. The route's good. It might be about 5 minutes. He's like ensuring me that everything's going to be. And
GPS
he's right.
knows.
No, he's right. He was totally right about that. But as we're driving in, the traffic wasn't as bad, and we didn't hit any terrible areas out there on coming in through
114, 183, 35. It was all kind of nice.
Yeah.
It was a little bit slower moving, but it wasn't anything crazy.
Yeah.
And I had seen videos of
that's
635
that's
and cars are swimming.
Yeah.
I'm like, Broaddus, I don't think we want to do
Yeah,
635
he immediately talked me out of that.
Not 635. Not
Anything
635.
but 635.
I saw the
Right
same
here.
thing. We got back, and I'm like looking at videos, and there's like cars that are like to the windshield under the water, and I'm going,
even some
God.
floating.
Yeah, I go like, what if
I was shocked. It was an easy drive coming from Plano up 75.
Yeah.
Not too bad. A little slower than usual, but no wrecks. And I was expecting to see some wrecks. Left a little bit earlier, but it was easy, man. Not too bad.
Well, near Baylor Scott and White's emergency room on Hall and Worth Streets, a lady there had to kick her door open to get her and her kids out. Drivers were rescued from Lemon near Inwood. Cesar Chavez and 45, of course, 635. And, there's been quite a few rescues. I had a similar experience and I do want to say thanks everybody out there for not driving like idiots during this. A lot of people going 45, 50 miles an hour instead of 65 or 70, and I appreciated that. How was your drive in, Lucius? You see anything underwater, anything like that?
35 looked disastrous.
Yeah.
But, I was dodging everything.
Good deal.
Yeah, so I didn't have too many complaints coming in, man. But going home is going to be a little ridiculous because everything's been raining, and 114 over there by where I live always floods.
Yeah.
Right by Las Colinas. So...
Well, we keep getting these alerts on our phone saying don't go anywhere unless you're being evacuated from an area. So when I left the house, I wasn't sure what to deal with. And you see some of the videos, you have people texting you from out of town, like relatives from across the country or whatever. They're wondering, hey, what's going on in Dallas? Are you okay? And it's like, yeah, I feel like I'm okay. But there are definitely some people who are not. And I think it's just kind of like scattered patches where you get the, the horrible video scenes out there. Okay, truckwreck.com fan text is open if you'd like to interact with anything that we're talking about throughout the day. But Cowboys and Chargers. And gentlemen, I do believe I need to open up by eating some crow, some popcorn crow, maybe some scallop crow, a crow burger, if you will.
Ooh, double meat.
Crow feet.
Yeah, because Friday to end the show, I said I was kind of dreading Saturday night. I wasn't really looking forward to the game because why? Preseason games are boring.
Yeah, you were pooping on our preseason.
I was totally raining on the parade.
Sick and tired of you doing that, man. I was so stoked for this preseason game.
That's my bad. They hadn't won a preseason game under Mike McCarthy in like 8 tries or whatever it was. And they're not playing any of the starters, but thank God Kavontae Turpin showed up.
Yes, thank God. He showed up in a big way, and maybe that's what they needed to hear. Maybe they needed to hear that, hey, you're not going to get these Dawson eyeballs, okay, if you don't show up and show out in a big way.
Well, Turpin was listening to our show on Monday when we were talking about him, and one of the standouts that I had was watching Turpin in that first game against Denver, and you could start to see, man, this guy's fun to watch him return. I just wonder if he was too damn good against the Chargers. The first kick, great. We were excited, but then you got to double down and get the punt return.
That's insane.
Now the rest of the league, they're already changing their Twitter like, don't kick to Turpin.
Yeah.
Now nobody's going to kick to this guy ever again.
It was bound to happen eventually, Brian. Do you think he can continue to make plays? There's been like 15 guys in the history of the league that could do this week in and week out. And then a lot of other guys who could have like a good game every now and then. What are we looking at here? A breakout star or what?
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you have a guy now that can actually flip the field for you in a good direction. And but again, you're going to have to get people that are going to be willing to kick to him. But then again, you might get situations where all of a sudden you're trying to kick away and then you get shanks and things like that. So if you have a guy back there that's a weapon, the one thing that he will do is he will make the other 10 guys on the punt return unit and the kickoff return. Now, I think the Chargers made a mistake in the game the other day. Anytime you could just kick the ball out of the back of the end zone, you should do it. I think they got a little cute, and they said, listen, let's hang one up and see how we cover. Let's evaluate and all that. And they paid for it. The kid did a great job. The blocks up front, the way they were able to set things up. But, yeah, he's going to make the other 10 guys better around him because you don't want to be the guy. All of a sudden you have a weapon like that. You don't want to be the guy that gets the block in the back or the holding or don't block at all. Whoever they determine when we get to Tampa and he's back there returning kicks, those guys are going, hey, listen, we have a legitimate guy back here. So that's going to make everybody, not only the returner better, but the guys that are blocking for him, because they're going to know that, hey, if we could just get our block, we can get huge yards here, or we can potentially get a touchdown.
Yeah, he's got the electric speed. Even on that reverse play where it was like the defense played it well.
No, they played it great. They were not fooled whatsoever.
They weren't fooled. The guy played it well.
Quickness, yeah.
But because he's just so much quicker and faster than that guy, he's able to take what should have been probably a no-yard gain and make it 7-8 yards. And it's that kind of speed, and that's just like a small example. Of course, the returns are what you get when it's like, holy smokes, everything's coming together in a monster way right now. And if you ask Kavontae Turpin whether or not he's going to keep this going, he kind of called his shot back in. Did you guys see the tweet from back in January?
Right. No.
Yeah. At 3:58 p.m. on January 16th of the year 2022, Kavontae Turpin tweets out, no cap if the NFL, and no cap, he's brought us, he's just meaning like he's not wearing a hat at the time of tweeting it out, obviously.
Sure.
So he says, no cap if the
He's not lying.
NFL give me a chance, I would be leading the league in punt and kick return TDs, hashtag facts. This guy's feeling like $1 million right now. He called the shot 6 months ago.
He's fantastic. You can see he's got this ability, and I don't think any of us were doubting that he was going to make the roster, right? That's what the narrative is coming out of this game. Everyone's like, oh, he just made the roster. I think as soon as they signed this guy, they had the plan, okay, he's our primary kick returner immediately.
I know talking to Will McClay, he felt that way. The first thing, and remember when we were talking, we were all at camp, and we were saying, hey, let's talk about what this guy is. What does this guy bring? The first thing that Will McClay said is he's a returner. Number one, he's a returner, and then receiver, and then space player. So, two of the three really we saw on display the other night, him playing in space and him as a returner. They had a vision of what the player could be. Give them credit for evaluating that and getting the guys signed up.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy talked glowingly about him. I think, it's just an opportunity here to get some excitement going in these games if, in fact, he does get kicked to quite often. 214 Turpin is the real deal. Doesn't have to be a touchdown. He'll do that, but it'll be a 25 to 30-yard average, and that's incredibly valuable. Go Frogs. Yeah, on the punt where, he sidesteps a guy so immediately that I don't think 95% of people would have a chance to get around, and then splits two other guys, and they really kind of lost him in a very short area of space. It's just like real incredible vision and anticipation and instincts, and then the quick twitch at 159 pounds. It's, he's going to be a really difficult guy to account for, I think, no matter how good you think you have him wrapped up or you're closing in on him, he has that superhuman quickness ability to get out of there.
Every time that when you see those big returns, and it's usually make the first guy miss, make the next guy miss, and now the blocks are starting to get set up.
Now we have a chance.
It's one thing to make one miss, you make two miss, now you got guys that are blocked, and now you have a chance for a big play. And that's how that worked the other night. So good for them for that.
And think about how important this could be to help out an offense that we're a little bit uncertain about.
Oh, one less first down, not only, 2 less first downs a game.
For field position. But also if they're able to this is a drive where we don't need to get a touchdown on the board for your offense. Turpin just takes into his own hands and scores on a punt or a kick. I mean, this kind of thing it's really something that tilts the favor of the game for you. And for the Cowboys, they might have found something here with this kid.
How was Saturday with D Ware up there at the Star? I saw some social media stuff. It looked like a lot of fun.
Shout out to XShorty817, the Tolo, and some of the other Tolos that were out there that said what's up to us. But DeMarcus Ware, he
better than advertised.
I think he's like the most perfect human being I've ever seen physically, and then the personality was amazing. He welcomed us with open arms. Really, Walchuk and I got a chance to chat with him for about 5 minutes or so before we actually got on stage to interview him. And he was just so cool. Dabbed us up. We got on his little Instagram video story. We got to take a picture with him. What a fun dude to hang out with. He looks still like he could play.
Very
100%.
fit, yeah.
Well, and he told us he could get 10 sacks still.
Yeah, I think he was borderline offended by Walchuk's opening question, which was like, hey, if we need you for 1 third down, could you give us one more pass rush? He's like, bro, I'll give you 10 sacks this year, no problem. So he's feeling confident. He's feeling good. But what an awesome time it was getting to hang with him, Barry Church, Danny McCray. Shout out to Miller Lite. Shout out to the Cowboys. And, of course, all the Tolos that showed up. It was a really, really good time. And to get to be around DeMarcus like that and all the great stories that he shared with us. I mean, we have Parcells stories, Larry Allen stories.
The Larry Allen story
Leroy Glover.
brought us. Okay. So he told us a story about Leroy Glover, and we were asking about rookie hazing because Danny and Barry did a good job at telling us about some of the rookie hazing stories. We carry that over with DeMarcus Ware. He tells us about this bottle of liquor that Leroy Glover sent him to go get. And he has to go to, I think it was ABC Liquor off of Northwest Highway. He shows up there. The bottle of liquor is $7,500. He's thinking, I'm not getting this. So he drives back to Valley Ranch. He goes over, talks to Larry Allen. He'd already had a couple of run-ins with Larry. And Larry says, don't worry, Rook. I got you, but you got me, okay? I'm going to go get this bottle for you, but you got me. And DeMarcus Ware says, all right, fine. Larry goes, gets the bottle, gives it to Leroy Glover. So what does DeMarcus Ware have to do? He has to take Larry Allen out to dinner at Nick and Sam's. So it's Larry Allen, it's Marcus Spears, it's DeMarcus Ware. They go out to dinner at Nick and Sam's. Well, what does Larry do? Puts down a $200 lobster by himself, an $850 steak by himself.
$850 steak
by himself.
Dang. How's that even a thing? Okay. Yeah, he's a horse.
That's Sean Sharif does that every weekend.
There's sides. There's liquor flowing.
Don't let it fool you.
At the end of this dinner, what did DeMarcus Ware say the bill was? $50K?
It was 50
No
G
way.
$50K.
This was the Des dinner before the Des dinner. Wow.
It was just for one guy.
Just
it wasn't
for
the
Larry.
whole team or the whole defense. It's Larry
Wow.
Allen.
He's a one-man hazing operation.
Punishing 50 G's worth of meat.
Unbelievable. You should have just gotten that handle, bro. He says, I should have gotten the handle.
Yeah, I should have asked Jerry Jones to handle it is what he should have done like Des did. 9:03, I have an announcement. I recently turned on the Cowboys in a very bad way, but I'd like to announce today, after watching Kavontae Turpin run that touchdown back for 98 and 84 yards, I've eased back on the bandwagon. A lot of people are saying Turpin is, the real deal or whatever. He's got a bunch of people excited on the truckwreck.com fan text, so salute to you guys. And then they're wondering, Brian, does he have the ability to get involved in wide receiver and get the ball a little bit more on offense?
See, that's your hope, but then again, what do we talk about quite a bit? Getting Pollard involved. A guy that is a little bit bigger guy, is a little bit guy that's just as explosive. We when the last kickoff returns we saw was Pollard against the Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, let's not put too much on Kellen Moore's plate here. All
Yeah,
right? He's trying to figure out how to get Pollard. But we'll crawl before we walk here.
No,
Dawson. In 4 years, we'll get Turpin running around.
I would get CeeDee Lamb the ball in space. All right,
have some patience, Dawson.
I'd like to believe that they could come up with some things, but then again, I'm still waiting on them to do stuff with Pollard. And once I see that and see stuff with Turpin, well, then maybe that we can think differently about the coordinator.
682, he's the next Darren Sproles. Another guy asking if he can be like a budget Tyreek Hill.
But you're talking about guys that have thickness to them. This guy is like a 7th grader. I mean, he's 100.
He's kind of slight. Yeah.
He's very slight.
He's soaking wet.
He's 155 pounds, and right now, let's be honest, he's pretty wore down. He played a whole USFL season, so his body is not exactly right. If you want to, I mean, yeah,
it looked to be in mid-season form.
It looked great, running, and that's super. I'm looking forward to where he can actually sit down and get some rest.
I just love it, man. You got Micah Parsons over there running and hitting, and now you got some actual speed on offense, some electrifying potential out there to look forward to, Brian.
Yeah, you got to hope. You got to I love what Zach was talking about the field position thing. If you can flip the field where if you can somehow, flip it to where it's 15 to 18 yards difference. If you could flip it that much, that would be huge for Dak and this for this offense.
And people are really going Deshaun Jackson comp. I mean, people are like going crazy.
So far, I've seen Tyreek Hill.
Holy cow!
Tyreek Hill is
Jackson.
You've seen Tyreek Hill. He is a thick guy, right?
Yes.
I mean,
Dude,
he's got
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, you can strike matches on him.
One of my biggest regrets of this offseason is anytime we've talked about sports thighs, sports quads, we were remiss in not mentioning Tyreek Hill. I saw a couple of photos at some point last week of him in his practice gear, and he's running around. He's hoochie daddy shorts and that thing.
Okay, very popular
and
look. Yep.
At every single angle, this dude Tyreek Hill has bleeping tree trunks. Okay, and his arms, he's got thighs for arms, and he's got like just tree trunks for legs. Tyreek Hill is a different level of athlete and specimen from a strength, and he's got all that. Turpin, you mentioned the size. When we're in Oxnard and they sign him and we're like all eyes on Turpin, of course the first thing you see when he's on the field is that the electricity that he brings, the juice, the spunk, the
100%.
burst. But the size also stood out just as much as the speed did in terms of just how
very
small.
Very small,
very
tough
small.
to see, which is why I think it benefits him in the return game. But when it comes to some of these receiver comps, let's tap the brakes just a little bit.
People were asking me, like, is
let's
this
get
guy?
excited.
We got Dante Hall.
He's his own guy.
I like the Dante Hall comparison.
We got Dave Meggett. We've got like 9 different.
This guy is
here.
next level lean though, or slight. I don't know what the right word
Slight.
is. He's his own guy.
Bucky Buchanan and Mike McCord, the equipment guys, they had to go and find the medium jerseys. The medium T-shirts, the medium shorts.
That's a small.
Small.
Yeah, I was thinking youth small.
No, you stand next to this kid. I mean, seriously, you're like, he's an NFL player. But he does. He has that skill to him. And so some of
you
the
just got to be tough and fast.
Yeah, whoever you liked in the league that was 155 pounds that you thought was a great player, because people were asking me, is this guy like Eric Metcalf way back in the day? From when I was watching, Eric Metcalf was 5'10", 188. He's a bigger, thicker guy, and I was like, no, Eric was a bigger guy. So yeah, these comparisons that you make, think of whoever you like that's 155 pounds, and that's your guy.
I mean, going through some of the smallest players in NFL history, Wes Welker was 185. That's 30 pounds down.
Yeah.
Ray Rice was 60 pounds heavier than this dude. Bob Sanders was 205. Deshaun Jackson was 175. That's 20 pounds away. Antoine Winfield is 180 at 5'9". 25 pounds heavier. So I think he's totally unique. And maybe that lack of body mass is what gives him those jets to kick in the high gear and pull away like he did twice on Saturday night. Cowboys Twitter, top tweets going viral, then the G-Bag of the day here on The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night. And thanks for being a Tolo. We're DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Twitter. Top tweets going viral about America's team. Segment is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel and Frankel at truckwreck.com. Yeah, Cowboys are back in Frisco, tweeted Todd Archer. That's cool. You know, they've been gone for a while. Wednesday and Tuesday, we're going to have practices, which are open, and you're going to have media availability both tomorrow and Wednesday. So Wednesday, we're going to have an abbreviated show because the Ranger game actually starts at 2 o'clock. But Brian and the guys are going to be up there, and during our late show on Wednesday night, we'll have a full report from practice, and we're looking forward to getting back up there and covering these practices, aren't we, Brian?
Absolutely. I mean, that's this will be kind of the final time. We got a game on Friday night, and then from that point on, they're going to have to cut their roster. I think they're working on two things right now, guys. I think they're working on a roster that incorporates all their injuries that they're going to have to carry, and then a second roster will be different than what we'll see probably for Tampa week. So a lot going on right now at the Star.
You have like practice miss FOMO, don't you? It's really bad.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I do. I'm very. That was one of the things that I really enjoyed when I was a scout, was to be able to go out and watch practice, and especially training camp practice. When you watch practice during the season, you kind of get an idea about what the game plan is going to be for that week. Like, okay, it looks like they're going to attack this side of the field. Oh, they feel like that they can run the ball over here. You know, so that's always the things that I kind of draw from it. But, you know, the practices have been pretty good. I mean, if you look the last couple of weeks, I know we missed out on the Denver practice and the Charger practice. A lot going on in those two. So you could get something when you go out there and watch that.
Yeah, you can. And Broadus has, Jared Sandler just getting me with some water here as he leaves the studio. I got to watch myself.
Did he spray you with that Gatorade bottle?
Yeah, he totally just.
You sure that was water?
I don't know what the heck it was. With him, I can't.
Looks like a man who's bored and wants to do another 3 hours of radio.
Maybe he wants to step on in here and take a microphone. Trust me, he actually probably would, but I don't want to hear his voice for another 3 hours.
His dad would not be proud right now.
No, he wouldn't. That was completely
antics.
Disrespectful, Jared Sandler.
It's a professional environment, Jared.
Broadus has made us have the FOMO too. Like, I'm not going to lie, when the Cowboys were out there and with the Chargers and the Broncos, I'm thinking, we're falling behind.
Yeah.
We need to be out there. We need to have eyes on this. I can't have these other people out working us. We're the home of the Cowboys. We're supposed to be giving you the best coverage around, so I'm excited to get back out there and watch them practice.
Yes, it should be great. And, you know, getting the last opportunity to watch these guys before the roster breaks down is probably the key thing to be watching. Are there any interesting guys who could be gone or any surprise veterans? We talked about Kelvin Joseph last week.
Yeah, I don't know if there's something to guys of being gone, because they're going to have to make 5 more cuts tomorrow. We'll see how that plays out. I think we haven't figured out this backup quarterback situation at all, Gavin. I really do. And I think there's some battle. They continue to kind of alternate there at left guard. You know, will that thing stabilize? Will we get a definite starter?
Yeah.
You know, I don't anticipate. We'll see if
we'll have more time to talk about it. But it's clear, like, Greer is a baller. You know, he's out there to compete and, you know, throw his body around. He's more fun. I don't know if he's better than Cooper Rush, but I like watching him more. And if it's a tie, let's go with the guy who just lets it fly.
That's what happened when you had 52 plays the other night. That's all they ran. So you didn't get the opportunity to have that where you know, I mean, me personally, I would have loved to have seen Greer play that whole second half.
Yeah.
You know, give Cooper Rush the first half. I mean, Ben DiNucci, I will say this about Ben DiNucci. The thing with Ben is he gets no reps during practice, and he goes out there and he functions okay. So good for him for that. But that's not my concern right now. I'm just trying to think about, because there's some number problems that they're going to have. They're going to have some number problems at wide receiver. They're going to have some number problems at defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have some number problems in the secondary right now.
Corner, and you're looking at maybe keeping 5 safeties now. I mean, Mukwamu stepping up and playing well.
I was going through the roster. Cool. I was going through the roster with Todd Archer today, and for like 30 minutes, we were trying to kind of figure out, you know, okay, can you move on from guys? Can you trade guys? Do you need to add a guy? And, you know, it got down to the point where there were like 4 different spots where we were thinking, man, this thing is not settled by any means.
And their worst spot is swing tackle. They don't have one on the roster. But going back to Will Greer, to your point, Gavin, I think another thing to look at is I think you can keep the offense relatively similar with Will Grier compared to a Cooper Rush. I think Grier has more of a similar playing style to a Dak Prescott than you have.
Mobility and whatnot.
Yeah, with a Cooper Rush, especially if you're going to have possibly an offensive line that's going to struggle. You need a guy that can run around, buy some time, and that mobility is pretty critical. If you lose Dak for a long period of time, your season's pretty much done anyway.
Right.
But if it's just to get through 2 or 3 games, I think Will Grier might give you the best chance there.
Got to talk about Tyler Smith as well today. We'll have more opportunity to talk about it, long term. He did have a nice drive where he was helping in the run game, had another penalty. And hopefully, it's not going to be a situation where he can't play games without penalties, because if that's the case, then I don't know. I want to believe right now that it's just the coaches not doing what the front office wants because it's an organization that lacks in communication sometimes. But I wonder if Tyler Smith is, really earned it. Has he earned being the clear starter over McGovern, or do we just want to give it to him so he can get the experience?
I kind of feel like that we've seen what McGovern is.
Yeah.
So, and McGovern got the opportunity to hold the job. He didn't hold the job, and they put Connor Williams back in. I think that says a lot.
It does. It does. And that brings up another thing, which is what I'm talking about with the communication. There's no future for McGovern. Why are we giving this guy first team snaps? And they always talk to us about how important it is to have continuity. Why aren't you using the time to put Tyler Smith in there with the left tackle in the center? There's no future for McGovern, but an assistant coach likes him. Our assistant coach wants to give him the chance, or doesn't like that they drafted Tyler Smith and put him in their room. And it's like, why isn't this guy fired? He's ruined the offensive line, and now he's thumbing his nose at the front office. Your guy's not good enough to start. I'm going to start a guy that we don't even need to invest in his future. It's just weird.
I think the only thing that makes a little bit of sense is they're going to assume the Tyron Smith inevitable injury, and it's going to be Tyler Smith that gets the bump out to left tackle because they
then
don't
we
trust
should be seeing him
anybody
at
else.
tackle.
I agree, but so they're going to have, and then who's going to fill in for Tyler Smith at left guard in that scenario? It's going to be McGovern.
Yeah.
So
that could make sense. It is time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius Alexander, sir.
Yeah, buddy. Rolling like a big shot out here in this rain. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing in there, huh?
Doing great, sir.
Had a fantastic weekend?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Very busy.
Oh, really?
I drove to Louisville 4 times.
just to get his ass kicked.
Oh, damn.
Well, wasn't my team, but Cubby was guest playing. And we had fun.
Oh, she was guest playing.
We had fun.
At what point in time did you say? At what point in time did you
the ladies
say?
learned some valuable lessons.
Yeah. After what ass kicking did you say we don't need to be doing this
I
anymore?
was on the coaching sideline. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed every minute of it. I wasn't complaining. It was a lot of driving though, Lucius.
I believe you, bro.
Yeah.
Did you go over that 35 bridge at Louisville?
Yes.
I hate doing that.
I do
bridge.
too.
I really do.
I feel like I'm going to fall in.
Yeah, I do, man. I spent most of my weekend in a hot tub.
Oh, you had a much better
hot tub.
relaxing
A whole
weekend.
lot, yeah.
With some American shaman in you.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Okay.
Our winner so far is the Get Right, Reggie and KG. They sing the Rick Roll song. I didn't know people actually knew these words. And it's a Young Gravy combo right here, y'all.
I've actually got the video, the music, right now, so let's hear it.
Do you know the words to this song?
You're no stranger to
Oh, do
love.
I? Hold my beer and watch this. I'm
You
KG.
know the rules, and so do I.
All right, I don't know how long we can do this for.
Thinking of any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling.
Gosh, that.
Where do you think KG learned that? Was that like on road trips in the back of a minivan, or did he download that on his iPod back in the day? iPod? Yeah.
I got him being an old soul, man.
I think he just jams out.
He
to
loves
that
the
on
80s.
regular.
I think he's an old soul. I really do.
I want to climb up in his music collection, see what else we got going on there now.
Yeah.
See what else he knows the lyrics to. Sounds like a good segment.
Yeah, the playlist of KG.
Yeah.
How old can we get? Is it older than like Broadus's, for instance?
Can we play a song that KG doesn't know? That would be from the
Bobby Bell probably could.
Bobby tells me his dad was a disc jockey.
Oh yeah.
Pretty famous disc jockey. So
He's
he knows
like a
Bobby
CrossFitter
knows
with that.
he knows all the songs.
That's like his icebreaker.
Yeah.
Bobby's when he meets somebody.
You get old
still the
DJs
worst
hanging
driver.
out together and they start talking about music and B-sides and stuff. It's a whole nother world.
Yep.
Young Gravy on the combo.
Never let you down, baby.
poutine. Gravy got cheese now, that's poutine.
That's poutine.
Hell of a champion combo platter there, Lucius.
I'd say it's going to be hard to beat.
All right, let's see what we got on this. We got a hot mic situation at the Little League World Series.
Uh-oh.
And Iowa thought they were like one strike away from beating Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And the umpire called a foul. So the kids say, you know what? It's a conspiracy theory against us. ESPN wants this game to go on longer.
Half the Iowa team was off the field, or at least making a move to leave the field. But with the walk, it brings up Braden Rudolph as the tying run.
Whoever's pitching is for ESPN, so they can come back. That's because ESPN likes it. It's all ESPN.
Nothing we can do about that strike call, okay?
It's all ESPN. That's what it is. They all at the mound just sharing conspiracy theories.
Paying attention to what the parents are saying in between games.
Yeah. Mom and dad influence there.
Interesting.
Let's see, I got this gentleman right here. He goes live on Facebook. Has a hard time reading the comments, or he's having a hard time reading. I don't know which one it is yet.
I know the feeling.
You slow, cuz. Nah, it just show up different. Y'all never went live before. It look different. What's going down? Cuz can't read. Who can't read? Derek Harris. Who is that? Screenshot. SS. That for me, please. What do SS mean? Can somebody help me with that? Get off here. Get off here. I know I'm here. I'm here. You keep asking if you live. I'm telling you yes.
I'm telling you.
Where do I live at?
No.
No.
I don't know. You reading like a slow. Get to work. I'm about to go to work, Kenny. Let me get this out of my chest.
Here's what he wanted to do.
Y'all stop wearing these masks when y'all in y'all vehicle.
That's what he wanted to do. That's what he wanted to do. But the crowd was telling him something else the whole time.
Is that Floyd Mayweather?
Man, it is crazy when you drive by somebody in a mask in their vehicle, especially here in 2022.
Yeah. I saw it a lot in Mexico. They're still doing the mask thing there, and so you see it. People by themselves outside, strapped up. Man.
I was in the airport. I saw a guy with a mask, and he sneezed, but he covered his. He had the mask on, but he put his hands up on his face.
He's just sneezing into the mask.
He's sneezing into the mask, and I was
healthy.
like, "Bro, you're good. You might want to change the mask, but don't have to put the hands up."
Saw some of the weirdest stuff in the Chick-fil-A drive-thru up until a couple months ago, and I no longer work there. But man, they're still like full face coverings, full gloves. I mean, it's crazy.
I usually figure those people kind of maybe have COVID or have somebody around them that has COVID recently.
I'm just thinking, why go to a drive-thru? Like, if you're that concerned.
I mean, where else are you going to get food in 5 minutes?
You can order it or make it yourself.
Gavin will help you on that. Gavin knows how to order all that stuff, right?
Oh, yeah. Big fan of ordering stuff. Might have a little problem with it. Yeah. All righty. Any other nominees, Lucius, before we...
This is not a nominee, but this, it's like a PSA in a sense. This lady is very mad at her boyfriend. Her and her boyfriend went to a wedding, and he ended up dancing with one of the bridesmaids.
Oh?
Uh-oh.
You understand me? You're literally the one who you understand me? I touched you. I haven't touched you. I've set you up.
So,
Wow. Yeah.
Just be on your best behavior, man. Don't be messing with your girls, homegirls, or nothing like that. Don't make her jealous.
Sometimes you
give her all the attention.
Chief's got a wedding this weekend. Can we hear some of this from you, maybe?
Dear God, no, man. I'm going to be playing it very cool.
Jeez.
I'm going to be playing it very cool. But you can be on the dance floor, man. Who knows?
Yeah. Sometimes you're getting your sexy on out there, and a young lady needs a dance partner, and you want to dance with her, right? That's the country western thing to do, right? Like, you got to be you're just the man, right? Yeah, you go ahead and dance with my wife.
Yeah, that's right. Line dancing and stuff like that.
It used to be wild back in the day. Can I have this hand in The dance?
Yeah.
I'm standing right here with her, bro. I'm dancing. Why are you tapping on the shoulder while I'm dancing?
Can I cut in?
I'm going to tap you out real
Allow me
quick.
to cut in, please.
Can I cut in?
What
Yeah.
are you doing, bro?
Yeah, it's kind of my wife.
The damn song is over in a minute and 30 seconds.
Very 1950s of you right there. Can I cut in, please?
Couldn't help but notice you're groin to groin right now.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Reggie and KG plus Young Gravy. We're getting text reports that KG said that's actually Reggie singing. Okay, so a little flip-flop on that for your consideration. Hot Mike at Little League World Series, kids claiming conspiracy. Man on Facebook having a hard time reading the comments. Or not a nominee, mattered a boyfriend who went to a wedding. Man, I'm going to go with the champ again. I think that's a tough combo platter there, Chiafalo. How about you?
Let me get that Facebook Live.
All righty. Lucius.
Damn, bro. I'm going to go with Reggie and KG one more time.
It's 2-1. Well, Chuck.
I think I'm going to go Facebook Live as well, the guy that can't read.
Tied it to Brian.
Oh, no, it's got to be the champ.
It's 3-2, and still, the RJ Bag of the Day champion, Reggie and KG, tune in every day at 2:30. If you miss it, LA Live plays it back for you about 5:40 most evenings. Tonight, we're going to be in Rangers pregame, so you won't get LA Live tonight, but there you go. Brian, where are we heading next?
Krusty's going to tell you who played well in this football game and who didn't. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on
the buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find a new road, y'all.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, Broadus.
Thank you very much, sure. Appreciate that. Just also want to let everybody know there's a new Love of the Star podcast that's out today, too. So check that out if you want. Bobby and I really went into depth on some of what we saw from the game, some good, some bad. Some things we're going to cover right now. But, yeah, if you can do that. We do it 3 times a week at Love of the Stars. So it's on all your Odyssey platforms and stuff like that. So check it out if you can. I teased that I was going to kind of talk about the good and the bad here with the Cowboys. I thought it was bad that they only ran 52 offensive plays, because that's what it bothered me because of the quarterback situation.
You wanted to see more?
I wanted to see more. But I understood. I'm glad that the special teams thing, with what's going on with Turpin, I'm glad that was shown and how they can have some success doing that. I hated the fact, talking about special teams, I hated the fact that Mike, and people are going to complain at me for saying this, I hated the fact that he went for 2, when on the second touchdown, because
they hit Ferguson.
You need to see the kickers.
I wanted to see the kickers.
Right.
That's a 33-yard attempt right there. Let me see. And that was the problem with Maher, was that they moved on from him because he was missing extra points. So, go ahead and kick the extra point. Go ahead and see.
I think that's a good point.
I understand. Maybe Bobby had a theory that maybe that because Cooper Rush was going to come out of the game, so why not give him one more throw? And they didn't throw the ball all that much. But I'm like, okay, but you also need to see what your kicking situation is right now.
I'm with you on that. As far as the not more passes, they ran the ball a lot. And I think they're trying to get into the ratio that they want to establish for the regular season.
But that's the thing about it, though, is really the only starter we think, or maybe I think, that played on the offensive line in that game was the left guard, which was Tyler Smith. Everybody else was a backup guy.
Gosh, the fact that that's even a doubt is making my blood boil.
Well, there's something. Gavin brought up the point.
What the hell are we doing?
Well, Gavin brought up the point about there's somebody in the building that likes Connor McGovern, and I never felt like that. That he was. Joe Philbin didn't initially like Connor McGovern, and he really wasn't on board initially. I say initially. I'm not saying it might change now, but he wasn't initially on board with Tyler Smith. We said that on several shows. So it's kind of weird how that whole dynamic is playing out right now. But those were a couple of things that I noticed. Okay, talking about the guys that, when you start to talk about the guys that played well, I thought Matt Farniak played well, the center there. And again, I'm going to get the all 22, and I'll have even a clearer view this evening. But I thought that Farniak played well. I talked about Connor McGovern. I thought he played well at right guard. I thought the inside 3 actually did a pretty good job of controlling the Chargers' inside 3, and that's why they were able to kind of have some success running the football. Farniak, guy plays with some power, and he's athletic enough to second level block as well. So I was pretty pleased by that whole thing. I had no idea. Okay. Did we ever talk about Josiah Bronson at all?
Dude, 94. He was making appearance after appearance for a while, and I'm going, who's 94?
This is one of those strange things where you go, like, you watch guys play, and he's like a second-year guy, and you're like going, well, where's he been? And then all of a sudden he shows up in the game, and he's making tackles behind the line of scrimmage. He's throwing blockers aside. He's getting pressure. And I was thinking, well, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see, is there something I might have missed? That's why I was going to check with you guys, because I know we all had the opportunity to watch practice, and we watched, but this was just one of those. Did he have just one of those games where all of a sudden it was,
Yeah, it's the first I've noticed him, but he jumped off the screen at me for a while.
It's interesting, and I wonder what that balance is compared to a guy that really didn't flash at all in practice. And maybe he's improved since we've left.
Sure.
Versus a guy that, all right, one game, here he is making some plays for you, and in your evaluation, how much you put into that versus practice.
Man, I'll tell you, the other guy on the D-line that jumped out to me was old Chauncey Golston, man.
See, that was the next guy I was going to mention right there. And in the Denver game, he played more as a defensive end than he did as a defensive tackle. So I think they're trying to kind of find a spot for him.
Yeah, they started him at tackle in this one and then moved him to end.
That's the flexibility he brings. They had him put the weight on so that he could play a little bit of that 3 technique, but imagine him as a guy setting the edge on rundowns.
Yeah, see, that's when you watched him play at Iowa. He was the guy that was more like what you get with Tank Lawrence. Run at you, hard to get to the outside, plays off blocks, plays with power. That's why I thought he was an ideal backup left end.
He's a fascinating one to watch. I don't think he's in any danger of not making the team.
Gosh, no.
But I did want to ask because he's not a guy that I thought stood out at all at camp.
Yeah.
Didn't do anything last week, but he did have a decent game against the Chargers. But that's really the first time this entire offseason that I thought, okay, there's Chauncey Golston. Otherwise, I thought it's been a pretty meh offseason for him.
Is it too late for Tristan Hill?
No, he's coming.
Tristan Hill's should make your team over Carlos Watkins. That's why I texted you and we talked a little bit yesterday, Brian, about all right, what could you get for a Tristan Hill? Because right now you need a swing tackle. I'm not buying into Josh Ball. I'm getting sick of people trying to act like, okay, so he's gone from god awful to like, okay, he was bad. So we're seeing like a little bit of improvement, but he's still not good at all. It's not enough for me.
Yeah.
If you had to play a game and Josh Ball's starting for you, you're in a load of trouble.
We thought
this dude can't play.
Do we think the same thing about Steele?
No, Steele at least showed you a little bit more upside than Josh Ball. I mean, in passing downs, Josh Ball's gotten a lot better in run blocking.
Sure.
But in passing downs, that dude is getting his ass beat just about every single time.
I think the thing with Tristan Hill, I don't know if it's too late for him. I mean, I wonder if Bobby and I were talking about this. The same thing happened with Taco. That third year, Taco all of a sudden was like he had a really good preseason and then they just moved on from him.
Yeah, they traded him to Miami.
Yeah, I wonder if Tristan Hill's in that same boat where you seeing the flashes. But
I think it's a lot better than Taco. Like Taco's production was he was up against a tight end that never came out of his stance. Or, for whatever reason, someone missed the assignment. With Tristan Hill, like, his biggest concerns were his body and his motor. And I wouldn't have bet on him remedying both of those, but he did, Brian.
Yeah.
This is a really active guy, and I know he lacks all the traits to be a prototypical guy, but he's effort and he's got power. His legs are huge, and he's a different bodied guy, but I think he's going to be effective, and it surprised me.
Yeah, to me, the Denver game, he was real close to getting a sack that ended up being a touchdown pass. This time around, he was able to make something happen there in the pocket.
He's going.
Yeah.
Yeah. I sometimes you have this big challenge and the coaches are like, he'll never make it because of that. And that makes that player obsessed with proving people wrong. And now he's actually working the hardest amongst the defensive linemen. It's like the ball is snapped and he's going crazy to prove everybody wrong. That's what I see in Tristan Hill. And I think a tremendous amount of credit goes to him for saving a career.
I mean, if you want to trade him, fine, but that's not a guy that you just cut and just let a second-round pick walk out the door like that.
How about Israel Mukuamu?
I was ready. I thought Bell had taken his job. Izzy, with his versatility now to play corner and safety, and how well apparently he's played since we left Oxnard, and then he showed it in the game, he's made the team.
Yeah, I think that when you start to talk about the numbers now, 6-4, 5-5, when the safeties in the corners, there's people I'm talking to that they're talking about not giving up on Joseph.
At this point, I'd give up on Nahshon Wright before I give up on Kelvin Joseph.
It's funny how Wright has looked worse than he was great in practice and he's looked bad in these games.
Right.
Which I think has been a problem. And one final thing real quick before I get out of here. We talked about Jake Ferguson already, the tight ends. How about the running back thing real quick with Malik Davis? Which way you going on that? There's no way in heck they can keep 4 running backs.
It's a shame because I like both those guys.
I know.
But I think
Dowdle or Davis.
Like Davis a little more right now.
I think so too. I think I'm leaning towards
Davis.
Hasn't Rico been hurt?
Better.
Rico keeps getting hurt.
Well, the Rico thing about it is, man, I mean, he's super tough. The thing with Davis, though, that was they had a vision for the player and what he can do.
Yeah.
And I think he's living up to their vision. I think it's going to be real hard for them to put him on the street.
Okay, thank you so much, Brian. As we continue our training camp coverage, the guys are back tomorrow and Wednesday. We'll have the Mike McCarthy presser. They're going to be up there practicing, and we'll have full reports. Let's talk some association with the rim session, okay? There's a lot of NBA news, including a report the Mavs did try to trade for a dynamic scorer. There's at least 4 stories coming up and at least 2 on the Mavs next here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about my friends at
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
A whole lot of basketball news to cover here as we open up hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Woolchuck and Chiafalo are in. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Jared Sandler's hanging out. You got the Rangers pregame coming up at 5:30. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. It's time for some association, Chiafalo. Let's get this party started.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon nap. The adults are going all the way around the rim.
Let it ride. Rain dance.
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
All right, let me jump in here. We'll start as we head out for the latest in Kevin Durant in Brooklyn. Celtics Heat Raptors still considered the favorite, but Shams over the weekend reporting the Grizzlies have emerged as a possible landing spot. They have 5 first-rounders that they could trade. They have 1 extra, plus Desmond Bane, Jaren Jackson Jr., Zaire Williams, and other young players that could make the package enticing for the Brooklyn Nets. That's exactly what we don't want, guys. We want nothing to do with KD coming to the West and meeting up with another MVP candidate. That's what you call championship aspirations complicated at that point. So that's not what I want to hear. I like the idea personally of probably sending him over to the Raptors.
Yeah. Well, especially with the Grizzlies, where you have them in your division, and the Grizzlies are already going to be a handful.
No doubt.
So they become much more of a handful in the short term with the KD trade. But big picture, if they have to trade a Jaren Jackson Jr. and or a Desmond Bane, which right now they've seemingly been reluctant to do so, and I get it. I mean, both those guys are young studs for them, but Brooklyn has shown, hey, with Kevin Durant having as many years left on his contract as he does, we're not going to be forced into some bullcrap trade where we're not getting much in return. And all these other teams are like, well, he's old, he's had the Achilles. Do we really want to give up all these young assets? We're going to give up a bunch of draft picks, but all of these teams that are in the running, when you look at it, it's like, okay, Boston doesn't want to give up like Jaylen Brown. They certainly don't want to give up Tatum.
Right.
Toronto doesn't want to give up their young superstar.
Pascal Siakam?
No. Their young guy whose name is now escaping me. The Rookie of the Year guy. Can't remember his name, but they don't want to trade him. You have Memphis doesn't want to give up Bane or Jackson. You have the Miami Heat don't want to give up Bam Adebayo. And so there's just every team that has their, Scotty Barnes. Thank you, Jared Sandler, basketball insider here with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So like all these teams, they have the assets. Like they have the young players, they have the draft picks, but no team wants to put together the ultimate package. They're all kind of waiting it out to see, okay, can we sneak one past Brooklyn here? They get desperate, and we're the Memphis Grizzlies, and we can give up some picks, but we get to hang on to Bane and or Jaren Jackson Jr.
If you're the Grizzlies, why would you not do that deal?
It's a golden opportunity right now. The guy's 33 years old. He's got another 3 or 4 years at the top of his game. You're going to win a championship. You're Memphis. Okay, this is your chance.
Jaren Jackson Jr. often injured. Desmond Bane, sure, great upside there, but you have an opportunity to get Kevin Durant, pair him with Ja Morant. I'm giving them whatever the heck they want.
I think I don't know what the front office guys are thinking. Hey, yes, Kevin Durant is a little complicated on social media. On the basketball court, there's never been a player like him, and he could still win series for you single-handedly.
I mean, it's nice that you get the 4-year contract out of him, but you just never know if you're one of these teams that Kevin Durant's going to wake up and not want to be there anymore.
Yeah.
And so is it worth trading away? If I'm Memphis, I clearly got something very special going on right now with this young crew.
I don't think that team's winning a title.
And I don't know when Ja Morant's going to wake up and say that too, and I think a move like this only enhances Ja, and Memphis now showing him we're in it to win it.
I get that. I mean, Ja Morant, though, with how young he is in the contracts, I mean, if you're Memphis, similar to like Mavs and
you're going to have him under your control,
for a good
but it's the
here.
Same thing. Like Maverick fans have been stressing about Luka leaving. The Grizzlies fans aren't having the same conversation about Ja. It's a small market. It's the Memphis Grizzlies. Ja Morant's going to have his suitors when the time comes.
Absolutely. It's tough. And I think for the smaller teams, you got to go with it with a lot more urgency when you have the opportunity to do it.
Well, even the Pelicans don't want to give up Brandon Ingram.
Yeah.
Like, you look through all these teams and, like, no team's willing to, like, give their young superstar or potential superstar away. And
you're getting the better player.
You're getting the better player. But there's some type of stigma around the whole KD situation right now that clearly the entire league is telling you, we like him, we want him, but we're all drawing a line in the sand here of what we're willing to actually give up for this guy.
They think Brooklyn's going to have to end up giving him away, and they don't want to overpay. I think a lot of those teams are going to end up regretting it. You have the chance to get KD right now, Brian. And they're like, oh, no, we don't want to give you Jaylen Brown for KD. You got to be kidding me.
You kind of feel like, though, the Memphis situation would be great for KD just because of his personality. That it's not the spotlight. I mean,
that fan base will support the hell out of you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like his years at Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
You know, when he was just kind of like they were having success.
A little more under the radar.
Yeah, and so that maybe that it's not that, you know, every single day. Now, when you're playing with John Morant, I mean, and your team's winning and all that, that might be just perfect for the type of personality that he has. Hey, don't bother me. Let me just do my, just let me do my thing. Don't, the media scrutiny and all that stuff like that. Maybe that's just a little bit better market for him to have to do that.
Meanwhile, the Nets have made it clear they have no interest in trading Kyrie Irving. They plan to keep him. Says the Kyrie and the team have been having constructive dialogue throughout the summer, so they're heading in the right direction. There's Knicks stuff on Donovan Mitchell. They offered 5 picks and a couple of players, and Utah said no. You have a chance to get 5 picks from New York who could be top 10 lottery in any given year, and you say no?
Think of any picks you would have after the Gobert trade. I mean, Utah can go ahead and own the draft.
Well, that's the thing with Danny Ainge. He did it with the Celtics, right?
Yeah.
So that it's interesting that he would not consider that.
Yeah, well, because now you have another situation where Donovan Mitchell, you have 3 guaranteed years left on his contract.
Okay.
So the Jazz are going to want to make sure that they're getting, like, they don't feel overly desperate to get rid of him because Donovan Mitchell's not really putting up a stink. I think it's very obvious that we know he's a guy that would like to play in the big lights, and at some point he will get there one way or another, whether it's one of these New Yorks or Miamis or wherever it is, but he's not giving them any sort of ultimatum right now. And then at the same time, you're the Jazz going, okay, and we have 3 years left with this guy. It's not like we're getting ready to lose him in free agency in 12 months or in 10 months. So there's no real pressure here as well for Danny Ainge in Utah to say, we don't just have to jump at the first offer here. They clearly want a bunch of picks, but they also want some players. Like right now, New York made the offer, and it's here's Evan Fournier and here's Obi Toppin.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, nah, that's not really going to cut it unless you're going to overwhelm me with picks. And if you're Danny Ainge, you're going, hey, those 5 picks sounds really cool. I just got 4 for Gobert.
Yeah, they're loaded. You can sit back and wait till the deadline probably as well. See if there's a team that just really wants to blow you away with an offer. You're not in a rush.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Okay, Mark Cuban on the lack of another point guard on the team. He spoke with DallasBasketball.com over the weekend, and it was bizarre. People forget we have Frank Ntilikina, who will be better this year. We went into last season with Luka, JB, and Frank and turned our season around more than a month before the deadline. So, he's trying to make the point that we had it turned around even before we added Dinwiddie, so maybe the number of ball handlers isn't weighing that big. He did mention THJ and Christian Wood. You got more firepower. I just think he doesn't believe they're going to be able to get a deal done. He's setting expectations and, is confident that his guys are good enough to play good regular season basketball, and a better trade will materialize somewhere around the All-Star break or the new year than what is available right now. This means they don't want to trade right now with what's available, right?
100%. Yeah, and they're in a great position to where they don't necessarily have to. There's plenty of time to get the roster the way you would like it before the playoffs, and that's ultimately what matters here.
Well, we had Mavs play-by-play man Chuck Cooperstein out at the Rangers game a couple weeks ago, and he even made the point. The Mavs included in this are also waiting on what happens with Kevin Durant, and then a lot of teams can follow and make their moves, but we got to talk with Tad, who's the new PR guy with the Cowboys, took over for Rich over there when we went to the Jerry Media Party, and he came over from Cleveland. And we were asking about Colin Sexton because I remember we had these rumors about the Mavs. And Colin Sexton's also a guy that has kind of a weird, maybe some people have said he's kind of a difficult guy to work with.
He is. If you talk to people in the league, they call him, I was looking at my notes, they call him weird. They call him selfish. He's an excuse maker. He could score, his best might be off the bench bucket getter. but not sure that's what he thinks he is. He's skilled shot maker is what he is, but he thinks that my guys around the league think that he might just take the offer there. They're trying to. There might not be a market for him, so he might have to take the offer that Cleveland offers.
What Tad told us was the complete opposite. He was singing this guy's praises. He was like, Colin Sexton is an absolute stud off the court, puts in a lot of work, and he thinks the sky's the limit for this kid. Maybe he just needs to change the scenery.
Well, I'd love it if the Mavs gave him that change of scenery because I think that much of his talent and I think that much of the culture that Jason Kidd's put together as far as accountability and opportunity.
Yeah.
And if you could figure out a way to get Colin Sexton, but the report is what? That they didn't offer enough? The Cavs don't want to take on the contract of one guy or another, Bertans or THJ or something?
Yeah, so the report is basically the Cavs have had conversations with Dallas about a sign and trade as well as Utah, but the Cavs need something back that is going to be valuable to them, and the way the report goes is that neither the Jazz nor the Mavericks have the pieces that the Cavs would want back in a sign and trade. And then you also have to remember the fact that he is 23 years old, he's young, but he played 11 games last year, he was injured. Yeah. So, and then if any of that seems to be true from what Broadus is saying from a personality standpoint,
these are just guys they're talking to in the NBA, and then but Tad was with him with the Cavaliers, so that's a guy that lived with him. So it's
you have different opinions on people.
Absolutely.
There's a bunch of people that like you, Chiafala, but if they talk to me, they'd hear otherwise.
Right, exactly.
Something like that.
And I get that.
Yeah. Former NBA player Dennis Rodman.
The hell did you just say?
Well, yeah.
That's
you coming at my guy like that?
I get for busting his chops for driving 4 times to Louisville this week just to take the L.
I'm not standing for this
now. It's Louisville now that Dawson got done.
You want to call my guy a chotch? Come on.
Former NBA player Dennis Rodman will be our final story here in this RIM session. In a surprise story with international relation consequences, he plans to visit Russia to seek the release of Brittany Griner. He was good becoming friends with Kim Jong-un about a decade ago. He's going to try his hands with some Russian negotiators, okay? Griner's over there 9 years in prison. I don't know if I would be encouraged by this or discouraged. Russia did say they want a negotiation without any fanfare. So maybe Rodman's planning on going in there and flying under the radar. I hope it works. I'm not sure many Americans want Dennis Rodman to be representing them if they were locked up abroad, but shoot it. I guess give it a shot. If he's going to go over there and drink some vodka with these guys and get them hammered and, free-flowing conversation.
Didn't he already get some people out of Russia before? Some political prisoners?
Did Rodman?
Yeah, man. Rodman is the dude to go around. He's the ambassador out here.
Yeah, man. I like this. It is pretty incredible that it's Dennis Rodman. I like the idea of it if it can work. I'm reading it on Yahoo that it doesn't look like the White House is really approving this. So if he did get some type of approval for his plan to travel to Russia, it helps secure Brittany Griner. It doesn't look like it came from the White House. They apparently think that it would be, it would actually end up doing more damage to the chances of getting Griner back as opposed to helping the situation. But that's just something that I saw from Yahoo Sports a few minutes ago.
Well, Rodman credited himself for helping get the release of American Kenneth Bae from North Korea after writing a letter to Kim, and he was with former President Trump during a 2018 meeting with the North Korean leader. So, maybe he has a talent for negotiating and communicating with communist rivals. And if that's the case, he might be the man for the job. Griner currently, facing a 9-year jail sentence. I'm sure she's excited for anybody to walk through that door on her behalf and try to make something happen. All righty, around the rim, when we have it, what are we now? We're about 5-6 weeks away from NBA training camps getting underway. So that's going to be a lot of fun for Mavs fans right in the middle of Cowboys season. I think we're going to have an amazing fall/winter of sports excitement here in DFW.
If we're 6 weeks away from training camp, that means we're 4 weeks away from the real Luka watch, making sure that final 2 weeks of the summer doesn't end up getting the best of his waistline.
Once he's done with the Euro ball.
And his sort of neck area.
I can't stand you.
But so far, so good on the Luka front, man. Every time I turn around and see him, he looks like he's in incredible shape.
Dude, yeah.
So
This is a great summer.
Yeah.
Great shape.
He's killing the game right now.
Big plays and turning points from Cowboys' victory on Saturday night. We'll review preseason game number 2. Chiafalo has best of the weekend coming up at 3:40, and we're back in the Fan.
Miss anything from your favorite Fan show? Check out the podcast page at 1053thefan.com or hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah. Look out, Tolos. It's your boy LA for CBD American Shaman. Shop TexasCBD.com. This is the absolute only place in the Metroplex to pick up top quality, locally owned, locally operated seed-to-shelf CBD. Because all CBD out here is not created equal. You see, CBD American Shaman has the Hemp Authority seal of approval. That means you can trust and know that you're enjoying actual CBD and not some chemical design to make you believe you've had CBD. Whew. In days like this, you need to just go ahead and pull on over to a shaman right now. Take a free sample so you can calm down on these roads, man. And if you're a customer of CBD American Shaman, go to DallasMorningNews.com and give Shaman a vote for best CBD store in the DFW. Let's get 2 years in a row, y'all. Do it and do it now. CBD American Shaman, shop TexasCBD.com. Like I said, man, head on over there. Talk to a certified CBD consultant. They're there to answer any of your questions that you may have and help guide you to which CBD products, oh yeah, are best for you. CBD American Shaman, top quality stuff. 50 locations all over this Metroplex, and every location has free samples. Go try it out. Find one near you today. It is worth it, y'all. Life is better with the feather. It's CBD American Shaman. Shop TexasCBD.com.
At EasyCater, food for work is our thing. Maybe that's why we get orders from 93% of Fortune 500 companies.
So and Bell got hurt like the last play of the game, and they were like he was limping off, and they like waved everybody off. I thought, oh no, here we go. This is gonna be one of those ankle sprains, and here we go with the guy. But he's like everybody's told me he's fine. But the numbers, I think they're looking for those guys because I wasn't sure that Mukuamu could play that down safety with Curse, where you play in the box and all of a sudden you're knifing through and you're making tackles for loss. He can cover and things like that. That's the thing that's helping him, in my opinion, make the team, that he's proven with his length, with his height. I don't think he's the bulkiest guy or the biggest guy.
He plays physical, though.
But he's proven that he can knife through, and he's proven that he can make tackles.
Yeah. Made plays in the run game.
That's what because, that's something that if you have a secondary of guys, especially that position, that's what Curse was able to do. Curse missed, 3 tackles last year? So if you're playing that down guy and you're getting unblocked like he was the other night and you're finishing plays, they'll find a spot for you on the roster.
But your point about the corner flex with him, I think, is also another reason why he's now made it to where I don't think you can cut the guy. One, with his play, but I think they're keeping 5 safeties because they're not cutting Donovan Wilson. I don't think they're cutting Bell. They loved him as an undrafted rookie free agent, and I think he's kind of like a Jaron Curse starter kit, a guy that can end up taking over for him in a couple of years when that contract's up. A lot of similar things. Dan Quinn's using him in a similar form, and then you've got Mukuamu. So it's interesting then, can you go one less at corner because you have the ability with Mukuamu? I don't think Nashawn Wright's not going anywhere because of how good he is on special teams. I mean, I was watching them out in Oxnard, and they're doing all kinds of drills. When Nashawn Wright comes up, they put Nashawn Wright in positions to lose because they want to test Nashawn Wright, and he still makes up for it, ends up getting blocks in those drills. They love him as their special teams ace. So Nashawn Wright, to me, is not going anywhere.
Well, that might be the replacement then for C.J. Goodwin, because I don't feel like that C.J. Goodwin, watching him play, he was a guy that was on this team just to play special teams. I watched him in all 22. He looked like he was running in quicksand.
Huh.
It just the burst, the lack of.
Been a good run for him.
No, it has been a good run. But if you've got guys now, I'll say this though, when you start talking about Nashawn Wright, he was in a situation the other day where him and Malik Jefferson, when you looked at the first Charger touchdown that they had.
Oh my gosh.
That ball went to the outside and he didn't tackle. Him and Malik Jefferson, that was some of the poorest reaction, and we've seen that before from some of these Cowboy corners. It's Diggs is kind of like I'm there. I don't think I'm going to make this tackle.
Right.
And that happened with Wright.
It's signs of Cheeto, right?
A little bit.
That's when I watch him play, because he's in position. I don't think that he's really even played that badly, but when the ball shows up, it's like
it's the one time
he's got no ball skills.
No, right.
And then he doesn't that play on the screen. He completely decided it was a
that was a
decision.
bad play. Yes,
but I don't know if it's a business decision or he thought that Malik Jefferson was going to make that tackle.
Well, Malik Jefferson's not any good.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lack of awareness though right at the moment where it's time to go make a play. And the ball is in the air against Josh Palmer. He never finds it. A guy has the ball in his area and the instinct to crush isn't there. It's standing back and watching. And I think he has made significant strides from his rookie year, but he's got to do that again.
Yeah.
And hope to be a real defensive player next year, because right now he's just going to be a special teams guy, right?
Right
and that's
now,
good. He can see everything on special teams.
Right.
I'm running at what I can see, and in that role, I think Nashawn Wright's a nice player.
But it's funny, if you ask me to rank the guys that are behind the starters, it's Bland, it's Wright, and it's Joseph. Those are the guys that I kind of feel like. And maybe
so you have Wright ahead of Joseph still?
I have Wright ahead of Joseph. I just haven't seen the one play that Joseph made the other day. I'm like, okay, you're capable. That's it.
Right. He made one
That's
play.
what you have to do. And then the other times, though, he just hasn't been as consistent doing that.
Okay, next play here to talk about as we look at some of the big plays and turning points. What was your favorite play or favorite performer at 877-881-1053 if you want to text in? This is a smaller one. I tweeted about it earlier. People had some interesting theories. What happened when the backup quarterback, Easton Stick, more of a baseball name, by the way, runs away from Jabril Cox? Mm-hmm. This is Jabril's former quarterback at North Dakota State, so a couple of people on Twitter said maybe he just didn't want to hurt his buddy, and that'd be fine. But I mean, you're looking at 4.52 speed from Cox, 4.62 from Stick on paper. Maybe Cox isn't all the way back was the most frequent thing. And I'm like, I don't think they'd put him out there if he was physically compromised. Did the ACL, did I say something on accident? Did that, Stick's a funny word. Does the ACL prevent Cox from getting back to speed? What's going on in that play?
I mean, that's my guess. I mean, it was funny because I was a little bit concerned when I'm watching that play as well. I'm going, man, I would think Jabril Cox would be able to kind of chase this guy down because Cox has looked like he's moved pretty well.
Yeah.
And he played well, I felt, in his snaps in the game the other
I thought
night.
He played really well. I thought he had a very good game.
But it was a little bit weird to see, like, oh, dang, I thought he'd be able to kind of chase that guy down a little bit. And I have to attribute it to the ACL. I would think this time last year, Jabril Cox is chasing that guy down, and he's not gaining 20 whatever yards.
Yeah, but I mean, to me, I think he looks healthy, in my opinion. When we saw him at camp, he was moving around fine, and I thought he did an excellent job moving around, going sideline to sideline, and he did a great job when it came to coverage. We know he's going to be good, and he did a good job of switching people off into the flats.
He took that wheel route pretty well up the sideline because they tried to pick him with an inside guy, and then he avoided the pick and then got on the wheel.
Ran right around it.
The problem was he came on a blitz, though, one time, him and then and Osa came on a blitz. It was a 3rd and 12 play, and the ball went down.
This is the Easton Stick play we're talking about.
Okay. So he moves up in the pocket there, and he's got to get that sack.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got to. Him and Osa have got to find a way to get the quarterback on the ground because that ball was thrown. That was a 25-yard play. That was made. I think we're talking about the same.
Stick ended up running it for a first down.
For the first down.
Okay, he ran 20. The play I'm talking about went for 25 yards.
I think he ran that far.
He ran that far. Okay, so
Cox was chasing him all the way down the field and couldn't close.
Yeah, they had a chance to get the sack on that play, and then they busted it on that. But I go back to the wheel route that he took. That was a pretty good play right there.
I thought he looked great, and I thought he was really good.
And that was on the goal line, too, down in that area, too.
And I thought he was really good in run support.
Yeah.
And we talk about him a lot as a coverage guy, but he was getting in there when it came to the run game as well and was not shy about contact. I think Jabril Cox has been just fine.
Had a nice tackle in the open field, out on the edge as well. Like overall, I had Cox down as one of my positives of the game. But that one play, I was a little bit like, dang, I did think he was faster than that.
I agree.
Right on 817. Wright is always wearing the receiver's jersey, though, even though those plays are a matter of inches away from him battling them or intercepting.
He's got no ball skills.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy because he looks good until the ball arrives.
Yep.
And then it's like he just does not have the awareness. And I don't know if we should be encouraged about where this might go for a guy who wasn't a first-round pick and was a bit of a project. How good could it be in year 3 and 4? Or is that something you're cursed with, Like it's too much to account for the player and you running through traffic and trying to find a football. Like it's a very unique set of skills to be able to do that at that level. And there's only like 20 guys who are half decent in the entire world. So, but I don't know. Are you more encouraged or discouraged by what you're seeing from Nahshon Wright in coverage, Brian?
I'm kind of discouraged because I saw him practice better. I keep saying that, but I saw him finding the ball. I saw him knocking the ball down. I saw the movement. I saw everything that the Tolos are talking about, though. Yeah, he's in position, but when you watch him play, it seems like at that point when the ball gets there, he's panicking.
Mm-hmm.
He's not sure. You got to get your eyes around, and if you can't get your eyes around, you got to work off the reaction of the receiver. I think that's been a problem for him, though. He just has not. He's had an opportunity to make plays. He just hasn't finished like he needs to.
Okay, next play. Jake Ferguson, that got a lot of people excited, and people are texting and a lot about that. 469, the Jake Ferguson play, inject that into my veins.
Hell yes.
Mm-hmm. Besides the kick return, says the 214, I would have to say Jake Ferguson running through some heads got me really excited. Yeah, I want to see him do it a few more times before I'm like, okay, can you do that against first-team defenses? And if so, then you get excited about a run-after-catch tight end, which we haven't had.
Yeah, that's a good point. The Tristan Hill sack, I think, is another one that people because you're just kind of waiting for him to make that type of a play.
It's a hell of a play, man.
Yeah.
He was able to bull rush his guy, sticks out his short little arm, boom, gets it, and then also the finish to be able to pounce on it as well afterwards. Malik Davis down by the goal line running a mofo over was also one that stood out to me.
That was a really good job of blocking on that side, that left side. Smith and
they
then Ball
ran behind Tyler Smith that entire drive and for the touchdown.
A great balance by you mentioned that great balance by Davis to put the hand down and keep going forward. But that left side right there with Smith and Ball did a great job of blocking.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. When we come back, we have the best of the weekend with Eric Chiafalo. Where are we heading with that, sir?
Yes, sir. It was another fantastic weekend in the world of sports and all around the world. We have kangaroo takeovers, we have Fat Daddy knockouts, and a new evolution to the chicken sandwich wars. Next.
Very interested. Let's talk about the Frankels before we do that, though. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, you're going to want to get a hold of the Frankels, 214-333-3333.
the Twins at Target Field in Minneapolis tonight. Hi, everybody. This is Eric Nadel inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time 5:30 tonight, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find the roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Here is Eric Chiafalo with your best of the weekend.
Yeah, man, this was like one last summer hoorah for me this weekend. The final weekend of living that bachelor life, as the wife and kiddos will be coming back from Mexico on Wednesday. So it was a nice weekend of chilling and just doing a whole lot of nothing except for Saturday night. Fantasy football, Miller Lite, Dallas Cowboys, Ford Center, Tolos, DeMarcus Ware, Waldchuck, and myself having ourselves a dandy of a time. And I feel like we're bros now with DeMarcus Ware. One of the best things that happened to me this weekend was posting the picture of D Ware and Waldchuck on the Instagram. And not only did he comment on the picture and like it, he hit that follow button.
Did the same for me.
He's following you on the Insta.
Commented on the post as well.
Very exciting.
He also put us in his Instagram reel.
Yes.
And I got to say,
hard on that one, dude.
All of a sudden people are saying we're famous. I'm like, whoa, tap the brakes. I think it's just DeMarcus Ware that's famous. We were just lucky to be around him.
I can't believe they trusted us to interview that dude. They're like, hey, here's some Miller Lights, drink them, and here's a microphone, talk to DeMarcus
The
Ware.
funniest thing is
It's
when
amazing.
they said, yeah, you guys are pros, so we're not too worried about it.
It's
Eric
like,
and
you
I are
guys
looking at
clearly
each
not
other.
listen to our word.
Like, what, pros?
Fake it till you make it, guys. Now's when you stop faking it. Okay?
Okay, now's when we stop faking it.
Yeah, you're living it now.
That's good advice right there. Now, do you guys remember my arch nemesis from Oxnard?
Your arch nemesis in Oxnard.
Was that Jay Glazer?
Jay Glazer.
When I said hi to Steven, he was burning like holes in my face.
Was he?
With his eyes.
He's very
like,
territorial with the Joneses.
Yeah,
get
what's
out of
his
here,
deal,
media.
man?
Yeah, I'm trying to get all the scoop.
Because you were just so much taller than him. He was a little bit intimidated.
Jealousy.
He did give me the Heisman pretty hard right there on the practice field. I'm like, yo, Glaze, my guy. Let's do a little segment together. I love your work. He's like, don't have time. And he just and he didn't even look at me when he said it. It was just a continuous walk
Well, he
up to the
literally
Jerry
wanted
Tower.
to punch Sharif in the face that one night.
Yeah, Sean was
Sharif was
pestering
trolling him pretty
It was
good.
It was pretty good. Well, now it's our turn to get back at Jay Glazer because it looks like he's caught in the middle of something where he looks like over the weekend he was fudging a story a little bit for, well, the story. Because he's one of these insider writer guys. He wanted to have a really nice story when he went to Pittsburgh.
Get a lot of retweets and engagement.
Yeah, exactly. And so what does Jay Glazer do? He posts a video of Najee Harris, Steelers running back, and Mike Tomlin, Steelers head coach, and then a bunch of kids probably in the elementary to middle school age, okay? And there's the ladder, the running back kind of agility ladder, and Najee Harris is leading the charge, and then there's a group of kids behind him that are all going to be following suit. So it's like, okay, this is cool. These kids get a fun moment to hang out with Najee Harris. Mike Tomlin's kind of coaching them up, and so there's this awesome video. And so Jay Glazer tweets the video out, and he says, this is the best thing and story I've seen so far on my training camp tour. A little backstory for you, and he tags Mike Tomlin. He says, Coach Tomlin was driving in his car when he saw these kids fighting in the street. Tomlin pulls over, and the kids, in obvious shock at who stepped out of the car, stopped fighting. And the story goes on to where basically Mike Tomlin breaks up a fight amongst kids and, like the Good Samaritan, puts them in his car and basically takes them over to Steelers camp and allows them to have like a fun time with the players. That's the story that Jay Glazer is. That's like the picture that he's painting for everybody.
No.
Well, wife of Joey Porter, former dominant NFL player, now linebacker coach for the Steelers.
Right.
Her name is Christy Porter. She goes on Facebook and she says, what a damn shame. People will say anything to sell a story. Character, I think she messed this word up. She said
assassination?
Yeah, she says character assignation.
Assassination?
Of these kids. So she's like, you're
aggravation.
You're doing a character assassination of these kids, and it will not be tolerated, she says. These young kids were rewarded with attending Steelers training camp for being model students and outstanding community members, not fighting. Coach Tomlin has a relationship with these kids from Jasmine Neary campus, not from a fight in the streets. Jay Glazer has 24 hours to remove this story, or my attorney will be contacted.
Oh, Jay.
He's going full catfish Manti Teo on us, man.
What are you doing?
He's building up this amazing story so we can love it. Oh, Coach Tomlin, Good Samaritan, breaking up these kids fighting. Turns out these kids are actually stand-up kids, and they're being rewarded for how great of students they are.
Might as
Jay
well
Glazer,
start
go bleep yourself.
calling him Lene Glazer.
Yeah, how crappy would you feel if you're the parents of these kids who are getting treated like, we're out here fighting in the streets? Yeah. No, these kids earned this by doing right. That's weird, man. And he hasn't taken the tweet down.
No.
And it was from the 18th.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 4 days later. Maybe attorneys are being contacted.
Jay Glazer, you are no longer welcome on this show to defend yourself.
That's like a movie script.
He'd kick our
He just sat down and was like,
he's like, let me concoct something here real quick. This will be badass. We'll get the training camp stories. We'll get the clicks on this. Make Mike Tomlin look like he's an incredible dude.
It's great for Tomlin.
The newspaper did that to a buddy of mine a long time ago. But my buddy was a single dad. Wife passed away. She got cancer at like 28 years old. Leaves with like 5 kids. And he wasn't like the most skilled dad, right? He was just kind of like a bro that ended up having 5 kids all to himself.
It reminds me of myself.
So,
I got 2.
So the columnist
that you know of,
hears about his story that's inspiring and goes to his house and wrote a few things that were true, but then goes on a long story that wasn't true. Like there were ants in the Cheerios and there was a leak in the living room and there was mold. And my buddy JT is like, dude, there's no mold in my house. That would freak me out, and there's no ants in my Cheerios. I would not try to feed my kids Cheerios with damn ants. What's going on?
Hey, man, we got to fluff this thing up a little bit.
Yeah.
That's pretty incredible. Yeah, I'm sure we get the you're going to get some hyperbole and stuff on these stories, kind of fabricating things to maybe a small extent here or there for maybe some sort of entertainment value. But journalistically and all this stuff, Jay Glazer, you look like a schmuck.
No integrity.
I was very excited to mention that story. There was also a wild story going on over the weekend in baseball. Did you see what happened in Oakland?
Oh, there was a little bit of
wow,
happiness.
Lucky guy.
Going on.
Headline reads, fans are appalled as couple appears to engage in lewd act in the top row of an empty Oakland A's stadium, which is probably something to where they didn't. It was a bit redundant to say empty Oakland A's stadium, but I understand it. My favorite part of the story is the fact that you imagine these two individuals are kind of hanging out for the day. Where can we go? Can't do it at my house. Can't do it at your house. Parents won't allow it. Where can we go with ultimate privacy?
The A's game.
The Coliseum.
Of course.
Genius.
No one will find us. Now,
let's go to the top row, baby.
It was a day game.
What you call getting some top, I guess.
Amen. Kick, save, and a mute right there, Dawson. I think they're trying to ticket these individuals for inappropriate sexual misconduct in public.
Oh, please. That's the best thing those fans have seen all year.
They were sat all by themselves, and all I've seen is a photo. So I think from their standpoint, you could there's
deniability.
There's plausible deniability.
She was trying to get a stain out.
That's all it is.
Yes,
exactly.
She dropped her phone under my seat.
Thank you.
And picked it up with her mouth. She went bobbing for her phone.
How clear is the photo, though? Is it kind of grainy? Are we?
It is. It's a bit of a grainy.
It's far away.
If it's grainy, then we got a leg to stand on, literally.
Pretty crazy.
All we saw was the back of her head, Jared. I can't tell if she's hot.
But skillful.
I think so.
She appears skillful.
Okay, so question: Could you guys arrive in that situation at that stadium? Could you arrive in that top row?
In that situation?
Really in public?
Absolutely.
I could.
I do some of my best work in public.
It wouldn't be that's not something that for me is something I'm craving. I'm not trying to go out and do that. But if that situation's happening,
that's not true. You and I both know that.
Go along with it.
I will.
To get me to go with you.
I don't even know if I could send an attention, Broadus. I think I'd remain seated.
If I'm standing at attention, then I'm all right.
Now I can't pee in public, but that sign me up.
Nice work. What was pretty unfortunate this weekend was Mr. Usman.
Oh my gosh!
Man, I call him Mr. Usman out of respect. I don't know if I need to call Mr. Usman anymore after what happened.
Oh, he's coming back with a fury and a vengeance. Okay, Dallas's own Kamaru Usman is dominating Leon Edwards for about 4 rounds, and you can say 4 minutes, and then the head kick heard around the UFC world.
Oh.
Man, we all saw that.
Oh.
That's how I was introduced to what took place that night, was just seeing the photo go around. I'm like, oh my gosh, wait, is that Usman?
Yeah.
That's Usman right now, upside down and his eyes wide open like he just saw the craziest thing you've ever seen because he got knocked out cold. And it was shocking to everybody. And people are actually blaming the rapper Drake for.
Oh, did he bet on Kamaru?
He bet on Usman a hefty amount, and I believe it was
Drake's fault.
It was like $250,000 or something, and so the Drake curse lives on once again. But Kamaru Usman, so was that the first or second time? That's the second time they fought, right? So we got to go for a rubber match.
They'll go trilogy for sure, and Kamaru Usman's going to absolutely destroy him in that third fight.
And finally here, boys, best of the weekend, we get some news where the chicken sando, the wars of fast food chicken sandwiches are continuing. This war is
we have a new
not
entry.
over. McDonald's is trying to get back in the game. They've introduced like 3 chicken sandwiches over the last few years, trying to compete with the Popeyes and the Chick-fil-A's of the world. And for guys like you, Dawson, the Burger Kings of the world. I know you like the Chiking.
The Chiking. That's for your enthusiast.
But the chicken,
I like that.
The chicken Big Mac, was
No.
introduced.
What? No. Hold on a second.
In the UK,
Is it flame broiled?
It is. It's
only in the UK.
It's flame broiled.
I was about to say,
right
go downstairs right now. How fast can you eat it?
Oh, I would crush that. I mean, we already know.
Broadus
I have
versus
a Big Mac
Chiafalo.
record holder.
You know, it's
here.
really weird. My son's now at Texas, and he texts me and asks me, he goes, "How fast did you eat that Big Mac, Dad?" He wanted to know the time, so he must have been trying to brag to his college friends.
Or
and
he was
stuff.
trying to dunk
I said,
on
no,
Pops.
I said, Eric actually ate it faster than me. So, yeah, but he was pretty impressed that it was 1:09.
Yeah, Tamara's been making fun of you behind your back about that, by the way.
I think so.
Slightly disappointed,
Faster
but
than the gal at the A's game.
Yeah.
I'm very, very excited. I will try the chicken Big Mac if it makes it to the States.
Yeah,
But
right, it's gonna
now
make it to the
Right
States.
now, it's just in the UK, so we can't get too excited. But maybe around the
Chicken
corner,
Big Mac.
we
Let me
can
ask-
all be indulging in a chicken Big Mac.
McDonald's, and I know we've got McDonald's employees that are listening right now. If we were to come through your drive-thru and we said, "Hey, can I get a Big Mac but sub the patties for the chicken?"
Mm-hmm.
Can we hook this up? They would be able to do that.
I think they should.
I think
if
it
they want
depends
to,
on
they
the
can.
location, man. It
If
depends
they
on,
want to, they can do it.
Yeah, the go-getter mentality of the guy behind the counter is really what that's going to come down to.
Yeah, well, good stuff, man. Appreciates it as always. Whenever we can get a best of the weekend. The text 512, did the newspaper retract that story, Dawson? He didn't bring it up. You know why? Because he got so many gifts from the community that read the story. He was like, I'm not taking any of this back, bro. You know, right at the time the season tickets came through his email, he was like, you know what? We'll overlook the details on this one. I think the columnist kind of knew what he was doing.
I'd like to think that he wasn't even overlooking it at that point. He just started leaning into it. Like, yeah, man, it's crazy in here.
You should see it.
I need all the help you guys can give me.
We got the top 10 at 4 coming up next with Wolchuk because Chris Young is going to rock the house with us at 4:20. Where are we heading next, Zach?
We got Hooters NIL deals, some more Cowboys thoughts, plus it is National Bao Day. Do you know what bao is? So, if you do, we got the top 10 most popular Chinese dishes in America, revealed by the data. Talk about that next on The Fan.
Stick around. We've got much more to talk about next on The Fan. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. General at your service, at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's back there coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 4:20. A highly anticipated interview. Rangers GM Chris Young is going to join us and talk about his vision for the franchise. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10.
It's National Bow Day. And I don't mean bow, like bow your head. I mean bow as in the Chinese delicacy, the delicious filled bun that you can get pork or chicken or duck or whatever delicious.
It's a sandwich of sorts.
It's
like meat inside of bread.
Go ahead and look up BAO.
Like
and
Scott Baio?
Like bow. And bam.
Scott Baio.
I love Scott Baio. Gosh, that guy broke my heart in high school. He really did. But I love bow.
All right.
Sampled it recently for the first time a couple weeks ago, or else I would have had no idea what it was. And I wonder how many of our Tolos knew what it was prior to this. This was prior to soda. That's why I said several months ago.
Oh, you said
soda. I thought you said weeks. I thought you said weeks.
I'm sorry,
I said
man.
weeks, then that's not true.
Did I hear weeks? Did I hear that wrong?
I think I heard weeks. We slipped in a little cheat meal there, old Chuck.
No, well, I did admit we did cheat in Oxnard, but it was okay. We still ended up losing weight.
So
There's
these
no
are
bow happening in Oxnard.
These are kind of like dumplings?
Yeah. Very, very much like dumplings.
Maybe a little smaller?
Maybe a little bit smaller.
I'm seeing like a taco style version of these things as well.
They're pretty cool.
I think I'm missing out here.
Pretty
versatility, man.
We got Wow Bow.
Wow Bow?
Wow Bow. That's DoorDash. You can get that.
Yes.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen.
I think you guys should sample this and let me know what you think and which is the best filling for the bow. But I've got the top 10 most popular Chinese dishes, and this was also inspired because last week, I think it was last week, Lucius was going through a big Chinese food phase where he had it like 3 days in a row.
In a row, dude.
Dude, I was envious. I really was.
That third time, he was like, sir.
I appreciate your business, but dear God, sir.
Sir. What is your favorite food to order whenever you get the Chinese food?
Is this Lucius?
877-881-1053. Before we get to the top 10, I did have this story. The NIL deal, Hooters, has now partnered with 51 offensive linemen from 10 different schools for new NIL partnerships. Ooh. And I am thrilled about this. First off, they should be doing it with offensive linemen because who can put down the most wings? It's going to be the big daddies up front.
Oh, for sure.
So the group
and who needs help getting a date?
Well, that's very true. The group consists of offensive linemen. I don't know, though, because when we were in Oxnard, some of those offensive linemen, like Tyler Biotish, for example, they were cleaning up with the ladies. They
end up with smoke show wives.
Yeah. Okay. Is that what it is?
Yes.
The finished product.
You can as a big offensive
mindset.
Yeah, the big picture mindset. There you go, Chief.
All right. That's
Nailed
fair.
it. Yeah.
But the dating life, maybe not so much.
No, it's more for the quarterbacks and the wide receivers and stuff.
So the group of these new NIL deals, the teams for the offensive linemen, we got Auburn, LSU, Oklahoma, Miami, A&M. They're all
those
listed
Miami
here.
Kids are cleaning up.
Yeah, they are. The Aggies, their guard Layden Robinson is the one who is on the list. He made All-American First Team last year, courtesy of The Athletic. And then you have Miami Hurricanes tackle Zion Nelson, who is a second-team selection, also potentially has an NFL future. But I'm excited for these kids, man, because if I were to get an NIL deal, I think Hooters would probably be the leader in my clubhouse.
Yeah, I think for a college kid, man, getting and do we know what the numbers are on this thing? Do we know how much they're paying them, or is it just like, hey, free wings, like anytime you want
get the numbers,
kind of deal?
But I think it's a pretty solid.
It's not bad,
gesture.
I still stand behind the original Hooters, just like hot wing, like buffalo sauce or whatever. I still feel like from a flavor standpoint, I don't know that anybody's topping.
No, and anything they put that on, like their shrimp is also good with it. The buffalo shrimp is delicious. Hooters is doing it right. They really, really
got
are.
A lot of respect.
From a restaurant, right?
Yeah.
Best wings that you can get at a restaurant.
Right. Yeah. Definitely. It's no orange magic.
It's no orange magic. That's for darn sure.
Sorry, I'm a little sensitive there. I was triggered by that last statement.
I get it, man. I'm sorry about
Absolutely.
that. I misspoke.
Now, very quickly before we slide into the top 10, we are the home of Dallas Cowboys football and Texas Rangers baseball. You mentioned we're going to talk with CY Rangers GM Chris Young here momentarily, but a couple other notes from the Cowboys game that I had. We've discussed Izzy McQuamu, who I think has made this team. I don't know how you can leave him off of it at this point. But, fellas, one other note that I took was just watching the safeties play overall, whether it's Marquise Bell, but Israel Mukuamu. And then you already know you've got Malik Hooker and Jaron Kearse and Donovan Wilson. But just where that safety room is this year compared to where we've seen it over the last 20 years of Dallas Cowboys football, this is probably the best I feel about the safety group maybe ever since Darren Woodson retired.
That's something that the Cowboys have chased, as you mentioned, forever. Working there, it was always, well, he's no Darren Woodson, and I always have to remind everybody, well, there's not many Darren Woodsons out there. And it just seemed like over the years, when the Tristan Hill pick was made, and all those safeties were on the board, most of those guys had, second round grades and all, and right then and there where you needed to take them, and they just totally ignored them. So yeah, they've kind of done it a little bit by being patient. And they've done it a little bit, like the Hooker thing was, you saw that at Ohio State, but it took him getting hurt for you to get an opportunity to get him. Kearse is a guy that coming out of Clemson, thank God George Edwards had an opinion on him with the Minnesota Vikings that they could bring him in and you can work with him, that way. So I feel like a lot of the coaching, but the players, they've gotten really, really fortunate, of finding some safeties, the way they have.
The Cowboys overdid positional value, I think, and they neglected safety and linebacker for a long time. And defensive tackle.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't need a middle of the defense. And it cost them big time.
Well, the way the defense was set up, it was like that you didn't really need a big-bodied guy. That was that Rod Marinelli, the determination. It's funny because Rod, Booger McFarland was a big guy. I don't know why Rod never wanted to play with a big one technique or a nose. But he says, you don't need those kinds of guys. You can find those guys. And, those guys are hard to find.
They are.
Those guys that can kind of, you're going to play the Buccaneers, and they've got a couple of those big guys that can play.
Really good teams end up having them for some reason.
Bohanna's had himself a good offseason. Has looked good.
You know what surprised me with Jerry Jones on our pregame show said that Quinton Bohanna came in poor physical condition.
Really?
He came in, he says, Quinton's weight was a little out of control. And, that was one of those things that I was surprised. Christy Scales was interviewing him in the owner's box segment, and that's why you should listen, because Jerry will come out and say something. But
sometimes he's had a few.
Yeah, she asked Jerry about Quinton Bohanna. He says, no, to be honest with you, he was a little disappointing with his weight when he came in. So, yeah.
Must have been working hard then.
He must have, yeah.
The other two notes that I took before we slide into the top 10 that we haven't mentioned were, Terrence Steele not playing. We think he should have been out there. Terrence Steele's not a guy to me that necessarily doesn't need these reps anymore.
Someone told me the other day he's played over 25 games in his career. So I was surprised. I feel like that it hasn't, that number hasn't been that way.
Yeah, but I guess that's true. He ended up starting last year, at least 7-8 games, maybe more.
Yeah,
and he started basically his entire rookie year.
Yeah, they think a lot more of him than I do.
Sure,
Philbin probably thinks he's getting ready for an all-pro season. You got to bubble wrap this guy. We can't afford to lose.
But
I do think, to your point,
he might
Gavin,
be right because who's behind him, kind of a thing.
No, that's fair. But I do think, to your point, Gavin, about the run game and this team moving to that philosophy, and also maybe being a better run team. The way Tyler Smith played, and them showing that, hey, we're going to keep running the ball, but really running it behind him for a couple of drives, and he excelled.
He did.
He was moving people, man. And I get it, the penalty thing, it's a fair concern for fans, right? That's something that he's going to have to work out, and hopefully with growth and development, he'll figure that out. But I think those were all signs in the positive direction.
I thought all three, like I mentioned in Krusty's Corner, I thought all three inside guys, the center and the two guards, I thought held up very well.
All right, favorite Chinese food. Now, I got a question from the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. It's just like Chinese food or fast food Chinese food. I guess it would be
any and all, man.
Your regular delivery, I think, would be, because it's using Grubhub and some of these delivery sites to reveal the
most frequently
data.
ordered.
Yeah. So these are the top 10 most frequently ordered dishes.
The bun things you're talking about, I was just looking that up. It's originally was eaten at breakfast.
Really?
As a fluffy, versatile, kind of a fun thing to eat.
The bao buns?
Yeah, but it's become the number one grab and go food in many Southeast Asian countries.
Well, I did try to order some bao. I can't find one on DoorDash. That Wow Pow is closed right now for some reason or another.
Okay.
Or maybe they're just not doing deliveries. I did, however, though, find some Cowpoon chicken, which I thought looked delicious over there at Zap Kitchen.
Okay. There we go.
You a big fan of the Cowpoon?
I am, man. Yeah, I can't speak highly enough of it.
I don't know if that is a particular.
What? I don't know.
That I've tried.
Yeah, I'm a big fan, is what I meant to say.
It's a delicacy.
It's a delicacy. That is poo-poo platters.
Yeah.
Number 10 on the most ordered and most popular Chinese dishes in America, we've got the pot stickers.
Those are outstanding. I love the pot stickers.
Love the
I gotta
pot
Google
stickers.
this.
Yeah,
it's essentially it's dumplings.
Oh, it's kind of like a little bao thing.
Yeah, dumpling, get vegetable.
Now, what's okay?
Dude, those are so fun.
You got egg roll stuff in there?
It's kind of a chicken, beef, vegetable combination. Very easy to make. You could do seafood. I know that's different for you, but yeah, the beef ones are actually really. Pork are excellent too.
Yeah,
you just got to make sure you can't over steam them, and some people steam them and then fry them.
Yeah, and I'm not a huge fan of the fried.
Yeah,
I like the steamed.
I like them when they're just steamed, when they're the soft.
Yeah, you
ones,
catch me at a PF Chang's, you catch me with a couple of those.
Oh, they've got the good pot stickers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 9, hot and sour soup. Big favorite of
Is
my
this like a
dad's.
wonton?
Oh,
Different.
No, hot and sour.
yeah, I love the wontons.
I
The
like
crab
wontons.
cheese
Yeah.
wontons, bro. What?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get to those. The Rangoons, we'll get to those.
Oh, crab rangoons. But the one, you'd saying hot and sour soup?
Hot and sour soup.
It's usually just with the tofu and a little bit, the spice to it. Yeah, it's really, really good.
Oh, you like that?
Little
Okay.
seafood, seafood, it's
like
really
a
good.
dark broth.
Yeah.
When I go Chinese food, I want like
seaweed in there a little bit.
fried
too.
food and sugary sauces.
Okay.
You know, I'm not going for some hot and sour soup.
Maybe a little orange chicken.
Number
Yeah,
8,
there we
orange
go.
chicken.
Yeah, there you
There we
go.
go.
There it is.
That's the guarantee meat, like for me every time. And then it's like, okay, what do I do? I want to do a little kung pao
Hey.
action? Do I want like a honey walnut shrimp to talk about?
Even
or
better,
sweet fire?
Sesame chicken.
A little porky.
Even better if the rice sticks to the chicken.
Yes.
that's
Oh,
what
it's
I'm
all
saying.
about
Yeah,
that.
Yeah.
Number 7, we've got the sweet and sour chicken.
Very good.
Boom.
Yep.
Delicious.
Is that the stuff that has that red sauce with it?
Yes, that's the sweet and sour sauce.
It's like a tender that you go into.
Yeah. Sometimes you pour it on your rice.
Yes, you can also do
All
sweet
right.
and sour shrimp if you'd like.
I always want extra sauce for the rice.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
a great
you
call.
sauce up that rice.
Great
That's a
call.
good move.
Number 6, we've got the fried rice.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
Like shrimp fried rice, pork
Chicken
fried rice.
fried rice.
Okay. Yeah,
Let's go.
gotta have
Yep.
that.
Yep.
Gotta
I love a
have
chow
that.
mein too, though.
I love a chow mein as well.
Hell's the chow mein?
Lo mein. It's
the noodly
essentially
one?
like
That's
lo
the
mein.
noodly
Okay,
one.
okay,
yeah.
yeah.
I don't know.
Number 5, we got wonton soup.
Yes.
Yeah, that's with the.
Eat that wonton soup.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Have to
freak
have
that
that.
wonton soup. Oh.
Number 4 is the sesame chicken.
Oh yes, yes.
Good one.
And then here we go. The top 3 most popular Chinese food dishes in America. Egg rolls are number 3.
Dude.
Too much onion in there.
I'll tell you what.
Got celery chunks.
I got respect for the traditional egg roll.
Onion.
Yeah, onion and celery. There's weird stuff in there.
There's
Brussels
cabbage
sprouts.
in there.
The cabbage,
Okay.
yeah.
There's
It all
cabbage.
tastes the same to me.
I like egg rolls, man.
I'm obsessed.
The places that we
Cabbage
take
is
in the
throwing
egg
crap
roll
in there.
now,
It's not even in there.
Like
just
now, we're at these cheesesteak egg rolls,
Cheeseburger
and
egg
you do
rolls.
cheeseburger egg rolls.
I'll
Chuck,
tell you
like,
what,
Philly
yeah,
cheesesteaks.
tasty. The tasty videos can
Yeah.
make those. Yeah, they figured out that egg roll stuffings are good.
I'm
yeah.
obsessed with egg rolls. The spicy Southwestern egg rolls at Chili's.
Oh, the Chili's, yeah.
Those things are incredible. Number 2, Lucius, here we go. We got the crab rangoons.
There we go.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
There we go.
But it's got cream cheese, so Gavin, you're out on that, right?
I would be out. Yeah.
Give me extra cream cheese, dog.
You can have mine.
But number 1, the most
I'll take them.
I will take your cream cheese, sir.
the most popular, and this has been texted in a couple of times, Chinese food dish in America. General Tso's chicken.
Terrific. Yes. Yeah, you got the peanuts in there.
Yep.
Good spice going on with it.
Is it General Tso's or Tso's?
I think it's Sal.
I don't know. How does he get some chicken dish named after him? Who is he?
It's
General Tso's
TSO,
guy.
right?
It's TSO.
What did you do, sir?
He's some badass
Tso
I'm
general.
on it, dude.
What made you want to put walnuts and chicken together?
But it is delicious. And it's hard. I mean, this is why, I did when in my heavy days, I'm still pretty heavy, but I would frequent the Chinese buffet.
If you were to cheat badly right now, would it be Chinese food?
Dude, would it be Chinese food?
Well, then we went to
It'd
that
be all
Korean
the
barbecue.
freaking
We went to
foods.
Korean barbecue, and you kind of lost yourself a little bit. I was sitting next to you.
Well, he was wearing.
It was all over
he
his
was
shirt.
Wearing it by the
It's
end.
like
I did get salad, okay?
That's because he was lathering
and he
the
was wearing-
sauces
he was
all
wearing
over
that,
his nipples
too.
and whatnot.
Yeah.
Did you eat a lot of food to get big?
I think
or was
I
it just
did.
in the jeans type of situation? I'm being respectful right now.
No, and it's a fair question. I think it's a combination of the two. I think it's jeans and just eating in abundance.
Okay, because if I get fat, I want to be like, I want to earn it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it's kind of a perfect
A lot of
pancakes.
Yeah,
Bacon cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
All righty, thank you so much. The top 10 at 420, every day at 420 usually, but we did a little bit early because Chris Young, the Rangers GM, is going to join us for the Cy Young Show. We'll talk about his vision for the ball club as they move forward now. And they are coming off their first successful week since June. So congrats to them, and we'll talk with CY coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat about D&M leasing before we do. Welcome back, Nation. Chris Young is busy until 5 o'clock, so he will join us then. We're going to roll right into some more Cowboys content. 2 guys with 1 booth. This is a nosebleed staple. They have brought it to the nation, and here they are, Wolchuk and Chiafalo.
Hell yeah, baby. Cowboys get a preseason win over the Chargers, 32-18. First one in the Mike McCarthy era, which means it's time for 2 guys, 1 booth.
But go ahead and do that, and then we'll.
I'll do this.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
You want me to do this, or you want me to do this?
You do that,
do
and
that.
then we'll do. Then
I'll do this, and then we'll come and do that other thing.
Oh, if it's your first time popping on inside 2 guys, 1 booth, we like to go ahead and shout out to Ruben, a.k.a. Pedro, who pulled all these clips for us. Anytime during our 9-hour game day broadcast on 105.3 The Fan, we like to pull any funny moment that happens, whether it's between Ari and Brian Broaddus in the pregame or the postgame, or between Brad, Babe, and Christy in-game as well. And, this one gave us some funny ones. Also gave us some good highlights, which we didn't really have last week. But this week, we had some highlights.
Thank you, Kavontae Turpin.
Absolutely.
How would you grade the performance now of Ruben, who's tasked with finding these great moments?
I would go C+. C+.
Coached him up a little.
Yep, we did
step
well.
up from the D that
Did
he
you
was
give an
given
F last
week,
time?
I think we
it was
went
just
like
a
C-.
D. I think we just kept it at a
we
D.
might. I was being
I
generous.
think you
but
said an F.
It was in reality. It was a
So
D.
only a slight improvement, really, to get to a
just
C+.
like, well, see, what we need
Parents
to
still
work-
aren't happy with that
What we
grade.
need to work on with Ruben is we can't use the off-air conversations, even though they might be funny.
Oh,
But he texted us.
That could get you in trouble.
Yeah, he texted Eric and I all giddy, like, you guys are going to love 2 guys, 1 booth this week. And some of the best clips we could tell were off air.
Yeah.
And we're not going to do that. And that last thing we need is Brad Sham calling up and saying, hey, why did you play that? That was a confidential moment between Babe and I.
If it's a good enough or funny enough moment,
might ask for permission.
We might have one right now, don't we? Don't we have a little off-air?
I did not include them.
Okay.
I did not include them.
Ejected.
Yeah.
Out of respect for privacy of the parties involved.
Well, I might have kept one just because I know.
You want Brad and I to have a conversation?
It's preseason, bro. We can just say, hey, we'll ask for forgiveness.
They know everybody's listening down the network.
We kept one. Let's play that one first. It'll be the ganja reference here, Lucius.
Oh.
This is from our buddy Babe Laufenberg. It's in California. Things are legal. I believe we referenced this as well on the tennis courts out in Oxnard. But
yes.
Babe had a realization that we had as well during our time in California.
Do I smell some ganja?
Yep. You probably did. I do.
I
certainly do.
Knew he's got some company there on a
Yes.
classic fan drop now.
Do I smell some ganja? I do.
Confirm.
We start with Israel Mukuamu, who had a fantastic game, and he got the Cowboys started with an interception here on 2nd and 9 at the Charger 36-yard line.
Coyle out, Deron Bland in for the Cowboys, 2nd and 9. Pressure coming on Stick, and he gets rid of it deep left, and it's intercepted by Mukuamu on the right sideline. And that's all because of the pressure.
Yep.
Israel Mukuamu with the Cowboys' first takeaway of the summer.
Loved it, and it was set up. Dante Fowler around the edge makes Easton Stick step up here, delivers an erratic pass. Mukuamu doing a great job of reading it, but Dante Fowler's looked pretty darn good in these first couple preseason games.
I think if he keeps balling out, we need to start something where when he makes a big play, the fans go, moo. I think it'd be fun.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I just want to throw it out there.
Yeah.
Got a ways to go.
I like this. Now, Deron Bland's also a guy that we've talked about quite a lot. This was a descriptive word in regards to a play for Deron Bland. This is going to be the Banshee cut here, Lucius. But here's Brad Sham in reference to a fantastic play made by the young rookie.
On first down, a play fake and a little boot out to the right. Who is that running like a banshee to get Bandy across the field? Wow, what a play. Was that Bland who caught him? Wow, Deron Bland like a proverbial bat out of Hades. And he came from one hash mark to the other sideline.
Like a bat out of Hades. What do we think about those descriptors there from our buddy Brad Sham?
The Banshee.
A Banshee?
And it was going after Bando.
I thought Banshees made a whole lot of noise.
Yeah.
I didn't know them for being like fast runners.
I loved it. The Banshee was my favorite car in Grand Theft Auto.
Oh.
I love to fly around in the Banshees
blue
and Halo.
topless, yeah. Oh, I don't know about the Halo Banshee.
Yeah, the Halo
but the
Banshees
Grand
were
Theft
fun.
Auto Banshee to me was the best of the vehicles for like
Yeah.
San Andreas, maybe.
Is that right?
I
Yeah,
think so.
I did love that version of Grand Theft Auto. That was a great game. But yeah, like Wikipedia or Googling it or whatever, it's more references to you howling like a banshee.
Yeah, I think it was the Banshee Bandy. You know, he's chasing after Bandy, and he liked the rhyming there. But I like when Brad Sham gives us a little something new in his calls. Here's Brad and Babe apparently getting into a little bit of an argument. Now, it was friendly, but this is them disagreeing on a little something.
Houston to the right, Fehoko to the left, Ferguson the tight end in motion, people moving in the line. Flags, 3 flags are thrown, 3 more, and we can ride the roller coaster.
I'm going to have to confer because there was movement all over the
Everywhere.
place.
False start. Number 73, offense, 5-yard penalty.
I blame that on you. I blame that on you.
No, I said holding call.
Yeah, but you,
I didn't say
he was
anything about
clean.
a false.
He was clean.
I did not.
You threw out the jinx.
I did not say anything about a false start.
Clean. Clean.
Here comes the hole.
Okay, good. That's good. 3rd and 12 at the 46. Ferguson in motion. Greer in the gun. Snap is back. 4-man rush. They flush him. He rolls right and.
See, I don't want the laughing. I just want them to go at each other. I want that to get tense. We're going into the next play. It's awkward.
It's preseason, though.
they
You know?
Cut the tension with a knife.
They've been working together for so long. They do kind of like this who's on first type
They
of
do,
vibe.
sure.
You know,
They're so
where
good.
they're playing along with each other.
Yeah.
And this was Babe's first game back in the booth because he did the TV stuff for week
Right.
1, which
It
is why
was.
Broadus was filling
Right.
in. And I was hoping to get like one of these knock the rust off, kind of having to read Yo Quiero guacamole kind of moments.
That was a
from
good
Babe,
read.
but
I heard him get that read.
It was clean. He got out of there clean.
So this was
That's disappointing.
Ruben pulls this one and says this is a mess up read. Guys, let's judge it for
Okay.
ourselves. How bad?
I'm the king of that.
How bad of a mess up was this one? Because I don't know.
On a scale of 1 to Broadus?
On a scale of 1 to Broadus, where would we rank this one? Because I don't think it's anywhere close to a Broadus.
No, we'll see that. Yeah.
AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure. America's most reliable network is the official 5G innovation partner of America's team. And we are back at SoFi Stadium. Second quarter just getting ready to get underway. Chargers trailing in this one 7-3 by virtue of the kickoff return by Turpin. And Brad, as I mentioned, that everybody was happy about that return except for Cooper Rush.
Brad's like, are you still talking? Shouldn't we have been a break 30 seconds ago?
And speaking,
nowhere near Broadus levels.
nowhere near.
No, the read was clean, and it's
Yeah.
really a difficult read because it's that 5G and fiber stuff and all that. There's a lot of
Innovation.
words. Yeah. Innovation.
It was really just kind of a stumble coming out of it, and it might have been
It's
a burp
tough. It's
situation.
Innovation, 5G, fiber.
Yeah, it's tough because the way they put the words together and you have to say them. It's a little tough.
Now this one was good,
but that was a good read.
Some great music in the background too. That
We did,
stadium.
yeah.
I was jamming right
Now
there.
the Chargers have some interesting names to go through, and this might have been a good one for you, Brian, to not have to call.
I would not. Yeah, I just don't say the guy's name.
Let's go through some of these
I
names.
actually kind of want to hear Dawson say Mukwamu's name one more time.
Mukwamu?
Yeah. Mukwamu.
There you
Yeah.
go. He nailed it.
Mukwamu.
So here's Brad and Babe talking about some of these Chargers names. And if you notice towards the end of this clip,
They got me now, Brian. You think that's funny?
I didn't want to say anything.
It was Makawuma earlier, wasn't it? Was it Makawuma?
It was Mekaleka High.
Yeah, some Indian tribe. I tell you what, I go, okay, he messed that one up. I ain't saying a damn thing to him.
Brad might have done something that we do on this show, and that's not listen to each other at the end of this clip. Let's hear Brad and Babe.
And on first down, a handoff to Dowdle. Starts left, slides right across the 50, down to the 49-yard line. About 4 more yards. Stopped by, and I was hoping that spotter Kyle Prengler would point to the name of Eatman Ogbongbemiga. Woo!
I was hoping you wouldn't.
No. They've also got a lineman.
They got some guys now.
No, they got a lineman, Otito Obonya, and his is not as good a name as Amen Ogbongbemiga.
Well, they just call him Tito, as you might imagine.
Yes.
He's Tito.
Yeah. Second down, about 7. Greer with a handoff to Dowdle. Coming left, bounces off a tackle at the 50, but he's only going to get a yard. Christian Covington, the former Cowboy, makes the stop, and Greer's got another chance on third down.
I did not know this, but Christian Covington's father is in the CFL Hall of Fame, and he is the all-time leading sack leader for the CFL. How about that?
Christian is?
Christian's dad.
Oh.
All right, remember I said last time?
Christian is? No, Christian's dad. I did just say that, but thank you for listening, Brad.
That was simple. Again, I hope to get more egregious moments of Brad not listening to Babe at some point when they get into regular season.
He's got to get ready for the next play. You know, there's
He
certain
does.
things in
That's
here.
what happens. You don't go into all that asking Brad a question because he's getting ready for the next play.
Brad's pretty sharp, though. I think you're looking at another 12 to 15 years before it really gets interesting.
Oh, 100%. All right, you hear that guy during 3 Live Mics when we were in Oxnard?
Oh, gosh.
He's on it.
He got zoned in. All right, before we start reliving some more highlights, let's go with the name Mike Rumph. They were vibing with Mr. Rumph.
That's a good name.
Oh, what's his name? Wait, where?
Rumph.
Oh, there it goes right there. Couldn't read it either.
There's that Rumph.
Just like Dorothy said, we're not in Kansas anymore. He said, we're not in Waco anymore.
Rush under center, a delay to Dowdle, tries left guard, pushing, the pile moves, and I think he got enough for a first down at around the 29-yard line. Rumph makes the stop. He's got a good name for a defensive.
Rumph! Here comes Rumph!
And by the way, having a great camp. Backing up Khalil Mack, so...
You know, my big takeaway from this is, geez, that SoFi Stadium is loud.
It's very loud.
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
It's almost drowning the broadcast.
Their board wasn't working for the majority of the game too. By the way,
So I seen something on the internet. It could just be conspiracy theory, but they said they were pumping in crowd noise.
I believe it.
Yeah, I can see
Say,
that.
the Cowboys crowd was loud at that game.
Yeah, like the 214. Don't know about y'all. This hype man in the background was super annoying. It's just
Very,
the PA guy.
yeah.
Like that's
The
all
PA
it
guy.
is. He was
Yeah,
going
but
nuts.
the volume was too loud. It was like I can't even hear the crowd over this guy. He's just
They had Chargers fans just sitting there on their rumps, but you hear, like they showed the video, and you just hear, "Ah!" But nobody's mouth was open.
yeah. Yeah, the PA or the play-by-play guy that's way more excited than the fans is always weird.
Yeah. All right. 98 yards. Turpin time to the house from the Cowboys returning this kickoff. This is the first of the 2 returns by Kavontae Turpin.
Chargers go 76 yards in 9 plays in 4:21 on their second possession. But the Cowboys hold them to a field goal by Dustin Hopkins, and it's 3-0 with 6:17 remaining in the first quarter.
Brad, how'd you like to see a return here?
There we go.
I'd love it.
By Kavontae Turpin.
Kavontae Turpin is going to take the kick from Dustin Hopkins. I would love to see what Kavontae Turpin can do in the open field. And Hopkins approaches the ball. The kick's away left to right.
He's going to get a chance.
He is. Turpin from the 2. Up to the 10. Makes a right at the 15. Splits people at the 20. Here he goes. Turpin 40. Turpin 40. 30. 20. 10. He might have made the team. 98 yards. Kavontae Turpin. Kickoff return for a touchdown.
Well, if he wasn't sure if he made the team, he definitely made the team after this one. 86 yards to the house on this punt return for the former TCU Horned Frog, Kavontae Turpin.
All right, here's the punt. High, very high. Turpin under it. Hadn't called for the fair catch yet. He wants to dance. Coming right, coming left. 20. Right to the 25, 30. I'll be a son of a gun. Turpin to the 50. The punter to beat. To the 20. To the 10. Turpin has done it every way you can with a kicked ball.
Wow. I think they may have found a little something, Brad Sham. I think they may have found a little something. Wow.
Literally a little something in Kavontae Turpin. I do think, correction on Sham there, like he said that Turpin did everything he can with a kicked ball, but we didn't get one of these kick six situations,
No,
right?
we didn't get a kick six.
So that was the one thing on the bingo card that we couldn't fill.
There you go.
But there's time.
Nearly.
Another edition of 2 guys, 1 booth.
I wouldn't put it past him. That guy is exceptional and made me eat my words. I thought preseason was going to be boring again because it has been, but I did. I ate some crow earlier. Congrats to Kavontae Turpin for not only making the team, but for giving us some excitement and playmaking there in the special teams for the first time in a long time. That's Deion ability. That's weird. I know those are high words, but give me your best returner. What Turpin did is as good as them in that part of football. We got to run around the NFL's coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to talk about Window Nation, the official window partner of the Dallas Cowboys. They got
Like buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, found new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. 214. Damn it, I have TV shows I'd like to catch up on, but can't quit listening to y'all. He can't quit us. Well, you only have another 41 minutes today because Rangers pregame's coming up at 5:30, so the TV shows can come on then. Okay, but right now, we have Chris Young coming up at 5 o'clock, Rangers GM. It's time to go around the NFL, brought to you by Meyer Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.
Let's go around the NFL, G-Bag style, on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's Chief first down.
All right, we got Tom Brady news. We know where he was, ladies and gentlemen. Was it the Masked Singer? We'll find out here in just a minute. But over the weekend, UFC, what do we call him? Commissioner?
President.
CEO? President? Dana White, a.k.a. Sunburnt Snowman. He was talking about Tom Brady and how he almost, before the Bucs, Brady should have been a Raider?
I'm the one, I worked to put that deal together for Brady and Gronk to come to the Raiders. And it was almost a done deal. And at the last minute, Gruden blew the deal up and said that he didn't want him. And all hell broke loose, man. It was crazy. And Brady was already looking at houses, and it wasn't being said yet that Gronk was coming.
So Dana White is alleging that he was in the middle of sort of facilitating a
I'm the
Brady,
one.
I'm the one. A Brady and Gronk duo going to Vegas and joining the Raiders. This is when John Gruden was the coach there. This would have been Brady going to the Raiders instead of going to Tampa. But apparently you have John Gruden not wanting to pay Brady at that age. He wasn't buying what Brady was selling at that age. Of course, that backfires because Brady goes and wins the Super Bowl. Now, I don't know how much we buy this coming from Dana White. Well, he might be fabricating his involvement in the whole situation.
Mark Davis, Raiders owner, via the Las Vegas Review-Journal, was asked about this. He said, I heard about Dana's comments. That was what? 2 or 3 years ago or something. I don't know, man. Talk to Dana. I remember that Tom Brady went to Tampa. That's basically what I remember.
That's a non-denial.
I have no idea. Dana has the stories. But exactly, if it's not true, you think he's just saying, no, that's ridiculous. Dana's talking out of his ass.
Do you think Derek Carr wants to fight Tom Brady now?
I think Brady wants to fight Derek Carr.
Oh, yes.
Because John Gruden, I mean, what a terrible. I know he's your guy, John Gruden there brought us, but
I just asked him.
I knew he was.
Good.
I saw Brian on his phone. I'm
that's
like,
the worst
Brian's
coaching decision
texting him.
in the history of the sport. That's worse than whatever emails he sent. There, I said it.
All right, around the NFL. Brought to you by Meyer Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.
Don't come at my guy. He wasn't being serious.
A lot of talk about Kayvon Thibodeau going out with the low block. That's a chop block that hit him. Looks like he's going to miss 3 weeks with a sprained MCL. So, not pleasant, not great. Part of football that, I think is up for serious consideration. Should they make that illegal? But for the time being, it's an allowed hit. And the good news is Thibodeau gets to continue on with his rookie campaign. Here's Brian Broaddus with third down.
Yeah, I know we've talked about what we feel like is going to happen with this Buccaneer game, the Cowboy game coming up.
Yeah.
I know I was worried about the Tampa defensive line and how to block that. We should be worried about what's going on with the Tampa offensive line and all the injuries. Yeah, I mean, they lost their starting guard again to this week, Aaron Stinney.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a couple. They've lost a guard. They've lost a center. They had a retirement of Ali Marpet. This group,
Alex Kappa's gone in free agency.
This might be one of those things that's playing right into the Cowboys' hands if the Buccaneers continue to lose offensive linemen. Tristan Wirfs has had some problems as well getting healthy. So
Tom might be calling for a trade to the Raiders.
This might be one of those things that you might want to keep a really, really close eye on. And if it gets any worse, I think the Cowboys, with the way their defensive line plays and the way we've seen them get pressure, we've seen them play the run here the last few weeks, and it hadn't really even been the starters. It's been guys that have been kind of role players, backups that have been able to do this. I tell you what, I think you might have to change who you picked. I know myself, I'm thinking, man, they can't block this Cowboys front. I think
that's how you beat Tom.
That's how you beat Tom.
Let's
Absolutely.
go.
Yeah.
All right.
Question.
Well, we could get excited about that. It is at AT&T Stadium, but for now, let's get excited about Wolchuk on 4th down.
All right, let's go to New Orleans. Got some Saints news for you. Jameis Winston has returned to practice after he's missed 2 weeks with a foot injury, but Michael Thomas is not at practice because he's dealing with a hamstring injury. Will we ever see Michael Thomas play again? Starting to wonder. But the greatest story from New Orleans over the weekend is their punter hit an 81-yard boomer. All right, his name's Blake Gillikin.
Punt god, right?
And no, Matt Rice is the punt god, but this guy also
punt god too.
This is punt god too. Absolutely. Yeah. So he booms this 81-yarder. Next morning, he gets an email from the NFL, and they're asking him to take a mandatory drug test.
I love it.
Yep.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, you kicked it too far, son. There's no way you're not juicing. Come on in here.
Something suspicious.
There's only one punt god, okay? Now, you got to be doing some type of PEDs here.
Okay, the Panthers are naming Baker Mayfield officially their starting quarterback. We talked about that on Friday. The Raiders are releasing veteran running back Kenyon Drake, absorbing a big cap hit, but he's going to hit the free agent market, so they're taking a hit on that. And Rashford led Man U past Liverpool. There you go, a little football 4th down.
Come on, Liverpool. I do like that. I do want to just throw in Brady is back at Bucks camp, and he was apparently in the Bahamas with his family on a family vacation that he apparently had agreed to months and months ago. And
sure.
That's what they're alleging at the Pro
Whatever,
Football
Masked
Network.
Singer cover up.
Yeah, no doubt, man. What a story. And I guess it ended up being, it's so small, the media didn't want to let it out because they knew it would create a big deal. Like, Tom thinks he's cool enough he can just go on a vacation in the middle of training camp. We're going to give him a pass on that. Could anybody else do that in the entire NFL, Brian? What, you think? You think you're old and you're goated? You can just leave your teammates?
Maybe
That's
Rodgers.
weird, man. I don't think he loves the game. I don't think he loves Tampa.
I don't think he's much of a competitor.
Guy's not even good.
Well, he wanted to go. He wanted to go the Raiders, the Dolphins. It sounded like he wanted to go everywhere but Tampa. Ends up winning a championship there.
Okay, we got Rangers GM Chris Young jumping on with us next. We'll talk about his vision for the team now that he's got JD out of the way. No, that's my words, not his. I just playing along there. Okay, we're going to talk with Chris Young, and he definitely didn't get JD fired, or would he? And we'll talk baseball with him next year on The Fan. I want to talk about D&M Leasing.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. Rangers GM Chris Young is just moments away right here on your home of the Rangers. Pre-game's coming up at 5:30 as Sands will have you taken care of. They try to win a series against the Twins. Took 2 of 3 already from them. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup there at Master Control. He is in the process of ringing up Chris Young. Usually joins us Mondays at 4:20. Asked for the 5 o'clock segment. We said we can get whatever you want, buddy. You can take it, you know. There's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video over there at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for checking us out however you do, as Rangers GM Chris Young joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We are doing outstanding. Thank you. Let's start with a question about what's transpired here over the last week on the diamond. Is it a coincidence that the team had their first winning week since June, the week you let Woody go?
Oh, that's tough to say. Obviously we don't truly know the answer, but I think that I will say there's a great energy with the club. I think Tony Beasley's done a wonderful job of really bringing the guys together. There's a positive vibe, and the guys have played well on the field. So it's tough to say whether or not that's because of the change or not. But nonetheless, the guys are playing well. It's been fun watching. It's been a good series. Hopefully, we finish it off tonight.
Chris, was there a problem between you and John Daniels in as far as a working relationship?
None whatsoever. JD's been a great friend, a great mentor. And absolutely not. We, in a healthy way, didn't see eye to eye from time to time on certain things, but that was why he brought me in. And we found ways to work through it. Again, he's a tremendous person, a tremendous leader, and I've enjoyed every minute working with him. But no, there was no fundamental issues between us whatsoever. In fact, we have been talking daily.
Okay, that's good. So do you think as more of a lone wolf in the front office, maybe you can execute your vision more effortlessly or with less friction?
I have not felt friction at all. I mean, I think that we've got a great group, a great team. We collaborate well. We disagree from time to time, but we find ways to work through it. And so I don't view it as a lone wolf whatsoever. I think, in fact, it's important to be surrounded with good people and a good team. And I'm going to continue the vision that we've set out. I'm excited about where we are and what we have to look forward to.
See, a lot happening last week with Woody being let go, and then just 2 days later, the John Daniels news happens. How surprised were you to hear about the move regarding JD?
Well, I was. I think Ray described it best. I was shocked. I had no idea that was coming. I was caught off guard by it. Certainly, we had a lot of meetings leading up to Monday's decision to make a change with the manager. And when Wednesday I found out the news on JD, I was as surprised as everybody. But that said, I knew I needed to quickly try to organize the front office group and make sure that we have everything covered in terms of our operations and the mechanics that we needed to do to proceed, and ultimately create some stability for everybody who was going to be rattled by the news. And it was a tough few days. JD has very long and deep relationships with everyone here. He's been impactful on all of us, and so I think that it was hard for a lot of people, myself included. That said, we all have a job to do. We're focused on that, and we're going to keep moving forward.
Yeah, you could tell you were a little bit emotional, Chris, when the JD news broke. How much of an influence do you feel like he had on you?
Well, I think he's been great. I mean, I think as much in terms of how to lead an organization, in terms of how to treat people. He's an unbelievably loyal person. And I think that just seeing how impactful he's been, not only in the professional lives, but the personal lives of everybody here. He's exposed me to everything in terms of the baseball operations group, from contract negotiations to trades to draft, to the day-to-day with the major league team, the R&D side. There's nothing that I haven't had exposure to, and that really speaks to his mentorship and the way he chose to lead. So I'm extremely grateful to him. And yes, it was hard on me too.
Chris, as you embark on hiring your first manager, are there things that you've sat down and just jotted down of absolutes that you have to have going forward, or do you keep a really open mind about people you're going to interview?
Well, I think it's both, really. I mean, I think there are hard absolutes that are needed. I think that there are qualities that are exhibited in all successful managers, and I think that we want to make sure we identify those in the next managerial candidate, whether that's somebody externally or whether that's Tony Beasley. So, yes, there are absolutes, but it's also important for us to keep an open mind. There's not one perfect way of doing things. I think that we, as a front office, want to be very open-minded to outside ideas, and I think we are going through our criteria. Obviously, last week was a pretty busy week, and we did not get to sit down as a group and do that. But we are going to this week start that process, and in the meantime, continue to evaluate Bees and how he does the remainder of the season.
It's Chris Young here with us on 105 through the Fan.
Speaking of evaluating Bees, a small sample size clearly, but what he had to take over there and deal with in that first week as an interim manager and having a winning record to this point, how do you think Bees has done so far on the job?
I think he's been tremendous. I mean, we knew the leader that Bees is. We know the relationships that he has with all the players, with the staff. He's unbelievably respected. And just a tremendous person. You know that Bees cares about you first and foremost as a person, and he has a way of getting the best out of you as a player. And so he's done a great job. He's handled a ton, maybe more than some handle in a year as a manager. He's handled in a week, and you know, I'm very proud to be working alongside him. He's the right person for where we are, and really, really happy with the way he's handled everything. I think it speaks to his character, his leadership qualities.
It's a lot of fun to watch, you know, of that component of it. Okay, with so much transition and change going on in the front office and in the dugout, do you feel like ownership has a strong belief in what you've done and what you have planned? How do you feel that connection is with upstairs for you?
Well, I think I have a great relationship with our ownership, with Ray. He's been tremendously supportive. He believes in our vision. I think he understands where we are in the process, and I think he's excited for us to continue the vision that we've laid out, but also to start seeing the results. And I think that's the important part. I think it's the important part for our fans to hear, is our fans have waited a long time for a winning team, obviously for a World Series championship. We are intent on doing that. We're doing it the right way. We're doing it in a way that's going to last. We want to sustain success when our championship window opens. And while we've had ups and downs this year, there's still 6 weeks of baseball left to finish strong. We want to build some momentum into 2023, and next year we intend to compete for a playoff spot and beyond.
Yeah, that's fun. When Ray Davis said the team will spend some money this winter, but not like last year, and he said you need 2 top-of-the-rotation pitchers and a middle-of-the-lineup bat, he had quite a shopping list. Can you pull that together in one winter? What's your outlook on that?
Ray was ambitious with his 2 top of the front end starting pitchers and a middle lineup bat. So, you know, we haven't discussed specifically how much. I think that may push last year's spending. I don't anticipate us spending like that again, but nonetheless, we are assessing our needs. We'll meet with Ray again soon and really walk through what the best options are, the best ways to spend the money, the best ways to allocate our resources, and we'll also explore the trade market as well. So. We have a lot of work to do, but I think they're exciting times. Ray has been unbelievably supportive. He is committed to giving us the resources we need to build a winning team, and we're gonna make sure we do that.
Chris, are you going to hire somebody to work underneath you, and do job titles matter to you?
The job titles really don't matter to me as long as we have a team that collaborates, that works well together, and everybody understands their individual roles and responsibilities. In terms of hiring, I really haven't crossed that. I haven't crossed that off my list in terms of you know, really figuring it out. I think that we've got a lot to do, starting with the manager search. I think that again, we're still all processing to some extent the change in the front office with JD's departure, and we'll really get together collectively as a front office group and decide what we need, where our limitations are, what roles that JD really filled for us that we're going to need to backfill, and we'll go from there. But we haven't really decided that yet, and at some point we may decide to do that, but we also have a good group, and I'm very confident in the team we have.
Chris, can you kind of take us into the process a little bit of hiring a manager, sort of where you're at now and how you envision that going, and if there's any sort of timetable that you would maybe have a preference on when you could kind of get this thing all solidified?
Yeah, I think I'll start with the second question. I mean, I think that we would like to have this wrapped up before free agency starts. I think it's an important part of free agency is that we have our manager in place, one, to assist in the recruitment, but also to give players clarity as to what they can expect here. So I think that's going to be, from a timing standpoint, we'd like to have that done by, hopefully the end of the World Series. That said, we're not going to limit ourselves, and if the process takes us a little bit longer, we'll obviously extend into November and see. It'll happen when it happens. In terms of the criteria, I think that's the first step. I think that just identifying what matters most to us, what fits our personnel, where we are in our win cycle right now, and really what our staff needs are as well. So I think that there's a lot that goes into it, but it starts with us identifying the criteria. Once we have that, we can start making lists and start doing our research and coming up with a more refined group of candidates that we are comfortable with.
As we wrap up the month of August and get into September, I know fans are starting to get a little eager. I'm itching as well. How close are we to maybe getting that Josh Young call-up?
Well, look, I think most importantly, Josh is healthy. He's playing very well, obviously, at AAA. We're excited about Josh, and I think that we want to make sure he crosses off the last aspects of his rehab. He's just now kind of phasing in from what we would consider to be a rehab to just an everyday normal player. And, really, this is kind of Josh's spring training. So we want to make sure that he goes through the normal ebbs and flows of what would be a spring training, and that when he comes up here, he's ready to stay here. So my guess is that he will be here at some point this season, but when that is, I'm not sure. We want to make sure that we, again, finish off this rehab process and that he's healthy, good to go, and ready to come help us win games at the major league level.
Chris, you're traveling with the team right now, aren't you? Are you with the squad?
I was with the team in Minnesota this weekend. I flew back. I had meetings here in Arlington today, and I'm flying to Colorado tonight.
Okay, you were supposed to meet with the team. Can you maybe share with what you said to the team once all this started to transpire?
Well, we met with the team after the decision to remove Woody and make Bees the interim manager. So that was one team meeting. Really, the message has not changed. We did not have a second team meeting. I talked to Bees about it. We felt like it wasn't necessary. The guys are in a good place. The energy's good. They understand there's work to be done. They understand what their jobs and responsibilities are. And I think they've shown that with the way they played this weekend. So, I think we're in a good spot. The guys understand, and, we're going to keep moving forward and try to finish strong here.
Got a little food question here for you, Chris. We found out that in the UK right now, they're going to be serving Big Macs, but instead of it being a beef burger patty, it's going to be like a chicken patty, like a McChicken. I'm curious, does that entice you in any way, a chicken Big Mac?
I would probably pass on the chicken Big Mac. I'd go with the beef.
Okay, so you're a regular Big Mac guy. When was the last time Chris Young found himself eating McDonald's?
It's been a long time. It's I honestly can't remember. It may have been the minor leagues. It's been a long time.
Wow. Okay. Now is that an all fast food thing? Like Chris Young not doing much in the way?
I enjoy fast food. I've got 3 kids, and we're on the go a lot between Rangers games and their youth sports. Fast food is a staple in our family. But McDonald's isn't in the current rotation for us.
Okay, what about Chinese food? It's National Bao Bun Day. What's your favorite Chinese food whenever you order takeout?
Oh, I like a General Tso's chicken. That's my go-to.
It's number one on our top 10 list.
Man,
yeah, it's very popular.
We got a leader here.
You can find the best stuff. Hey, Chris, as a guy in radio, I know it's tough to lose people that you love working with, man. I know what that's like, but we are excited about the future. So give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, I appreciate the support. Look forward to talking to you again soon.
Salute. There he goes, Chris Young, the Cy Young Show, Mondays at 4:20 here on 105.3 The Fan. It came on a little bit later today. As you can tell, he's a very busy guy, and we appreciate having him. Okay, when we come back, Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider, will join us, get you set for the pregame, and tell you what you need to know here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about Window Nation, though.
in on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time to catch up with Jared Sandler. Our pregame coming up in 10 minutes as the Rangers are looking for their third win in a row tonight against the Twins. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels, truckwreck.com. Jared, what was your top takeaway from this Chris Young interview?
Well, that Eric was so turned off by it that he's not in the studio right now. He's really upset.
He just bailed.
Well, when somebody says they're not interested in McChicken type Big Mac, I get it.
That's a deal breaker for Eric.
He's done. I think the biggest eyebrow raiser for me was that he didn't totally dismiss the. Was it your question, Gavin, or Broadus? One of you guys asked about whether the change in manager might be tied to the team playing better the last week. You know, that's an easy one. Just say, oh no, it's a coincidence. But he didn't dispel that right away. I don't know. I thought that was interesting.
Do you feel like it changed their energy or something, or made them more eager?
I think whenever you have a change, when the guys in the clubhouse maybe are not in favor of the situation, it can help. But you know, it's kind of like, I don't know, maybe I'm groomed by Eric too much when it comes to these sorts of things. Eric loves to talk about how one game in baseball means nothing. Like, you know, a lot of times people say, oh, is this game going to catapult you through the rest of the... No, because you have a different starting pitcher the next day. So I try to think rationally as much as possible of this. Are the guys playing better? Is their Madden rating or MLB The Show rating better now because of it? I don't know if that's the case, but I do think there's a different feeling in the clubhouse, and I will tell you that those guys love Tony Beasley, and for a team that's 10 to 15 games under 500, been hovering in that range, you know, maybe you're not playing for something from a playoff standpoint, but maybe now you feel like, hey, this is Tony Beasley's first shot ever managing. We're going to bust our tail to put him in the best light possible.
Taylor Hearn was brilliant yesterday.